right, what do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea!
Lilu Dallas Multipass.
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, and however darn good it may or may not feel. Welcome, one and all. It's me, Legal Vices, and we are here for day 5 of the TRAVIS Rudolph trial. It's a wild one, I guess. People, despite me saying no spoilers, people like to send me spoilers anyway. So apparently, it's going to be interesting the later we go. We have the CSI lady. She's going to be continuing her testimony for a good chunk of the day. And then we'll have to take it from there. But I'm so happy to see all of you. Sorry about being late. My last stream I was doing went overtime. I was with Drex. If you know Drex, you know why it took a little more time than usual, because it was impossible to, almost unheard of for us to do a 2-hour stream. They usually go like 5-6 hours each because we just talk. That's what we were doing. I'm here now. I apologize for being 15 minutes late. Please forgive me. We don't have a poll up yet, but we will get that up. One thing I do have to ask here in chat, do we have Shut Up I Can Cook? Is Shut Up I Can Cook here in the chat? Yes, Shut Up I Can Cook is here. 2 super chats came in from Shut Up I Can Cook at the end of last stream, I believe. I hope you're here. Please be here. Shut Up I Can Cook. Are you here? I guess not. Dang it. Well, we had 2 super chats from Shut Up I Can Cook. Says, hi, hope it went through. Love the conversation. And Vices, I love the mustache. Drex, I love your talk about women and men and the shepherds I cook. I hope you're here and saw that. Dang it. I had to bail real quick. We need a Legal Vices multi-pass card. We do. We need a multi-pass. All right. We don't have anything set up yet as far as polls, but 405 you're here, 147 likes. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already done so. Make sure you're still subscribed if you think you have. We'll be inviting people to guest here as we go on. I didn't have time to really work everything out before the stream started, obviously, because I was late, but we're here now. So we'll start the stream. I'll put up the poll. We'll bring our guests in. We'll do all that fun stuff as we go along because we have a lot of ground to cover. And it's expected that today, real time, like Friday time, the prosecution may rest their case. And it seems like the defense is going to be calling 3 or 4 witnesses. So this trial could wrap up, Monday or Tuesday of next week, probably Tuesday or Wednesday. But that's what we're looking for. So hang on, folks. Let me bring this up, and we will jump right into this. The judge is getting antsy. The judge wants to move this thing along, and we'll see. We'll do our little part to help him here. We'll set us up at 1.25 speed. Got our subtitles on, and we got our playtime up. We are good and ready to go. So let's do it. There is no audio here. It's the court. The jury is coming in, I guess. At least I hope there's going to be audio here in a minute. Oh, no. Apparently there's not. I wonder what that's all about. All righty. Let's figure out what's going on here, shall we? Let's remove that and see if we can not boom or something. How about that? Oh, it's just really, 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 really quiet. Why is it so damn quiet?
All day today and all day tomorrow. That leaves.
Oh, there we go.
All right, I misheard you then. Okay, we ready? Bring him in, please.
All right, bring him in the jury.
Okay.
He's telling them they need to hurry it. They need to move it along.
You mean tomorrow? Okay. Assuming we don't go past lunch tomorrow, how much time do you think the defense is going to need? We know Mr. Rudolph's going to be testifying. What else you got? in addition to Mr. Rudolph. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Mr. Rudolph plus?
two more.
Okay.
Three more. And maybe some officers, depending who they call. Rebuttal witnesses.
So you don't really know? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I don't know who they're calling on 13 minutes. I mean, yeah, I don't know. For sure, I can tell you I have 3 witnesses, maybe 4.
Okay.
So
We
after
have to push
letting-
this trial, folks. We got to move it.
Jury entering.
So after he put up with all that nonsense from the 3 guys and the girlfriend, now he wants to move it along. Music. I like how every noise is either music or applause in the subtitles, in the closed captions.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats, please. Okay, let's bring the witness back in. I've forgotten her name. Miss Brunt, was it? Or
Well, that doesn't work,
Brandt?
does it?
Sorry, Miss Brandt.
All right. Miss Brandt, Brienne of Tarth. This is today's witness. She's continuing her testimony from yesterday. She is a CSI crime scene investigator. She was pretty fun yesterday. She seemed to be pretty solid in the time that she spoke. All right, Judge. Let's get it. Let's get it on.
There she comes. Yes.
And again, for some reason, there is no law and crime watermark.
Or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
All right, you may continue on direct examination.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I can't do her bad like that.
Good morning. CSI Brain.
There we go. I guess no matter how we pause it, she's just going to look a little tired. All right. For those of you that are just joining us here, that haven't seen this before, in a nutshell, the defendant has been charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. His ex-girlfriend and him got in a little bit of a scuffle. He may have pushed her down. She says he picked her up off the ground and slammed her 2 times. She went home, told her brother, go shoot his shit up. The brother sent it back a text message and saying he's a dead man walking. Somehow, 3 of his friends appeared. Nobody's ever really sure how they actually managed to appear out of the thin air, but they showed up at the house. They all put on hoodies, and at least they said that they purposely told each other, "Don't bring any guns. We don't want to bring any weapons. We don't want to be violent." But at least one of them decided to bring a weapon. He testified he kept it in his pants, and they all put on hoodies. They drove into the neighborhood. It's after midnight. They drive down the block. The 4 guys get out of the car. They go up to the defendant's house. They pound on his door after midnight. They call him out. Him and his brother come out. There's a scuffle. It's a pile of people. It's 2-on-1. And 2 different piles of 2-on-1. They get in a fight. At some point, the 4 guys that thought they were going to kick the ass of the defendant and his brother end up starting to get their ass kicked. The defendant goes back in, comes out with a rifle, and they say, "Okay, it's time to leave." They run back towards the car. Now, here is where the prosecution and the defense differ. The prosecution is saying they got in the car. Whatever happened before, whatever assaults or whatever, fighting happened before, they broke it off. There was no longer an imminent threat to the defendant. It was over. Fight was over. They got in the car. They're running away. And he, filled with revenge, unloaded 39 rounds into the car. And then the defense, for their side, they're saying, "Oh, no. He was very careful. He didn't shoot anybody at the house. He didn't shoot anybody while his brother was getting attacked by 2-to-1, sometimes 3-to-1 during the fight. Nobody got shot while they were running back to the car. But as they were getting into the car, at least one of the people pulled out a firearm, either after he got in the car or as he was getting into the car, and pointed it at the defendant, at which time the defendant had no choice but to open fire to preserve his own life and the lives of his family members." So those are the 2 different stories. Is this self-defense, or is this murder after self-defense? As the prosecution said during their opening statement, murder begins where self-defense ends. He's saying any argument for self-defense was over. There was no threat. It's murder. Defense saying, no, there was no threat until someone pointed a gun at him, and then it became self-defense. The witnesses have been crap. They've just been absolute trash witnesses. The one guy died, so he didn't testify. There was one other guy that got shot. He got Swiss cheesed a little bit. 3 shots or 1 shot and some shrapnel. They haven't decided that yet. He was on the stand. He was saying he took off his shirt. He had the gun in his pocket. He forgot he had the gun. He didn't know it was there until the police, and his story changed a bunch of times. It's a crap show. She is on the stand. She is the crime scene investigator. Whew, that's it. This case in a nutshell. Whew, that was a rough one. All right. She is going to continue her testimony. Brianne of Tarth, crime scene investigator.
How are you? Good. Good. All right. Where we left off yesterday were various photos that you took.
Get up there. Aaron. Get up there. Subtitles. There you go.
That first scene that you responded to at 4015. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the prosecution has not learned how to use a microphone. So this is them. There's nothing I can do about it.
About copper fragments that you located throughout the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you saw those metal fragments, did you take them into evidence and bag them up so that they could be preserved away?
Yes.
There is no video. There's video near the shooting.
Yes.
You may.
It's going to be states 15 and 16.
No objection. That's
Thank you. I remember you said that yesterday, to basically everything on the table, right?
except it was.
Except the glass, yeah, okay.
Showing you number 15. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
It's a evidence bag that I completed that contains copper fragments and a silver fragment.
Okay. And on that evidence bag, do you indicate all the different places where you located those different fragments?
Yes.
Okay. State exhibit 15, good.
All right, submitted without objection. Thank you.
I'm going to show you number 16. If you do the same thing, you look at that, you recognize that one?
I do.
What is that bag in number 16?
It's an evidence bag I prepared that contains fragments as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did one of the jurors? Ah, okay, thank you. Thank you.
You can go ahead and continue.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right, go ahead.
The evidence bag I completed that contains fragments recovered from the Cadillac.
Okay. Judge States seeks to admit exhibit 16.
It's submitted without objection.
Now, do you also recall the pictures about the phone that was in the front right passenger kind of door panel there?
Yes,
Did you also take that phone into evidence?
I did. It went back and forth from me to Herzog to Vanderlyn and then back to me, but ultimately I placed it into evidence.
Okay. And would you recognize that if I showed it to you?
Yes.
May I approach with state
may.
26? If you could take a look at that one, and we could tell the jury what states 26 is.
It's the evidence bag that I prepared that contains the cell phone from the door panel pocket in the right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac.
Okay, great. State seeks to admit states 26.
Submitted without objection.
Now, once you take all of those different photographs and take certain pieces of evidence in, did there come a point in time where a representative from the medical examiner's office arrives on scene as well?
Yes.
Okay, and during that point in time, does that individual also take photographs of the deceased in this case?
Yes.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
And when you're allowing the medical examiner's investigator to do his work, is either you or him taking out anything that may have been in the victim's pockets?
Yes.
Okay. And you were present for that as well?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph where the deceased on his pants, there were a pair of car keys?
Yes.
Okay. Where were those car keys located?
In his right front pants pocket.
Okay. And did you take those keys into evidence as well?
I did.
Okay. Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
This is going to be states 27. You can take a look at that and you recognize.
And so, we're going through all this is the evidence introduction
bag I
phase. This is
prepared
the boring part of the
for
trial.
The keys that were recovered from the victim's right front pants pocket.
States seeks to admit 27, Judge?
It's
This
submitted
is the
without
unexciting
objection.
part, but she's going to be going for several hours.
And as I stated, does the medical examiner's investigator also take photographs separately from all the photographs you take?
Yes.
Permission to approach with states 28, Judge?
You may.
All right. Keep giving that evidence. Get all that
Positive
evidence in.
exhibit A through F.
Thank you.
And in just a minute here, we'll do the daily cocktail. I forgot to do that. Have everything set up here. Just do it.
Start with that top one. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what that photograph is?
That's the dorsal side or the top side of the victim's right hand.
Okay. And is this photograph taken once he's removed from the vehicle and prepared basically for the medical examiner to start doing their work?
Yes.
Okay. And so underneath the deceased on this, what's underneath him?
The body bag.
Okay.
And then a white sheet.
Okay. If you could turn to B, what are we looking at here?
This is the palmar side of the victim's right hand.
Okay. If you could turn to C, what are we looking at there?
Okay, now there was the guy that died in the car. There was a whole big discussion about it yesterday. I'm sure she's going to discuss it. If not, the next witness or so will. But they were arguing, the defense is trying to insinuate that the guy that died also had a handgun in his hand at the time he died, because his hand is frozen in what they have called the death grip. And essentially, his hand, when he died, his hand was like this. It was like it could not have looked more like he was holding a gun when he died if you had tried. So they're saying that he died, and then the rigor mortis set in, the hand froze in position, and it was a long time after the shooting before they called 911. So they're saying during that time, they all got rid of the weapons. The one guy that he admitted to having his weapon, the only reason he admitted to having a weapon on him was because he threw it away. He had an extended magazine Taurus handgun loaded with hollow point bullets, but he wasn't there for violence. He said, no, we went there. We didn't plan on doing anything violent. We didn't do it. We had no plans of causing any scene or any problems, but he had an extended magazine on his Taurus loaded with hollow point bullets. He just threw the gun away when he heard sirens coming in the distance. He never told anybody about that. A child could have picked it up. A bad guy could have picked it up. He didn't tell anybody. But the next day, an evidence sniffer dog found it. A cop dog found it. A K9, as they were calling him yesterday. The dog found the gun, so therefore he kind of had to admit it at that point. But there's been no other weapons found, apparently. So that's where we are. That's what she's talking about with these hand pictures and whatnot.
This is the decedent's right hand in a bag.
Okay. What's the purpose of the bag?
That's to maintain any trace evidence that might be present, because in the post-mortem process, the autopsy process, there are nail clippings taken by the medical staff at the ME. So any evidence that may be derivative from that is captured in this bag and not lost from banging around in the bag.
How about if I bring the video? Do y'all want to see the video
D.
too?
Now what are we looking at in D?
Do you guys want to watch the video with me? All right, I'll let you in on the video.
Is this his right hand or his left hand?
Sorry about that.
Sorry.
No, it's a little disorienting.
Sorry, left hand.
Okay. If you go to E, what are
Y'all
we
can
looking at
watch the
here?
video with me if you
Palmar
want.
side of the victim's left hand.
Okay. And then the last photo, F, what are we looking at here?
And this is a photo of the victim's left hand with the bag having been placed over it.
For the same purposes we discussed before.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, at this point, state would seek to admit 28A through F.
Admitted without objection.
I can see there's going to be cigars smoked this evening. I'm going to go grab my ashtray. I'll be right back. Enjoy. I like her. She looks like she's a great witness. She's just doing her job. She doesn't
Okay.
want to be here.
Now, in terms of the Cadillac, where does the Cadillac go from the scene at 4015 Broadway? Where is it brought?
It's towed from the scene to our crime scene garage, which is located at our office on Gun Club Road.
Okay. And I know we're probably jumping forward in time, but did there come a point in time where you went back to the Cadillac to take even more photos at that location?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
That's to fully document the vehicle in a controlled environment that wasn't able to be done on scene.
Okay. Now, in terms of on scene, did you get a chance while you were on scene to search the trunk of that vehicle at that point in time?
No.
Did there come a point in time where you were able to open the trunk and see what was inside?
Yes.
You may.
This is going to be states 39A through U.
You know, she just drinks vodka straight from the coffee mug.
He's up there. You just grab those quick.
And I know that just because I do it too.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are those photographs of?
This is the interior trunk of the Cadillac.
Okay. Judge, state seeks to admit 39A through U.
Admitted without objection.
Permission to publish,
You
Judge?
may.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to look at A right now. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior trunk space of the Cadillac.
Okay. Was this when it was just opened during your investigation?
Correct. Well, later in the garage.
In the garage. Okay. This is B. What are we looking at here?
This is part of the contents that we observed in the trunk space.
Okay. Here's my.
Claire?
Thank you. All right. Like I said, this is letter C. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall view of the contents of the trunk. Some items were removed after the initial photograph was taken to show what was underneath some top items.
Looking at D, what do we see here?
That's another view of the contents of the water bottle and a black satchel.
Okay. Now, in terms of those photographs, was there anything else other than those items that we saw that were in the back of that trunk?
No, not that's photographed.
Okay. What are we looking at here, if you can tell, on E?
That's a cell phone that was in the trunk, and it was laying just forward of that black satchel.
So it wasn't inside of the black satchel.
Correct.
Okay. What about this one here?
This is that same cell phone in its the back cover in its case.
Okay. Same thing here we're looking at?
Same cell phone, but the back of it with the case removed.
And that one was G.
Gotta get the cell phone case in.
What about H? What are we looking at here?
Same cell phone, but this is the photo of the screen.
Okay.
Yes. Tennis rackets on your screen.
I. What are we looking at here?
Same cell phone removed from its case and the case laying next to it.
Thank you, Jenny B.
What's this?
Putting
That's
away,
the
you did not
black
miss the poll.
satchel
I'm
that I
preparing it
referenced
as we
earlier.
speak.
In terms of states, okay. Is this now that same satchel just removed from the vehicle itself?
It is.
Okay. This is L. What are we looking at here?
I opened one of the zippered pockets and tried to photograph what was inside of it before it was removed.
And then can you tell what this is right here? Kind of this gold bar going across at this point?
It's a zipper for a top view of a small zippered pouch that was inside the satchel.
This is M. What are we looking at here?
And that's that small zippered pouch.
Dude carrying a YSL
N
pouch.
as
He
in Nancy?
deserves to be
I've
shot.
unzipped the pouch and photographed the interior.
And that's that smaller little brown pouch that was inside the satchel.
Correct.
What are we looking at here?
This is the contents of that small zippered pouch.
Was there anything else inside that small zippered pouch other than these various IDs and cards?
No.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo here?
And this is the large main compartment of that black satchel. I unzipped it and photographed the interior.
This is Q. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of all of the contents of the main compartment of that black satchel and also a photograph of that small zippered pouch.
This is R. Is this just another close-up photo of that image we just saw?
Correct.
By the way, what's in this bag right here, if you know?
Well, not forensically tested, but it appeared to be tobacco leaves.
This is S. What is this phone that we're looking at here?
That's the face or the screen of a cell phone that was found inside the large main compartment of the black satchel.
What are we looking at in this one?
That same cell phone in its case, but the back of it.
And the last one for this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
The same cell phone, its back cover, and also next to the case that has been removed.
And then just permission to publish States 28 that agrees with this.
You may.
All right, so this was 28A. And we discussed this. This is now, once he's been placed down on the black bag to be prepared for transport to the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
You said that this image A is of his right hand, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of moving him from the car to this location, it's possible that maybe hand positions change or something like that as you're moving him to this location, right?
Yes, and that's evident in the photograph of later of the left hand, because that photograph shows that it was now currently, when I photographed it, in the former position of the right hand before he was removed.
Okay. So if we take a look at B, is this a photograph just trying to show the hand being opened up to see if there's anything of note in this image?
Correct.
Okay. Who's bending the fingers down? Do you know? Is it you or the medical examiner?
The medical examiner.
Got it. And then C, like we discussed, this was the bag to preserve the evidence on that hand, right?
If there was any present, yes.
The audio is great, but we're all going
Take a look
blind.
at D. Is this now his left hand?
The graphic
And
photos
again,
are
in
being
terms of
blurred
moving
out
his hand or
on
his
site.
position, it could have happened between the car and bringing him down to the ground.
Yes.
Looking at E. Again, is this the medical examiner opening up his hand to see if there's anything of note, I guess, in the palm of his hand?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly, F. Again, a bag was placed on to preserve any potential evidence, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I know we jumped ahead in time to when you searched the back of the car when it's back at the crime scene, but now let's go back. We're at 4015 Broadway. Where's your next assignment? Where do you go?
I respond to CSI Ali's location, which is near the suspect's residence, as she was working a scene there to see if I could assist her before I went to the TIC address.
Okay. And do you recall what time you were done at the first location, 4015 Broadway?
I believe it was, I arrived at the TIC location at 5:47, so spent about a half hour. 5:17 is when I arrived at the second location.
Okay. And when you get there, are there already PBSO officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Is crime scene tape set up around the area?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that CSI Ali was already there starting to do some crime scene investigation work?
Right. She was at the secondary scene where casings had been located and blood-like stains, and I assisted with swabbing some stains for her.
Okay. And when you arrive on that scene, are photographs also taken of the exterior of 550 Teak as well as the road where the casings were found?
Well, that would be my third scene. My secondary scene was Redwood with CSI Ali. I didn't take any photographs there because that was her scene and she already photographed the area. I just swabbed areas of blood-like stains for her. Then I went to the TIC address, and yes, exterior photographs were taken.
Okay. And although CSI Ali took photographs down on the Redwood Drive where the casings were found, are you familiar with what that scene looked like when you arrived?
I am the roadway and where the stains were that I swabbed, but she had pretty much was wrapping up collecting her casings and her stanchions.
Okay. And did you see the stanchions all placed in the road?
Or the blood-like stains. She was done collecting her firearms evidence.
Got it. So in terms of when you get to that location, do you go to where the blood-like stains are first?
Yes, I meet with her and she points them out to me.
And at that point, you stated that there were stanchions, I guess you called them?
Yes.
Do you recall how many stanchions were on the ground in terms of the casings by the time you got there?
The casings, I believe, had already been picked up, but stanchions remained for the blood-like stains that I was going to be swabbing, and there were 6.
Okay. All right. So once you swab those blood-like stain areas, and we'll get back to that, do you then go and start taking even more photographs once at that scene?
At the TIC scene.
The 550 Teak Drive?
Right. After I clear helping or assisting CSI Ali, I clear Redwood and then I go over to TIC. And that's when my part of the investigation starts with photographs.
Okay. Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
This is going to be states 54A through double E. If you can just take a look at these photographs real quick, just make sure you recognize them, and then we'll start talking about them.
Yeah, this is gonna be this is gonna be the slow part of the trial. This is all the evidence. They have to get all the pictures in, all the the relevant evidence. Ordinarily, you'd kind of do this towards the beginning, and you'd save your eyewitnesses for last. I mean, just from a strategic point of view, to really come in hard with the "I was there, this is what I saw, and this is what happened to me." I think the fact that the eyewitnesses were the first, and now we're doing this, kind of tells you what the prosecution thinks about the quality of their
starting with number
witnesses.
F, I guess. Okay. Judge, state seeks to admit, I believe there's no objection at this point. We'll admit all of them and have her talk about the one she knows.
I understand that to be the case. Admitted without objection.
All right, so we'll start out with A. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of 550 teak.
What?
And in the
Oh, there we go.
foreground, or I guess in the middle of the picture here, can you just tell the jury what these lines are that are going across the home?
That's barrier tape.
Police tape.
What about B?
It's the same, but it's more to the southwest.
Okay. What is this road kind of going along the right side of the photograph, if you know?
That's Redwood.
This is state C. Over a little bit. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior west side of 550 teak.
Okay. So what road is this side of the house facing?
Redwood.
Okay. States D. What are we looking at here?
Just some cameras that were attached to the west face of that residence.
States E. What are we looking at here?
This is still the west side, but further south. So, and this would be encompassing the back or south yard.
Of which address or which residence?
550 teak.
Now, I know this one looks a little dark. And this is F. Can you tell?
Just a little dark.
That this would begin CSI Ali's photographs of her scene.
For those
I
of
can
you that
only
are
guess
just
it's
listening to this in the
Redwood. I don't know.
background, is
Wasn't there when
literally
the
a black
photographs were
picture
taken.
with a little splash of light in the front and a couple of light spots in the middle of the picture. It's a pretty dark picture. All right. Again, while we're doing some of these, we can slow down here. We've read some
States
super
S
chats
as in Sam.
while he gets the new.
What are we
things
looking
out.
at here?
Again, CSI Ali's photograph and her scene. I wasn't there. I didn't view that when I was there on the scene. I was there to swab the blood like
Wet
stains.
tire tracks?
Do you
So
recall
yellow
what,
markers? I know because we all use the same. They are stanchions that mark evidence.
got it. Do you remember which stanchions were the location of the blood-like stains that you tested or swabbed?
I do.
Okay. Could you tell the jury how many of them there were?
I swabbed 6 stains on Redwood Drive, all of them on Redwood Drive at various addresses. The first one at 586, the next at 580, 3 more at 580 but on the sidewalk.
Okay, so it sounds
and
like
the last at
this is just
574.
blood
And those were
dripping
marked
from
by
the guy who
stanchions
was shot.
40 through 45.
Got it. So in terms of this photograph here, and I know it might be difficult to see, is this number 40, stanchion number 40?
I can't see it from
Let me bring it up. And again, this is states S.
Yes, 40 and 41 in the background.
Got it. So right here is number 40, the first blood-like stain that you indicated, right?
That I swabbed, yes.
And then this one in the back, is that number 41?
Yes.
nice.
An alternative photo. Now, is this just getting closer now to stanchion 41, 42, and 43?
Yes.
What are we looking at in this one?
That's a close-up of stanchion 40 and the blood-like stain.
Is that the blood-like stain you're referring to?
It is.
Now, why do you take a photograph, I guess, like this?
That's part of our protocol. We do overall mid-range and then close-up so that we know that 40, there's no other background noise and you can concentrate on your marker and the evidence itself.
V is in Victor. What are we looking at here?
This is a stanchion 41.
Okay. And has blood-like stains around stanchion 41, right?
Yes, that's the area I swabbed.
Stanchion
We got to
41, is
W.
that like where the aliens live in the Nevada desert? Isn't that where
What are we looking at here?
Stanchion
It
41?
was stanchions 42, 43, and 44, also marking blood-like stains that I swabbed.
And do you recall what address this is closest to, I guess, these
40,
stanchions right here?
243 and 44 were all at 580 Redwood, but on the sidewalk.
Showing now X. Again, is this just a close-up of stanchion 42?
Yes.
Okay. And where are the blood-like stains, if you can tell from this photograph?
To the left.
So right around here?
To the
Yes.
left,
Okay.
to the left. All right, AA Ron,
And
thank you so much for the super chat.
Y?
The last conversation
Is this
topic
another
with Drex
close-up
was
now moving to
based
stanchion
AF.
43?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
Do you
always
recall where the
based with
blood-like
Drex.
stain might have been here?
To the left.
To the left? Right here?
It's hard to say yet because the driveway was spotted with dark and dried vegetation and it rained.
Okay. But in terms of the blood-like stain, it's in this area right here?
Yes.
Okay.
And
Now looking
Wolfram also $5.
Z.
Lindsey Graham's voice is
What are we
higher
looking at
here
here?
because his
Stanchion
white
44.
tighties are
Okay.
too
Dark
tight.
blood-like stain.
They
Where was
ladybugs.
44 located? Closest address?
Oh, again, 580 Redwood on the sidewalk.
AAA, again, is this just a close-up of 44 and a blood-like stain next to it?
Yes.
This one I might bring up to you, but can you tell if this is stanchion 45?
It appears to be, yes.
Bring it up to you, just to confirm. States BB.
BBL? I thought the whole case
Yes.
centers around a BBL.
And what was located at stanchion 45?
And that was a blood-like stain I swabbed as well. And this would be at 574 Redwood.
Got it. Is that further south, further north than all the other stanchions that we saw? Further south. Okay. This is CC. Is this now close up of stanchion 45 and the blood-like stain right below it?
Yes.
DD. What are we looking at here?
Double D's.
It's down at the bottom, you can barely, yeah, but 45.
45? Yeah. Do you recall what this pathway is right here?
It's a sidewalk, I believe. Yeah, west of this. It says on the from the driveway, west of the sidewalk.
Got it. And then the last one in this set, double E. Is this now just a pulled back shot of where stanchion 45 was located?
Yes.
Where is stanchion 45? All right, well, he's cleaning that up. Nicholas Darrow's trial watch. Well, why didn't they shoot? Because they were there to end one person, not three. Brother and mom was a surprise to them. I think you are correct, Nicholas. And Dominique's ass pre-BBL says, I can't
Judge,
believe
just
this is
permission to
all over
retrieve,
me.
I believe it states 1.
Yes.
1A.
All right. May.
And Mr. Stellar, who is currently leading the pack with the highest super chat of the day and is the day's Vice Racks. Huge,
CSI
huge
Brandt?
thank you to
Okay.
Mr. Stellar.
Now, in terms,
He didn't slam her to the ground twice.
Sure.
She fell and
Why don't
bounced
you
a
step
couple
the
of
other down?
times
Might
on
wanna
her
use the
new
pointer
butt.
as well, so neither of you blocks the view of the jury.
And Dory K, I just want to see my name on TV. Well, hi, Dory K. Thank you so much for the super
so
chat.
this
There's
states
your name on your
1A. Do you recognize this area? Okay. What is this area?
And while they're
So I
doing
tell you
that-
what, move over there so one of you can use the standing microphone and CSI Brandt can use.
Mike and M. One thing people know about Bumbles is Bumbles bounce. Oh, that's my favorite Christmas movie because Bumble the Abominable Snowman is awesome. That was a great blast. Nice, Mike and M.
Okay. So can you show us on this diagram where 550 Teak Drive is? Okay. Now, in terms of, we're starting with stanchions 40 through 45. Can you show the jury where those stanchions were located?
Between Sable Palm on Redwood, so between Sable Palm and the curve.
Okay. And in terms of that last photograph we saw with that sidewalk kind of going along, can you point out where that is on this map? Okay. But the stanchions 40 through 45 are basically near this intersection of Sable Palm Drive and North Redwood Drive?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Awesome. And the dogs are panting. I guess that means they need water. Back in a flash.
Okay. So after you're able to go down and work on those stanchions while Ali works on the shell casings, did there come a point in time where now you go to 550 Teak Drive and start taking pictures of the exterior of the residence?
Yes.
Permission to approach it?
You may.
This states 36A through M. Take a look at those. Just let me know if you recognize them.
I recognize these as photographs I took.
Great. And where did you take these then? What are these going to depict?
550 teak for the exterior.
We already saw some of these. What are we looking at here, Nay?
This is the exterior west side of the residence. It shows a closer up of the starting of the backyard and the attached back porch and cameras.
We look at B.
Yeah,
What's
doggies were
This
thirsty.
is the driveway area, and it reflects what the occupied driveway, and there's some cameras attached to the north face of the residence by the garage.
I think C. Is that what you're just talking about?
Yes.
What about image D?
This is the approximate midsection of the front of 550 teak.
Yeah, they killed mom's caddy.
Letter E, what are we looking at here?
These are ground lights along the walking path to the front door, some of which have been knocked over.
States F. What are
He
we
knows
looking
how ridiculous it
That's
looks.
the corner of
He
the
just
residence
hopes you're
and
stupid
reflects
and
a
you
camera
don't
mounted
notice it.
outside.
at? States G.
This is an exterior mounted camera above the front door.
States H. What are we looking at?
This is the exterior north face of the residence, further east section of the residence.
States I. What are we looking at here?
Again, it's the approximate midsection of the north face of the residence. You can see the barrier tape, the ground cover lights, and a t-shirt laying on the ground.
Now, I might as well, I'll finish these and we'll get to it. In terms of that t-shirt that was found outside, did you collect that t-shirt as evidence as well?
I did.
Vicky, you missed nothing.
States J.
Just some
What are we
pictures.
looking at here?
The dead cat.
That's one of two vehicles that were parked in the eastbound lane of Teak in front of the residence.
States K. Is this just a close-up of that same vehicle?
This is the second vehicle. The first one was an Infiniti. This is a BMW.
Then moving on to L. What do we see in this one?
This is the front of that BMW.
And then can you tell the jury what that is right there?
It's an impact mark with a large radiating fractures around the initial strike mark. It's in the front windshield, driver's side.
Is there a difference between an impact mark and a bullet, I guess, compared to the Cadillac that we saw?
A bullet can cause an impact mark or a strike mark or a non-penetrating mark, and it can also be perforating, meaning it goes through and creates a hole. This is an impact mark. It did not go through.
Got it. Do you know what caused that? Can you say what caused that damage to that vehicle?
I don't know. It was present when I arrived, and that's why it was documented.
Then the last one for this exhibit, M as in Mary, what are we looking at here?
That's the same BMW. It's just the passenger side of it.
Okay. And then in terms of any other defects to that BMW, did you notice any other defects on that vehicle short of the windshield?
No.
Okay. Then permission approach with States 29, Judge.
You may.
If you could take a look at States 29. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an evidence bag I prepared and contains the black T-shirt from the front yard of 550T.
State asked to admit 29 into evidence, Judge.
Without objection.
Okay. So once you take photos of the exterior, did there come a point in time where a search warrant was authorized for you to go inside of 550T to also take photographs?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do so?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. I bet we get to see them. I bet we're going to see the pics.
This is States 35, Judge, as a composite exhibit. You can just look through those. We're going to be going through them anyway. And if there's any that you eventually don't recognize, you can let us know. But if you can look through those, see if they're familiar.
It's 35A through what?
All right, folks. While he gets this out of the way, I was going to wait till they took a natural break, but I just don't have time. My ice cube is dying on the vine here. It's time for cocktail of the day. What is today's cocktail? Today's cocktail is an amazing cocktail that you're gonna want to have a drink if you haven't already. It is called a Godfather. Godfather is a classic, unforgettable tattoo cocktail. That was weird. First of all, you need to get yourself some good amaretto. This Di Serrano. This is amazing stuff. It's an Italian almond liqueur. You want to get some of that. You want to get a good scotch or a cheap scotch. I use a cheap scotch usually for my Godfathers, but you want to put equal parts of scotch and your amaretto in a glass. That's all there is to this cocktail. Put an ounce or two of each, and you are off to the races. Just pour it straight over the rock, just straight on the rock, straight over the ice cube if you want that. That's all you have to do. No mixing glass required. It's one of the simplest and easiest cocktails to make. Just pour that baby in. Boom, there you go. You've got it right there with your ice. Just mix that up. You just kind of stir it to get the flavors all mixed up, and you have splashed your microphone. But you also have an amazing cocktail of the day, the traditional classic Scotch and Amaretto Godfather. And now back to our regularly scheduled program. Sorry about that. Just have to make everything a production.
Triple W, Judge.
Okay.
Renee Matei says too much sugar. It is a sweet drink. That's why, like, the stronger scotch you use, the more it'll take away the sweetness of the amaretto. Amaretto is only good for ice cream and coffee. Never had it in either. What's good on ice cream is like a honey jack poured over ice cream. That's good. All right, we can fast forward through this.
Took at 550 teak.
Great. State seeks to admit 35A through triple W, Judge.
And they're admitted without, or it is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Nay.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with A. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of the front door to 550 teak.
Okay. B.
This is the front entry into 550 teak.
C.
This is the living room area.
Can you tell us, if you know, what this is up in kind of near the top left corner?
It's a monitor that had 5 different camera views of the exterior of the residence.
Okay. What are we looking here?
This is what we've identified as the northwest bedroom, the brother's bedroom of the suspect.
Which brother, if you know, or what was the name of the individual in that?
I don't know.
This is photograph E. Is this that same bedroom?
It is.
Now, in terms of documenting the inside of the house, did you try to go into every room and just take photographs of anything that might be there in terms of evidentiary value to document it?
Yes, do overall photographs of every room initially, and then go back and, as we're searching through the rooms, focus, again, more photographs on evidentiary items.
Photograph F, what is this?
That's the same northwest bedroom.
Now we'll move on to G. What are we looking at here?
That's a bed and a mirror dresser in the northwest bedroom.
Okay.
H, what are we looking at here?
This is in the northwest bedroom, and it's a view from the entry door into that bedroom, into the living room.
Okay. So in terms of out this door, this is kind of the center living room area of the home?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is, again, in the same bedroom, northwest bedroom.
Now we're looking inside of the bedroom, I guess, from the living room area?
Yes.
Okay. J, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, honey jack is
I'm
just
sorry,
disgusting.
Can you go back one photograph?
It tastes pretty good over vanilla ice cream.
That television is on. This is what was identified to me. We were calling it in my report the northeast bedroom, but identified to me as belonging to TRAVIS Rudolph. That TV is on. That's his bedroom.
So when
That's
we
the northeast bedroom.
northeast bedroom. So if we move to J, are we still talking about that same bedroom then?
We are. This is the bed in the northeast bedroom.
K?
That's another view of the bed.
Do you know whose photograph that is up there?
I don't know.
L? What are we looking at here?
That's another view of the northwest corner of that same bedroom.
M is in Mary. What are we looking at here?
That's a cell phone that was on the bed in the northeast.
Kind of
bedroom.
does.
O?
Same cell phone, same bed, same bedroom, just a closer view.
Or excuse me.
This is still the prosecution's
N.
case.
This is O.
It's the crime scene
What are we looking at
investigator. In real time, the
This is out in
the
the living room.
prosecution rested
So
in real
there's
time.
an opening in the living room wall that leads to 2 other bedrooms and a bathroom. And this is above that opening. So that would be the southeast corner of the living room. And that's the monitor I spoke of earlier that has camera views on it, and behind which is a DVR.
P is in Peter. Is that the DVR, a closer up photo of the DVR you were just mentioning?
Yes.
In terms of Q, was this attached kind of or nearby that system?
Yes.
The security system.
Yes.
Looking at R, do you recall what this is?
This was in the northeast bedroom.
that
Just
a
documents
brochure for the-
showing cameras and possibly for the same cameras attached to the home that were discovered in a nightstand drawer.
Why is this evidence? Why is the brochure for the cameras?
S is in Sam. What are we looking at here?
Okay, this is the floor of the northeast bedroom on the south side of the bed. So between the south side of the bed and the opening to the closet that was in the south wall.
And then what is this right almost in the center of the photograph?
That's part of a cover for a cell phone.
Was there a cell phone inside of it before you took this picture?
No.
T, is this now just a close up of that same cover?
Yes.
This is states U.
Defense, please do not cross-examination. I mean, this woman is going to be on the stand for a long,
What are we looking at here?
long time.
This is on top of the upper shelf that's attached to the wall in the closet in the northeast bedroom. And this is the west corner of that shelf.
And this was Mr. Rudolph's bedroom's closet, right?
Yes.
What is this?
Gun.
What type of gun?
6 hour.
Do you know what caliber or what make and model?
223.
This is V as in Victor. What are we looking at here?
It's another photograph of that same area.
What's right below the firearm?
I can't see. There's a small safe on the shelf, a box above it, and on top of that is the firearm.
W? What is this?
That's a closer view of the gun.
So you hadn't touched this gun at all prior to taking these photographs?
No.
X? What are we looking at here?
This is a wallet that was atop the dresser opposite the foot of the bed in the northeast bedroom.
What are we looking at here?
This is part of the contents of that wallet.
Okay. That was states Y. Going to state Z. What are we looking at here?
Same, more of the contents. We have a CCW and a driver's license and the name of Travis Rudolph.
Okay. Now people are asking, why is this relevant? Because
This is double
the
A. What are we looking at here?
crime scene investigator took the
That's
pictures.
atop the same dresser, but in a different area, and it's part
And
of.
if
a
they,
front
I don't
cover
know.
for
My
a cell
theory
phone
is if
case.
they run the risk of having them question what they're hiding if they haven't entered into evidence all the pictures they took.
BB. What are we looking at here?
That's a holstered handgun.
But I mean, handguns and stuff, that is
where
sort of
this
kind of
on this? Are
relevant.
we still in
to
that
show
same
he had
bedroom we were
these
talking about,
weapons.
the northeast bedroom?
We are.
Okay. So what drawer is this inside of that bedroom?
Top dresser drawer at the far end of the same dresser that held the wallet and that red part of the red cell phone case.
Now, when you came in to this bedroom, was this drawer already open or did you have to open the drawer?
We had to open it.
CC, what are we looking at here?
That's just a closer up view of that holstered gun in the drawer.
Now, in terms of the gun we saw in the top of the closet and this gun right here, did you take those guns into custody?
I did.
DD. What are we looking at here?
That's the 6 hour in a gun box after it was removed from the closet.
EE. What are we looking at here?
Now I'm just taking photographs of each section of this gun.
FF. Is this just a close-up of the trigger of that same gun?
Right, in the grip.
GG.
This is the midsection of that same gun.
Then HH.
And this is the muzzle end of that same gun.
And in terms of II, is this just another backed up?
It's just the flip side.
Hey, people,
Flip the gun
avoid
around to take
spoilers,
another close,
please,
further
in the
out view of
chat
it.
to
Yes.
the best you're able to. Don't talk about anything that happens at any point in the future. If you
JJ,
do
what are
us
we
all a
looking at there?
favor.
This is
So
the
we can
midsection
find
on
it
the flip
out
side of that
together.
same gun. And it does show some markings, 6 hour SIG M400, which would be the model.
KK. What is this?
Now I'm beginning to photograph that holstered gun that was in the dresser drawer.
And where did you put it, I guess, to take this photograph?
It's on the bed.
LL. Is that the same gun?
Yeah, just turned over.
And when you located it, was it inside of this holster, inside of that dresser drawer?
It was.
MM is in Mary. What are we
Photos of the gun with it now removed from the holster.
NN. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of the midsection of the gun. It may show some markings. It's a little dark. I can't see.
May press witness judge.
May.
And this is NN is in Nancy. If you could take a look at that photo, can you tell what make and model of firearm that is?
Yes, and also the originator where it was made.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what type of firearm that is?
It's an FN Herstal, which is F as in Foxtrot, and is in Nancy Herstal, Herstal, and it's made in Belgium.
Thank you.
In Belgium. All right.
OO.
And we're just moving down the gun, the slide area. and
Oh, it's
taking
like
additional
gun
photographs.
prawn. Here's a picture of the gun's midsection.
PP. What are we looking at in that?
This is
the
the
nether
muzzle end
regions.
of the FN Herstal, and that silver plate reflects the serial number.
QQ. What are we looking at there?
That's a loaded magazine
Where did that loaded magazine come from?
from the Herstal.
It was inside of it at the time?
Yes.
RR. What are we looking at here?
That's another loaded magazine.
Was this magazine at full capacity or fully loaded?
Yes.
SS. What are we looking at here?
This is a top view
defendant.
of one of a few of loaded magazines that I collected, showing the ammunition inside.
Do you know what type of ammunition that is?
That's Marv White. Thank you very
223.
much, by the way. Was asking who had an FN. That would be the
TT?
defendant.
This is literature that we found in the northeast bedroom in the nightstand.
And is it in relation to the first firearm that we saw in the closet in the top?
It is. That attachment, that literature for that attachment was on the 6 hour from the closet.
UU.
And this is the box for the prior literature, and that box contained another attachment, the same that was on the gun in the closet.
So this right in the center is a different item than the gun itself that had a similar kind of attachment to it, right?
Correct.
BV. What are we looking at here?
This is literature that was discovered in the northeast bedroom for the Sig Sauer that was in the closet.
WW. What are we looking at here?
This is the north end of area of the dresser, not in the dresser, but next to the north end of the dresser from which the FN Herstal gun was removed. These are hard-sided handgun cases.
And when you say these are you referring number one to this black container with the blue handles?
Yes, and the one below.
And then this one right here.
Yes.
XX. What are we looking at here?
These are markings or labels that were on one of those handgun carrying cases.
YY.
This is the interior of one of those gun boxes.
Was anything removed or was it empty other than kind of this documentation that we're seeing here when you photographed it?
It was as is when I photographed it. There's the only firearms related evidence that was in there is in that manila envelope in the middle. And usually if you receive a firearm in the carry case, it always has a test fire in it from the manufacturer.
Let's look at ZZ. What is that?
That's the test fire round.
So you said that was inside of like a manila envelope inside of that box?
Yes.
That's interesting. That would have a test fired round in the box.
Triple A. What are we looking at here?
That's the manila envelope that I was referring to, and it has the test fire information, what caliber, who did it, when it happened from the manufacturer.
Interesting.
Triple B. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of one of those handgun carry cases.
Triple C. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior of that same carry case.
Triple D. What do we have here?
These are 2 loaded handgun magazines that were in that carry case.
And in terms of being loaded, were they fully loaded magazines?
Yes.
All right.
Now let's look at Triple E. I can bring this up for you if necessary. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What is depicted in this photograph?
And that's the floor on the west side of the bed in the northwest bedroom, and part of a drum magazine that was located underneath the bed.
So in terms of this bedroom, is this what you confirmed to be Travis Rudolph's bedroom or a different bedroom?
No, a different bedroom that was identified as belonging to his brother.
Triple F. What are we looking at here?
The closer view of that drum magazine in the same location.
Triple G. What are we looking at here?
This is that drum magazine having been removed from under the bed.
Triple H. What are we looking at here?
This is the top view of the loading area for the cartridges in that drum magazine.
Now, did you take this drum magazine into evidence as well?
Yes.
Were you able to count how many bullets were in this drum magazine?
Yes.
Do you recall how many there were?
Can I refer to my report?
Of course, if it helps. Just let me know when you're ready.
They killed Wally.
There were 61 remaining
killed
cartridges
Wally.
in the drum magazine.
Triple I, is this just another angle of that drum magazine?
Yes, it's just turned on its side, so this would actually be an underneath view.
Triple J. What are we looking at here?
These are the cartridges that were in the drum magazine.
Now let's look at Triple K. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at a mirror dresser in the northwest bedroom where the drum magazine was found.
So staying in that bedroom for Triple L, what are we looking at here?
There are 2 cell phones that were atop the mirror dresser.
Triple M. Are those 2 same cell phones?
The same cell phones, yes.
Triple N. What are we looking at there?
This is the front screen of one of those cell phones.
Now, was it already powered on, or did you have to power this phone on to do this?
It was on.
Ooh, that's sweet as hell.
Triple O. Is that the back of the phone that we just looked at?
Yes.
Triple P. What are we looking at here?
That same cell phone, but removed from its case.
Why do you remove the cases from the phones?
Because sometimes you find goodies in the case.
And by
Did you find any
goodies, she
or
means
anything in the
cocaine.
backs of these phone cases that you were taking off?
No.
Triple Q. That same phone now just to get the backside of it.
Yes.
Triple R. What are we looking at here?
Now we're going back to the northeast bedroom, the bedroom of Travis Rudolph, and we're taking a photograph of the label that was on one of the hard-sided carry cases.
Triple S. Is that the
It's
case?
another view of the case, the side view.
Got it. And where was this located specifically in that bedroom? Do you recall?
The northeast bedroom along the north end of the dresser that was against the west wall.
Triple T. What are we looking at right here?
That was found to be an ammo case, if you want to call it, a big hard-sided bin that had
Okay, now they're
loose
okay. Now he's got
cartridges in it.
a bunch of
Fired
magazines.
cartridges
They're
or
all
unfired
fully
cartridges?
loaded. Now he's
No,
got
intact.
a really big hard case full of ammunition. He was looking
Triple
for
U?
trouble.
What are
He
we
was
looking at here?
loaded. He had
That was
lots of
the
guns.
label
He had
that
lots
was
of
on
ammunition.
that canister.
Where was that canister found
A
again?
wild
That was on the
card.
floor
He's a
up
rogue. He's
against
looking
the
to kill people.
north wall in the northeast bedroom or Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Triple V. What are we looking at here?
That's the contents of that ammo can.
That's
And
how.
lastly, for triple W,
That's
what
how
are we
Alec
looking at right
Baldwin
here?
ended up shooting.
Part of
fixing
the
ammunition.
head stamps of some of the cartridges that were in that ammo can. I believe there were 3 different kinds of cartridges and 227 total cartridges
Inside of that one, I guess.
inside that ammo can.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ammo can. Sorry, got Street Fighter on the brain.
Now, in terms, we know what caliber the 6 hour was. Do you know what caliber or what type of gun was the handgun that you had found in the residence as well?
The Huell was a 5.7 by 28 semi-auto pistol.
So once you document by photographing, do you then go back to those different areas where you noticed things of relevance and start taking those into evidence as well?
Yes.
Permission approach, Judge?
May?
You may. How about you walk really fast so we can move this along?
States Exhibit 45. You can take a look at that one. What are we looking at for States 45?
1 hour and 28 minutes.
This is an evidence bag.
We're going to take a break here in a few
I
minutes. Cole.
prepared the contents of which are pistol magazines that were recovered from the northeast bedroom.
You want to take a look at number 46? Tell us if you recognize that.
I do.
What is that?
It's also evidence bag that I prepared for the holster that the FN Huell pistol from the dresser drawer was contained in.
So you separated it out in terms of preserving it for evidence from the actual firearm itself.
Yes, any firearms evidence, they just want firearms. They don't want all the doodads that come with it.
Apex says, damn, didn't think I'd miss the
Wanna take a look at
entertainment
number
value.
47?
Entertainment of Bud Light
Recognize
staying
that
so
one?
quickly.
I do.
Hey,
What
this
is that?
palate
The evidence
cleanser.
bag that I prepared that contains the owner's manual for the 6-hour M400.
This time, Judge States seeks to
It's so
admit
sweet, my
45,
teeth hurt.
46, and 47.
Admitted without objection? All 3?
Now approaching with number 44, Judge.
One of my best friends in law school had a hairless Italian gray.
That one.
She
Do
named
you recognize
Rogaine.
what's inside of that?
It's evidence bag I prepared for the Flambeau ammo can.
And so is that the one that had, I think you said, over 200 ammunition inside of it? That was
Yes,
kind of in the closet?
227 cartridges.
Thank you.
Jesus, D, what prompted that? Get wrecked,
Admitted without
Kamehameha.
objection?
What the hell brought that on? Holy crap. No, you can't say that. Why would you say that? That was random.
We approach with
Please
56,
explain.
Judge.
You may.
Take a look at number 56. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is that?
It's an evidence bag I prepared, the contents of which is the Apple iPhone that was atop the bed in the northeast bedroom.
Got it. And that would be Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Yes.
State seeks to admit 56, Judge.
Admitted without objection?
That's your lunch, dude. Move to the next bag. Speaking of random, Flux
Okay,
bringing
first-
the heat
Hey.
with rah,
First, I'm
rah,
going to show
Rasputin,
you
lover of
States
the Russian
48.
queen.
What are we looking at for that evidence bag?
Boney, yeah.
It's an evidence bag I prepared for the drum magazine and the cartridges contained in it.
And so when you put it into this bag, did you leave all the bullets inside of that drum magazine, or did you take them all out and put the drum empty inside and all the bullets inside?
No, it was transported from the scene to our office intact. And then as we further document and process items of evidence, the cartridges were removed.
Then the last one I have in terms of evidence, if you want to take a look at number 25.
This is evidence bag I prepared for the Blue Apple iPhone in the clear case, and that which was from the black satchel in the trunk of the caddy.
Right. And that was recovered once the car had been moved back to the crime scene kind of headquarters, and you went further in terms of evaluating that Cadillac.
Yes.
Good state seeks to admit 48 and 25.
They're both admitted without objection.
I objected. This just going so slowly.
Now, in terms of the Cadillac, do you end up drawing any types of diagrams to show kind of where all the different defects of the vehicle, where you located them?
No.
Okay. Does anybody draw a diagram sometimes in your field?
Sometimes if it's not as many as there was just too much information to put in one sheet of paper.
Got it. So
Corn
in
Pope
terms
has
of once you get the
arrived.
Cadillac
Hey,
back
Corn
to
Pope
kind of
has
crime
arrived.
scene headquarters, we'll call it, were you able to notate the total number of defects on the outside of that black Cadillac?
Yes.
How many were there?
30.
And then in terms of
That's
defects
because
on
we're
the
watching
inside
this at
of the vehicle,
1.25
how many were you able to count?
53.
Now, is it possible that on the inside of the vehicle that multiple defects could have been caused by a singular bullet?
Yes.
So is that why we might have a difference between the number of shots
it's
on
the
the outside of
magic
the
bullet
car
theory.
versus what's messed up on the inside of the
Yes.
car?
There's
if
only
you have
one bullet
bullet traveling
and
through
made
multiple
39
surfaces
wound, 39
of one
injury wound
particular area.
on the car.
It's going to be the same, basically the same defect.
Okay. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Now, after you take all that evidence into your custody at the home, is there a time that comes up on April 13th that you also go and collect autopsy evidence from the medical examiners?
Well, it's brought to me and secured in our drawing room. Usually one of the day shift CSIs has to do the picking up of that evidence because my hours aren't conducive to that. So that's what was done. A CSI from day shift picked it up, secured it in the drawing room, and then when I came in, I took custody of it.
May I approach with 42 and 43, Judge?
May.
Take a look at number 42. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is an evidence bag containing autopsy evidence, sealed manila envelope containing projectile debris fragments from the right back of the victim.
And these came from Dr. Marlon Osborne in the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
You can look at number 43. What is that one?
This is an evidence bag I prepared for additional autopsy evidence received, and it's 9 individual manila envelopes, all labeled with the victim's name and the location from which 9 projectiles were removed from his body at autopsy.
Thank you very much. State seeks to enter 42 and 43, Judge.
They're admitted without objection.
Now, we talked about a lot, CSI Brandt, in terms of all the photos you took, the evidence that you collected. Going back to 415 Broadway, were you ever asked to search the rooftops of that area in that location?
No.
Did you? I think we saw in the photos there's a food truck kind of behind a chain link fence. Did you ever go behind that chain link fence to look for any firearms or anything like that?
I did not.
Were you ever requested to do so at that time?
No.
Okay. And then in terms of either alleyways nearby or sewer gutters, did you go digging in a sewer gutter to see if there were any firearms there?
No, I searched and we photographed what was available to us around the caddy, near the caddy, so that front lot of that property.
And aside from, the bullet defects in the vehicle and obviously a deceased person, did you have any indication from when you're looking in the car or around the car that there were firearms at that location?
No.
Okay. So given everything we've spoken about going to 415 Broadway, going to 550 Peak Drive, all your photographs, all your evidence collection, does that pretty much summarize everything that you're involved in terms of this case and evidence collection?
Yes, other than all of the follow-up that was required to photograph, rephotograph, and document evidence that was collected, and the packaging and disseminating to evidence, those 3 scenes and the photographs entails all of my involvement in this case.
All right. I don't have any further questions, Judge. I just want to retrieve that evidence, put it back in order.
All right, very well, do that. And while Mr. Klausi is doing that, we'll take a 90-second stand up and stretch break, folks.
90 seconds, a whole 90 seconds, Judge? You're so generous. Let's skip forward 90 seconds if we can. That's like a very small amount to skip forward. Defendant juice. Looks like it's a lot more than 90 seconds. It seems their 90-second thing has turned into a 20-minute break somehow. All right. Whatever that was all about. Let's see how we doing over here, everybody. Marv White, pricey AF, not your typical murder weapon. True. Aaron, here's my money. YouTube won't let me say what I wanted to say. Well, thank you for the money. I'm sad you weren't able to say what you wanted to say.
All right, welcome back, folks. Go ahead and take your seats.
D.
All right,
What?
Mr. Shiner, you
Bringing
may
it with
begin your cross.
Meha for some reason.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
We already read Flux.
May I press a witness, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Marv White, they said
State
what
70.
weapon was used. The talk of the
a
FM
look
is
at that.
showing the Beta
Recognize
C
it?
mag is confusing. It's confusing me too. I don't think they've said what
I do.
weapon was fired.
What is
yet.
that?
The evidence bag I prepared for a gray Apple iPhone and a black OtterBox that was atop the dresser in the northwest bedroom.
Okay. And whose bedroom was that again, just for clarification?
And Russell says, Jeff, wouldn't this
Travis
whole
Rudolph's
process be
brother.
simpler since the evidence is being admitted without
State
objection?
seeks to admit number
Or
70,
defendant
Judge?
just simply
As I understand
stipulate
it,
these
that's admitted without
photographs, or am
objection.
I missing?
All
You're
right.
not missing anything.
Finish with direct.
Just look here for a second, Judge.
That's it. They're done with direct. Now we get a shit ton of cross-examination for the next bajillion years for some reason. So yeah, this goes all the way.
Just looking at.
I'm sorry. I guess you're not finished with direct. I
Nope.
thought you had been.
I think I just have to do this, Judge. Just show-
Okay.
This is
So basically we have 2 hours of cross-examination.
that the cell phone we were just talking about, or a different one that's inside of that bag.
No, this photograph is in Travis Rudolph's bedroom, which is the northeast. The phone we just published was in the northwest.
AAA. What phone is that?
It's not a phone; it's part of a case.
That's just the empty case.
Right, right.
So in terms of the brother's bedroom, that's where that cell phone that we just submitted was located.
Correct.
Where was it found in the room?
On top of the mirror dresser.
And in terms of the other cell phone that you collected, in terms of going through the house, where was that one found when you first went into the house?
On the bed in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're
No further
welcome.
questions.
All right. Cross-exam. Yes, sir.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
You would agree as a crime scene investigator, you only get one chance to basically do it right, right?
Here we
Only get
go.
one
2
chance
hours
to
of cross-examination.
We only get one chance to photograph, document, collect.
Once you leave the scene, it'll be contaminated, somebody could steal something, somebody could add something. So that's why you make sure you get everything while you're at the scene, as much as humanly possible, right?
Correct.
And obviously, you've got a lot of experience, you've been doing this a long time, right?
Yes.
And you've probably been to hundreds of cases, or thousands probably, right?
Yes.
You're getting paid to be here, right?
I'm sorry, what?
You're getting paid to be here, right?
Yes.
All right, and you work overtime, you get paid, right?
Yes.
If you come to a deposition, you also get paid by the sheriff.
Yes.
You weren't limited in your time to be working on this case at all, were you? Nobody said you only have 5 hours, 50 hours, 1,000 hours. You had as many hours as you needed, right?
Correct.
And nobody pressured you to rush at any of the crime scenes you worked on
Oh
in this case.
God,
No.
are we going to do this
And
again?
you feel you had enough time to do your job, right?
Yes.
Oh God. And the reason that that me and everyone else here is freaking out is because yesterday the defense had to take one of their witnesses out of turn. So we had a defense witness yesterday. An amazing expert on pretty much everything except for certain things dealing with firearms. But the prosecution on cross-examination went after him for 10 of the 20 minutes he was on the stand about how much he got paid, how he billed his hours, how many hours he'd billed. It was pretty sad. And I was afraid we were going to do that with this guy, but he seems to have his shit together. Just has to let the jury know she's getting paid, and then he gets to move on.
So when you go to a crime scene like 40th and Broadway, the first one you went to that night, do you generally know what you're doing without taking directions, or do you basically talk to the lead detective and try to figure out what y'all are going to do together? How do you do that?
It's collaborative. I receive a briefing from the detective or deputy who's on scene, and they let me know information on the particular scene or information known thus far. And then I take it from there, do a walk around, then I start documenting.
All right, and is that briefing over, or can they give you information as it comes along during the day?
It's not uncommon for them to add information as they gain more information and share it with me.
Because then you might think other things that may not have been relevant could later on become relevant if you find additional information, right?
It's possible, yes.
So the first place you go in this case was 40th and Broadway,
Yes.
and you arrived there sometime in the middle of the night?
Yes.
And do you have any information that any of the West Palm Beach, well, first of all, how many West Palm Beach police officers do you think were there when you were there?
I don't know. I didn't count.
Too many to count, probably, right?
I'm sorry?
Too many to count, like there was multiples?
There were multiples, but not too many to count. That's not something I do, is count how many heads are there.
All right. Did you ask anybody from West Palm to give you a hand?
To give?
You a hand?
No.
Yeah. How come you had enough help?
Not their scene. So any resources that I may have needed in addition to what was there would have come from the sheriff's office at my request.
All right. How many employees y'all have? A couple of thousand?
I'm sure.
All right. And sworn deputies, at least 1,000 or more?
I guess.
Did you ask anyone to help you while you were at the scene?
I had assistance from crime scene manager Bronson.
Okay. And she's really experienced as well, right?
Yes.
All right. If you needed any help from anybody else from the sheriff's office, could you have called for help?
Yes.
Okay. And do you guys have a mutual aid agreement between other county police agencies such as West Palm Beach? In other words, do y'all help each other if it's needed?
Sure.
Okay. So if you really needed West Palm, they could have helped you too, right?
They wouldn't be my first go-to, but they would have, I'm sure if I'd asked, they would have made themselves available.
Okay. And you were not limited in the amount of time you spent on 40th and Broadway, right?
Correct.
So in 40th and Broadway, you said we saw the photographs. You probably took hundreds of photographs at 40th and Broadway, right?
Yes.
Let me ask you about a couple of them.
And again, the prosecution part of the defense part of their defense is that the prosecution did not conduct an adequate investigation. So I think that's pretty much what he's going to be harping on here for the next 2 hours is defects, deficiencies, incompleteness, and other things dealing with the shoddiness of the police investigation.
Through G. None of them have designations. I can't tell you which one I'm putting up. I'm sorry. It's from Exhibit 12.
Back to the movie screen.
And that's obviously the Cadillac in question, right?
Yes.
And behind
the dead Cadillac.
All right. And so this gas station obviously is closed this time of night, right?
Yes.
You don't know if there was a working gas station or automotive shop or if it was permanently closed. You don't know.
Well, it's labeled as an automotive repair shop, and there were no gas pumps. The property itself just looked like it used to be a gas station.
Okay. Do you know if it was open during the, obviously not in the middle of the night, but during the daytime, or it was abandoned, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Did you ever go back in the daytime?
I did not.
So this area here, the fenced area, I don't know, was it your term that this was a mobile home?
It looked to me like an RV.
All right. Is it possible it's also a food truck, maybe?
Anything's possible.
Did you take
I don't know.
Did you go inside the fenced area?
I did not.
Were you told by any of the police officers, the first responding officer, or any of your supervisors that night that the officer who found the two guys out of the car who were alive were silhouettes in the background in this area here?
Silhouettes on the
If you were told that, would you have possibly looked back here to see if they discarded anything?
Yes, or at least gotten access to it so it could be searched and photographed.
All right. And access meaning there's probably a lock on the gate?
Yes.
Y'all can cut locks with no problem, right? I mean, the police can do that. But you weren't given that information that there was possibly two silhouettes here not waving the police down. Did you hear that? That the officer who got there found it suspicious because the two surviving or living men were not waving anyone down? Did you hear that?
As at this point, that's true. Sustained.
Well, did you hear anything at all that the two men who were alive from this car were not waving a police officer down?
No.
From the police, I'm talking, not from the individuals, I'm talking from the police.
No.
Okay. So as you sit there today, you can't tell us if there's any casings back here behind the fence area or on the roof of this truck or van or whatever it is, if there's any cell phones back there, any guns back there from this particular case, you wouldn't know, right?
Correct.
Did you ever find out when you were at 550 Teak Drive later In the morning, I know you went there and you told us you helped CSI Alley, picked up the 6 swabs, and then you went to 550 Teak Drive, and we'll go through those photographs again. But when you were there during that scene early in the morning, you remember finding out there was a gun found about 100 feet from the shooting scene?
Yes.
Okay. And when you found that out, you didn't know whose gun it was, did you?
I didn't know.
Did the lead investigator ever say, do me a favor and go back here now that we found a gun that doesn't belong to Travis Rudolph? Go back here and check back here in this area?
No.
If you were asked that by your supervisors, the detective, the lieutenants, whoever was there, would you have went back there and did that?
Yes.
So when you were there, you didn't have any indication there was anything that could have been discarded. Nobody told you, right?
No.
So all you did was focus in the lot area like you testified to.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if there was a fence on the other side of this garage?
I believe there was, yes.
Let me see if I can find that picture. I don't know if it's here.
Okay.
I don't see that photograph. Give me a second.
And while he's doing that, Tank Rat, $8,100. That puts him, Tank Rat is now officially the current Vice Rax. Thank you so much. So, Law Rax, your banner is lying to me. I know this is not day 3 testimony.
That photograph,
by the way,
but you do recall a similar type fence as we saw in that last photo, right?
Yes.
And obviously, well, not obviously, you would agree you didn't go back and search that fence area either, did you?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't go back later on to do it when a gun was discovered later that morning, right?
No.
And to your knowledge, if anyone from the sheriff's office would have went back to 40th and Broadway to search
yes, it
roofs,
most
the fenced
definitely is
area,
not day
would have been you,
3.
right?
Not necessarily. It may have, depending on when it occurred.
Okay.
If someone had gone back there during day shift in the morning or in the afternoon, obviously I'm not working, so they would have asked another CSI if evidence had been found to come and document and collect.
So y'all have a 24-hour around the clock. Someone's always on duty or on call.
Yes.
All right. Do you have any knowledge if anyone from the sheriff's office went back to look in the fenced area that we just talked about?
I do not.
I'll show you some exhibits from states number 53 that's been entered into evidence. Same question. The roof area above this, is this a working facility or is it not working, or you don't know? I forgot what you said. I'm sorry.
I don't know if it's vacant. It's labeled like it's a working business, but I don't know for a fact that it is.
Okay. This roof area, you never went up there, did you?
No.
And you could personally do it with ladders, or you have drones, right? You can send a drone up there too, can't you?
Yes.
And there was no reason in your mind when you initially got there to even think about doing it, right?
No, I didn't receive any information that that area should be considered.
All right. That's the second time they've mentioned that they haven't dispatched drones to look on local roofs for weapons and other things.
I'll show you 53E. So would this photograph be the south wall adjacent to the parking area for this gas station or the automotive shop?
Yes.
And do you know what kind of building this is? Like if it's an open building, closed, not open, but at the time, but is it what is this? I mean, what do you remember?
I don't know.
All right. This building is obviously higher than the gas station, right?
It's higher.
Higher, the wall goes higher or similar to it?
I don't know the elevation reference between the two. I don't understand.
I'm trying to just get from the ground here. You can't see on the roof level of this building.
Oh,
can you?
no.
And same thing for the gas station. You can't see on the roof from ground level, right?
Right.
All right. Same question.
All right, this is
You
not
didn't
great
search the roof of,
cross-examination.
This building here.
No.
And to your knowledge, nobody did. For law
I'm not aware
enforcement.
that anyone did.
Sorry?
I'm not aware that they did.
Okay.
You think they got someone in the neighborhood that found guns on their roof?
M?
That would be awesome if they did.
Inside the, let me get out of the way.
Juror X.
Inside the black Cadillac, the dash was still on, right?
Yes.
You know if anyone checked if there was a GPS put into this car?
I didn't. I don't know if someone else did.
Y'all have people who can do that at the sheriff's office?
I don't know if our fleet would take care of that or we'd call somebody else out. I don't know.
And in terms of the cell phones, you don't know anything about it, or maybe you do. Do you know anything about any cell phones being checked if a GPS was plugged into somebody's phone on April 7th, rather, of 2021?
That information I wouldn't know about.
All right. You collect the phones, and it's up to the detectives to decide if they're going to do something with them?
Correct. And if something is going to be done, then media would take care of that for downloads and etc.
You have a special department at the sheriff's
Etc.
office
I
for that, right?
fucking hate people that say etc. It's etc.
You heard there was two guys.
It's Latin.
that
Words
were
mean
in this
things.
Cadillac,
Sorry.
along with the decedent,
Etc.
prior to the
and
car coming to its final resting spot, right?
are two big
Yeah.
triggers for me.
Did anyone
Drives me
give
nuts.
you a phone from either one of the men who were in the parking lot that came out of this Cadillac? Did any law enforcement give you a phone from either one of those people?
No, I have one phone from the
Ben,
scene,
no,
but that was in the
no
vehicle.
guns on the roof here in Korea.
So
all the roof
you have no
Koreans
knowledge
in
of,
GMLA
you
have
know
all
the names of the
guns.
two men that were out? If I tell you the names, would it ring a bell possibly?
One of them was Tyler Robinson.
He wasn't in the car. It was a guy named Keyshawn Jones.
It was an injured party.
Right, that was back up by Teak, a couple blocks away.
Right.
I'm talking coming out of the car, the two guys that were initially in the car was a man named Keyshawn Jones and Chris Lowe. Do you know either one of them?
No.
Any contact with them in this case?
I believe they were on scene when I was on scene, and I saw them conversing with
Shut up, Ben.
Detective Vanderlyn,
Okay.
but I didn't have any direct contact with them.
All right. Did Detective Vanderlyn give you a phone from either one of those men?
No.
And you also found two phones in the trunk of the car.
Yes.
And the phone in the pocket was next to the decedent in the door pocket, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know that's Tyler Robinson's phone, or you wouldn't know that?
I don't know who the owner of that phone is.
All right. Let me show you.
Okay, so Tyler said he didn't know where his cell phone was, but
That's number 15.
apparently it was the one that was in the side pocket on the door.
It's been admitted into evidence. Is that the phone you found in the door pocket?
Yes.
Is there any, did you find any kind of blood-like substance, human tissue, hair and fiber that may have been from someone who was shot?
Any
anything
gender
like that this
fluid
phone?
on it?
No, just damage to the phone.
And looked to you like it was ballistic damage based on where it was placed in the door?
It's possible that it was based on the holes and the defects in the door.
And what was it consistent with the damage to the door pocket of the car getting struck while it was in the door pocket of the car?
Yes.
All right. And this was in, so I'm clear, this was in the passenger door right near the decedent.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Brain water. Nice.
Did you know the city of West Palm Beach had cameras that may have captured the path of the Cadillac driving from Peak Drive to where its final resting spot was?
It's possible. I know there are neighborhood cameras, but I don't know for sure if West Palm has them in the area or in the path the vehicle may have traveled.
Did anybody that evening ask you to do a search of a possible path that the Cadillac traveled to see if there was any relevant evidence for a jury to possibly see at a later date?
No.
If they would have asked you to do that, would you have been able to accomplish that?
Yes.
And if you needed help, there was plenty of police officers who could help you with that?
Yes.
Anyone ask you to look for cameras from businesses or homes where this car may have passed by? The Cadillac.
Mary Ride. Hey, just
Not
dropping in to leave her
specifically,
DNA
but
on
when
me.
in the area, like at the
Thank
gas
you for leaving your
station, I
DNA
looked.
on me, Mary Ride.
Just in that area.
Oh, yes.
Fem Natalis says, Jeff, can you bring Nick on with you? I sent Nick a tweet about an
You know
hour
from
and a
this
half
case, from
ago.
doing all the
but,
work you did, that the car came from
busy
Peak
Hendrick
Drive
doesn't
and
love
Lake
me
Park,
anymore.
the 40th and Broadway to that business that we just saw in the pictures, right?
Yes.
All right. Did you drive that area at any time to check for cameras or business cameras or house cameras to see if anything was captured on that related to this case?
I did not.
You said you had no indication. The reason why you initially didn't look for guns is you had no indication that inside the car, there may have been a gun, right?
Correct.
Well, how would you have an indication if someone got rid of it? How
That's
would you
two
know?
4D
Don't look
chests
around.
for the
How would you
prosecution,
know
Mexican.
that the people in the car had a gun before you got there? If they dumped it somewhere, if nobody checked, how would you know that?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Right.
How do I know what I don't know?
Yeah, exactly.
So when I'm documenting a crime scene, I have to go on what is known to the detectives or the deputies at that time in order to process my scene.
Sure.
If I gain more information as I'm processing my scene, I'll add that to my processing menu.
Okay, so if you don't know something,
So if I don't know, then I don't know how to act on it.
of course, I get it.
Different
Not
Nick,
fault, I'm just
Vanderbilt.
trying to get
Not
out.
the
Someone
vacationing
told you that
Nick.
There may have
The
been
Swede Nick.
a gun or multiple guns in the decedent's car. How would you know that, right?
Correct.
You weren't there when this incident happened.
No, I didn't receive any information about guns.
Okay? And even when a gun may have been found 100 feet from where this incident occurred, that didn't trigger anyone to tell you to go back and do a further search?
I wasn't asked to go back to the business on Broadway to do a further search.
If you would have known that while you were there, if you got a call from someone and said, hey, Miss Brandt, do me a favor. We just found a gun dumped by a fence 100 feet from where this happened and where one of the alleged victims were running. Would that have triggered you to possibly do a further search while you were there on Broadway?
I'm sure.
Okay, so he's setting up whoever is coming in the next couple of witnesses to be the fall guy or woman. Don't want to misgender anyone. It's Pride Month after all. Yeah, it seems like he's setting up the next witness for like they did no investigation whatsoever.
Nobody showed you this or gave you details that there was a gun found right by the fence area through one backyard while you were at 40th and Broadway, right?
No.
Did you go back a second day? Not you personally, but
Wow.
you or somebody from the sheriff's office.
Why does his voice go up
Oh,
like
wow,
that?
you know what? One of these guys who are claiming their victims had a gun. Maybe other guys are not being truthful either. So can you go back? Once your tape's off, is there any rule saying you can't go back and check again?
No, you can go back.
All right. So did anyone ask you or anyone in your department to go back and search the path of travel from the Cadillac the second day?
I was not asked.
I'm
To my
talking.
knowledge, no one else in the crime scene was asked to do that.
Okay. So the 7th, the 8th, or 9th of April 2021, no one asked you or anyone in your department, to your knowledge, to go back to search the path of travel of the car, right?
Correct.
Or 40th and Broadway to search roofs, behind fenced areas, right?
Correct.
Did anyone ask you to photograph for injuries the two gentlemen that were talking to Detective Andelin, Chris Lowe, and Keyshawn Jones while you were there?
No.
You normally do that if someone's involved in a fight or a shooting?
Yes, but also we get help from the detectives who are able to take photographs if I'm not immediately available or an investigator is not immediately available.
So the police themselves have the
Oh,
ability to take photographs?
Yes.
Okay.
The kids had
You don't know if that was done.
the
You
young
didn't do it.
men
You don't know
had
if the
markings
detective
on
did in
them,
this
but
case.
nobody
Correct.
told her to take pictures of those.
And let's talk about photographs of individuals. No one asked you to ever take a photograph of Mr. Travis Rudolph, did they?
No.
And you could have done that when he came out of his home and was in handcuffs. If someone asked you to document his injuries or lack of injuries, you could do that with photographs, right?
If asked, I could have photographed him. Yes.
All right. To your knowledge, do you know if anybody from crime scene did that?
I'm not aware that anybody had contact with him.
How about someone named DJ or Darryl
Brittany
Rudolph? Same
Gibbs,
questions.
please,
Were you
no
asked to photograph him?
spoilers. Do not talk
No.
about future events.
You know, to your
Please,
knowledge,
please,
nobody
please,
was asked to
please,
photograph
please.
him, right?
I'm
I
not
hate to
aware
do
of
this,
anyone
but-
else who was asked.
Yeah. Please.
Go back to
No super chats, no texts, no chat about
State's
anything
exhibit number 53.
beyond this point.
10. Was it Nancy?
Thank you.
This obviously looks like a pen.
Yes.
There's no relevance to this case as far as you know.
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Did you find anything else on this side? On the floor, on the driver's floorboard?
No.
Okay, so that's good. He is going through some of the evidence saying it has nothing to do with his right, and she's admitting it. Good.
$53Q as in queen. You've seen hand similar to this in suicides, haven't you? With people holding guns?
Tank Rat is the
I've seen
vice
hands in
Nancy
that
Rax.
Similar position on several scenes. Not
Talking
necessarily
suicide.
Criminal and non-criminal.
I'm talking suicide.
Sometimes.
Suicide is painless now.
I'm going to show you, it's been entered into evidence. State's exhibit number 4. Huh? I don't need gloves. I'm fine.
I'm sorry?
I'm fine without gloves unless you want me to put them on.
Apparently, the state
What?
wants you to. Not really sure
Oh,
why.
gloves.
honestly,
God,
at
I
this
thought he
point.
kept saying clothes. I'm fine without clothes on. I guess I can put clothes on if you
Come on,
want.
Judge.
Yeah.
Gloves. God, I thought he was saying clothes. I was becoming concerned. What? I'm uncomfortable with you not having clothes on. Please put clothes on.
You have to go to take that off. Oh, sorry. You rack it back or I'll do it. Okay, thank you. Can you just put it back? Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the MASH movie was that
Right.
is
Special
one of the
exhibit number
classic
4.
movies. Great, one of the greatest
Entered
movies
into
ever.
evidence, no clip in it, and the deputy cleared it. So,
Oh, I'm sorry, you said defense?
State's exhibit 4. Apologize.
Right. And that the last exhibit you were talking, you said defense as well. Aren't those all state?
Those are all state.
Yeah, everything that you used so far.
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Allstate.
That's okay.
What about
All
Geico?
right. Would you agree that
Maybe maybe those 4 were just trying to knock on his door to ask about his car warranty insurance.
Hold the gun this way?
What the fuck? Oh, accident. He is putting on his sexy gloves.
So obviously,
So
if I'm holding a gun
can
like
play
this,
with
right?
the piece.
Can
He
you see
wants
this?
to play with the piece.
Okay.
What the fuck was that?
Now remove it. Does my hand look like the decedent's hand?
What? No, it's the wrong color, dude. It's like literally maybe like a negative impression of it. What do you mean? No.
You don't talk to the medical examiner to try to get information if that is consistent with the decedent's hand with holding a firearm, do you?
No.
Dr. Jellyfinger appears in court.
You're just photographing and collecting evidence, right?
Yes. Processing.
Would you agree you took about 50 pictures, 30 to 50 pictures of the decedent's hand and the sitting position he was in, up close, all different positions?
I don't know that it was 50 photographs, but he was photographed in situ. So that would mean as I see him in the vehicle, parts of him, and then once again, as he's removed from the vehicle and about to be processed into the body bag, more photos.
Numerous photos indicating where his hand position was at his final resting place.
Several photos of his hands and him.
Okay, even up close photos.
Yes.
Okay. Let's skip around a little bit because pictures are important somewhat. I'll show you the state's exhibit number 53B.
Oh my God, can we get back to retarded witnesses, please? She's just being far too professional and competent in her particular job. But you can see the way he's asking these questions. Did you do this? Did you do that? You didn't do this. You didn't do that. He's setting it up for the future witnesses.
Right front.
Like
No.
presumably the
believe there was one
lead
back there?
crime scene investigator.
Possible
For not
but
doing
from
their
my
job.
reach through the housing into the light assembly itself.
Did you ever find out if this light was broken prior to this incident?
I didn't have any information that that was true.
All right. Do you know how this was
Gary.
broken?
No, I don't.
It looked like a bullet struck it, or you don't have an opinion?
But Thomas,
The
if you missed it,
damage
that
that is to the
problem.
housing, to the headlight housing itself and not the interior is larger than you would typically see in a single bullet hole, but that may be because the material is fragile and it broke apart in larger pieces. So, but I do not know for a fact that a bullet hole caused that damage.
You have an opinion?
Ladies and germs, it is the one and only Drex. What's up, man?
Yeah. Well, I'm getting ready to head off to work. I just want to say, man, this bitch is guilty.
Wait, what?
She's guilty, man. Yeah, she did it. She did it, man.
Here's Drex lending us his expert commentary.
Legal expertise, man. She's guilty, man.
No way. She's Alice. You can kiss her grits. She's either Alice or Brienne of Tarth. The after years.
Listen to the background. I'm like, no. Let me ask you this.
Yeah,
you know what juries, tend to go through, their mind or whatever. What do you think the jury's going to say? They've seen this nonsense.
Well, right now, they better come back with a not guilty verdict because it's not going well for the prosecution.
Yeah, look, the prosecution is terrible, as they usually are, because they're the C- students. But it is what it is, man. I'm looking at this at the end of the day, Jeff. The amount of ways you can get set up, I think this case kind of shows it, right?
Yep. And it goes back to the woman who is dating an ex-NFL player who she dated him for a year and a half. And during that year and a half, didn't bother to mention that she was still married to another dude. Mm-hmm. They were talking about children and marriage. And when asked why she didn't tell him that she was married, that's my business. It's in the past. It's private information. I didn't think he needed to know. And plus, he never asked if I was married or not. So I didn't think he needed to be told.
Yeah, he needs to know information. Yeah, I look.
And then he rehabs his knee. He signs with the Canadian Football League. He's 1 month out from going there, and she finds out she doesn't get a ticket to go with him. And then suddenly, shit goes down.
So.
Well, here you go, guys. You wanted some entertainment. We got Drex on.
This trial, this is a farce, Jeff. This whole thing is a farce. Is this Ronnie O'Neal the third level? Absolutely not. Because obviously Ronnie didn't do nothing. But I'm looking at this. This is a farce, man. Like, here's the thing. You know how conspiracy charges work, right? Conspiracy is actually easy to prove. It's easy to prove conspiracy charges.
Yes, sir.
Similar to what happened with Jussie Smollett, right?
Yeah.
Can I prove that you plotted to do something? Yes. Pretty easy to prove that, right? There's usually a paper trail. Is there a text message? You remember when people they Google, how long do I leave a baby in a car, in a hot car? That couple.
Oh, no, she did that. She Googled that after all the shit went down. She Googled, do I have to turn myself in?
Yep.
Accomplice.
It's a farce.
Something. Yeah. She Googled shit. And that was her deal. When they questioned her, it's like, why are you Googling? Oh, I Google everything. I research everything.
I just research.
I am a, quote, knowledgeable child, she said.
This is ridiculous. But I just want to hop in and say, we know how this trial is going to go. It's some bullshit. But I got to take off to work. Peace out,
Thanks,
Jeff.
Drex.
Legal expert
This is Drex. Drex, thanks for popping in. That was random. We love you, Drex. And that is the shortest interview in Drex's entire life. All right. Drex is right. She did it. She wanted them to shoot this shit up, and she wanted him to. If you don't know who Drex is, go watch my last stream I did. I was 15 minutes late starting this stream because I was talking to Drex for a couple of hours. That's Drex, ladies and gentlemen, bringing his ever unbiased, his love for the African American woman to our stream here. Love you, Drex. All right, with that, let's get back to the evidence presentation.
Based on your training and experience and what you observed?
I have an opinion that based on the circumstances, it would not be out of the realm of possibility that bullet hole caused that damage.
Okay. There was a couple of flat tires on this car, right?
Please don't fires this, Jeff. This is a great channel.
X.
I agree. Wow, that was a drive-by Drexing. That was funny.
Did you agree that's the passenger front tire?
Yes.
And that's flat?
Yes.
Find a bullet in there?
No.
Did you look? Did it look like a bullet struck it, or you don't know?
That I don't know.
Okay. Was there another flat tire on this car?
No.
How about on the back of the driver's side? Remember that tire being flat?
No.
That's just straight vodka. I swear to God it is. She's seen some shit.
$53 DD. Say $53 DD. I don't know if you can see it. I can't see it there. Look, can I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
She's got a pet iguana named Jub Jub. You know she does.
53 DD. You see a flat tire in this photograph? In the
That's a
back.
door.
And I invited him here for Dominic,
That's
but
reflection.
Oh,
he
it's
was
reflection?
busy that day.
Okay, let me.
The door is open this way. Here's the door jamb.
That's the reflection of the front tire.
Yeah.
All right, let me keep looking. Thanks.
If you've got to drive your mama's Cadillac to go beat somebody's ass,
Did you take a picture of the
you're
driver's
doing
side?
life wrong.
Yes.
That's the
You don't
flux
have any
drink.
photos of
Half
you,
vodka, half
do you?
water. Female Mitch looks annoyed. People.
I believe it was on the video. Do you remember the video of your walkthrough?
Is-
Do you remember
the video
seeing
of
a
his- of
flat
her
tire in
waifu?
the
What?
back behind the driver's side, the rear tire?
Waifu Chronicles. Are you her significant
The
other?
left rear passenger behind the driver's.
When you say left, so if I'm behind the
I'm
car,
saying left is driver's side.
if I'm behind the car, it'd be to my left,
You're facing the trunk,
facing the trunk.
so on your left.
Okay, yes, that side, the rear tire. I thought it was on your
She-
video when you walked through that tire.
I don't recall seeing that any of
She
those tires. I
does.
mean, they're low profile, so it may have looked like it was flat, but I don't recall. Recall the right front, the passenger front being flat.
We can always look at that again. As far as you remember, you don't think it was?
No.
Okay.
Her chin has been consumed by her George Lucas goiter. That'd be awesome if she did. Sorry for those of you that don't like the commentary. We're just keeping ourselves entertained until we get down to some real evidence
So you,
here. So.
I'll label one sec. States 12 A through G. I don't know which letter this is, but
He's lost track of his evidence.
Okay. So the only flat tire was the one in the front.
Yes.
Did you see, or did you get under the car to see how the engine leaked all that oil where the bullets went through?
I did not.
You know if it was through the front of the tire of the car, possibly through the grill?
I'm sorry. It appeared it began under the engine compartment when I first got there. That's where it was concentrated. And as I remained at the scene, the fluid started drifting towards the back of the vehicle.
Sure, but obviously from this case, bullet holes must have hit.
I mean, hypothetically,
the
if
pan with the
someone
oil or
doesn't-
the engine, right?
Oh, no doubt.
Did you get under there to see which direction the bullets came from to hit the engine or the oil pan?
No.
So is there any way of knowing if it came from the front of the car, or the side of the car, back of the car?
Sidecar is a great
Can you
cocktail.
tell?
Made one the other day.
No.
With Steve Sidecar Gosney.
The night owl cameras we looked at. Let's go to those pictures. It's 54. I'll tell you what mine is.
She's dead. No, this was Alice from the show, Alice. Kiss my grits, her.
Let's start with the outside of the house. 54A.
Oh. Rip Brady Bunch, Alice.
Is this one of the cameras you were talking about right here on top of the garage?
Yes.
And was there any more here?
Above the front door.
Okay.
She's actually surprisingly like my mom. Just like an attitude. The eyes half closed, like,
Come on up.
all right.
So
I'll
please
sit.
stand up, stretch, ladies and gentlemen, remembering obeying 3 of the 4 cardinal rules. No research, no discussion.
All right. We have a bit of a break here. Not much of a break. Literally got like a 3-minute break.
You have a DNA lab at the sheriff's office. You can tell us if somebody may have left their DNA on an object.
I leave my DNA on a lot of
If their DNA is present on an object.
To do that, you would have to just take a standard, like a swab of their mouth.
Right, for a comparison.
You've taken standards, right?
Sure.
Okay. All right. We need to call. I'm calling an audible. We got to we got a timeout here. Jay Worldwide bringing the super chat $10 heat. All right, folks in chat, I got a confession to make here. Jay Worldwide is like one of my best friends on planet Earth. He back in the day, some of you have seen the motorcycle club jacket when I was the president of the motorcycle club here in Korea. Jay Worldwide, otherwise known as Pony, was my sergeant at arms of the old motorcycle club. He's one of my best buds on planet Earth, and I may or may not have more than once been liquored out of my gourd with Mr. J Worldwide. Walked into one or two random bars in Korea. Just walked straight into it. Who wants to sex Big Daddy? So that's a thing. Okay. Oh no. Like J Worldwide spill. Now, see, this is the thing. Where'd you go, Burning Sensations? Where's your thing? Where in the hell's your super chat at? J Worldwide spill bras, bud. Actually, the first time I laid eyes on J Worldwide, that was what, 16 years ago, was in the middle of Hooker Hill. These people, the people in the chat, most of the people in chat know all about Hooker Hill. We've had lots of stories about Hooker Hill. I first met him in the middle of Hooker Hill, across the street from Old Town, which is right next to Min's Bar, where they have all the bars hanging from the thing. He's seen the bras hanging from Min's Bar. We've done things. We've seen things together. And going back to the super chat, the Wookiee roar. All right, that's the other thing. I've talked about my tell when I'm getting drunk is my lips go numb, but I do happen to have another drunk tell that that nobody has heard about before, and that is I tend to make Wookiee noises. So if you're ever in a random countryside or in the middle of Hooker Hill or somewhere in Seoul, Korea, or Busan, Korea, and you just happen to hear a off in the distance, it's probably me being liquored up. So anyway, I just had to stop that. Hey, what's up, brother? It's Jay Worldwide, one of my best friends on planet Earth. That's I hate to say this is the best super chat I've ever gotten in my entire life. We just might have to get Jay Worldwide on one of the Fuck It Friday streams or something and swap some stories. Oh, I've said the Wookiee thing before. All right. Anywho, yeah, Jay Worldwide, keep on trucking, stay on the road. We got a lot of truckers here in the stream. A lot of people listen to us. They're driving around the universe. While you're driving around the universe, enjoy it. All right, that's pretty. All right, we need to get back to this. Jay Worldwide, bringing the heat. Good to see you, brother. All right, that's funny.
So this way you can see if they match up to an unknown or DNA that's on an object to see if that person who you took the swab from touched that item, right?
Correct.
You didn't do that in this case.
No.
Nobody actually did that.
No.
Genevieve says, how long has he known he's had a YouTube? About 24 hours, actually.
I'll show you States 54C.
Oh, yeah, he's got some pre-law. Right?
Cameras up here?
Yes.
2 cameras or 1?
There were 2.
Okay. Facing different directions?
Yes.
So when you arrive to this house, when you're outside the home, you don't know if you're being recorded, do you?
Correct.
When you got to the front of the house, you don't know if you're being recorded.
Correct.
While you were in the house watching the monitor, did you think the DVR was recording everything?
I wasn't watching the monitor.
Well, you got a picture of it. You saw there was 5 different cameras, right?
Huh.
For documentation purposes.
I don't remember
wasn't
telling the Wookiee
staring at
thing,
the
but
monitor.
No, of course not. But you saw there was a live view of 5 different cameras from the outside, right?
Well, there were 5 different camera views. I don't know if they were how last they were live. So,
Well, they were
I'm
live
not
when you were
sure.
in the house, weren't they?
well, there were views on the monitor. Yes. And there were 5 camera views from exterior cameras.
I know you weren't staring at it, but if you would look at it, you could see what's going on outside from inside the house, right?
If they were working and timed correctly, I guess one could, but I didn't view it in that manner. It was
Okay, so you
for
don't-
documentation only.
All right. So you can't tell us if I'm in the house as a law enforcement officer at 3 o'clock in the morning and I look at the screen, can I see who's coming to the front door? Well, I wouldn't see the front door because it's facing the wrong way. But this camera here, if it was working,
Well, there was a ring next to the front door as well.
you didn't have access to that on the monitor, did you?
I don't know what the monitor specific views. I know there were exterior camera views.
Okay. So what I'm asking you, let's say these cameras, for instance, if you're in the house, can you look at the monitor and see what's happening outside live? Or you don't know. That's okay if you don't know.
Well, what was on the screen when I photographed it was outside. Live, I can't tell you.
So, okay. No one asked you to check that, right?
No, I wouldn't be pulling that information off media.
All right. Well, if you're there, couldn't you tell if another police officer's walking around the house or outside, rather?
Again, I don't know if they were live or if it was frozen, and I'm not monitoring the monitor. I have a job to do, which is to photograph and start collecting evidence. I'm not looking at that screen.
Sure. I don't want to belabor the point, but nobody asked you to
this
do
is
that, to
not
check
the
if you could see a
greatest
live view of what's going on
cross-examination he's
outside.
done.
No, that wouldn't be part of what they would ask me to do anyway. But we have a unit in violent crimes that deals with all media extractions from cell phones to DVRs.
Okay. Let's say 53E. 53E.
See, you'll notice he's not really
Said
criticizing.
there was another
her
camera facing
job.
the backyard.
He's criticizing
Everyone in the
other
backyard
people
area,
for
did you?
not telling her to do certain
But there's
things.
little chickens there or pigs or anything. You don't know, right?
No,
Okay. And where was this camera? It's kind of hard to say. Was it on the?
it's at the corner. It's facing the backyard, so it's actually the exterior south face of that residence, which is facing the backyard, but it's the extreme west corner of it.
Okay. Would it be up here, like this area?
Yes,
Okay. What's this on the this outdoor patio?
that's a camera.
And what's up here?
Well, there's 2, one on the corner
Okay.
there, and then I guess that's a porch. So the cover or roof of the porch.
Okay. You didn't collect the DVR that was behind the screen, did you?
No.
Who did that? Do you know? If you know.
Detective Pychek.
And who is he?
He's a homicide detective.
You know why the people from the computer division, like you mentioned, didn't come out and do that?
Sometimes they're asked to respond, and sometimes a detective will collect media instead of crime scene because they can directly deliver it to the techs and the detectives that are going to extract information. With me, if I collected a DVR or any form of media like cell phones, it's a process for me to document, package, and ultimately get that information into evidence so that the correct techs have access to it. So it's just a straight line from point A to point B. If a detective takes media that needs to be downloaded later, instead of waiting for me to be able to get to it.
Is there a way to specifically remove the recording device? Make sure the evidence on it is preserved?
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know.
Oh, he's
That's why
welcome
all
on
experts
anytime
do
he
that,
wants
right?
to be.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
You know, if Detective Pychek is an expert in media collection.
No, but it's not out of the norm for a detective to collect a media device from a cell phone to a DVR to a computer to a laptop.
You know if he's an expert is my question.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. You remember seeing a red light on the DVR indicating it was possibly recording when you photo? I know you just quickly looked at it and you weren't studying.
At this time, I don't recall.
Okay.
Come on, sort through your shit there, buddy. Yeah, this, as I said, I know I've said this like 3 times now, but this is not the strongest cross-examination he's done. Oh, great. Now we get a buffer. Don't touch things, Jeff. Yeah, this really is the one of the biggest cases of how the fuck did this make it to court. She took a picture of the monitor. She wasn't monitoring the monitor. She was photographing the monitor. Wookie. Yeah. Yeah, sorry for touching things. This is what happens when you touch things. You can't fast forward effectively when it's at 1.25 speed. So this is my thing. Learn my lesson. There we go.
35A.
A lot. Who monitors the monitors? He's not. Who audits the auditors? Auditing the auditors.
So you're 35A. Is this the ring camera that you refer to?
Yes.
Make sure it's on. Is this the ring camera you refer to?
Jesus.
Okay, we have to make sure it's recorded. Thank you. And that would be, how would you classify it? If I'm walking to the front door, it'd be to my right?
Yes.
A few feet up off the ground?
I'm sorry?
A few feet up off the ground?
Yes.
You know if this camera was working?
I do not.
You know if there was a doorbell as part of the ring? Was there a ring doorbell?
I'm assuming they're one and the same. I'm not sure.
Right. Did you ever check if the doorbell was working by any chance?
I did not.
Okay. Was this the night owl camera that we talked about that was not facing towards the home?
Correct.
Are there any other cameras in this area?
Miss you too.
No, not around the front door.
How about
The ceiling mount and then the ring.
All right, so we knew there was one to the south side of the front of the house, right?
Yes.
One in the center
Yes.
by the door. Was there any to the? Now this would have been north, actually, right?
North is this way. So you're
Mhm.
facing the front door yourself. So
Okay.
to your right would be west and left east.
Okay, so to my right is west.
Yes.
There was a camera to the west.
Yes.
Thanks for the correction. Would there be a camera to the east?
I believe there was one at the far east.
Why wouldn't you
corner
orient north
of the
up
residence.
like every
Okay.
other picture
Was that
that
facing the right
anyone's
direction?
ever taken?
Well, meaning right direction, facing out to the street.
Correct.
Where most people would put it.
Right.
Down on the
One-
corner.
And the west was
out
that facing
in the
out
street.
directly to the grass or street area driveway.
The one on the garage? By the
Yeah.
garage?
That one.
That was more oriented to the driveway. So it's like maybe not true north, but northeast-ish.
Okay. You know if those cameras light up when they're on? Like the outside, if I'm walking by them, can I tell they're on?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Must be an Australian.
Let me go back to 35B. Does that look like a doorbell to you? If you know from the ring camera?
That's the ring, yes.
You know if that's a doorbell too, or you don't know?
I don't know.
If I show you the picture, would that help, or you would know?
Well, I don't have a ring, so I don't know all the components and the doodads that come with it. So
Gotcha. Okay, 35C. And this was the monitor you're referring to?
yes,
And you see 5 different screens, different split screens?
yes.
Okay. Did it appear to be working, or did it appear to not be working? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
Does this former NFL player live in a
Put in at the end
trailer?
that you said was Travis Rudolph's brother. Remember that one?
From his bedroom.
Right. There was only one phone in his bedroom, right?
I believe there were 2 on his dresser.
And I thought that's what you said in your direct testimony. You said that. But then we only see one in evidence. Do you know where the other one is?
No, then I only collected the gray iPhone.
Why only one?
Maybe it wasn't in play, and the detectives said, no, just take the gray one. I don't know if they were able to differentiate ownership or not, and that's the reason I don't know.
Okay, you took the best one that, according to what the police told you, may be involved in this case.
Yes.
All right. Do you know if that phone was ever checked or dumped or whatever, downloaded?
I don't know for sure, but I think it's a certainty.
All right. It's a certainty that it should have been done, right?
I'm going to say it was all of the cell phones. I'm pretty certain that downloads were done
Why do you think that?
because of the type of investigation it was.
Okay. So, okay. You don't know for sure. You're just saying it should have been.
Correct.
Okay. No doubt about that in your mind.
In my mind, no.
All right. You go to homicide. Unfortunately, in Palm Beach County, you go to homicide scenes probably a couple of times a week, don't you? Or at least once
Yes.
a week. Are phone evidence becoming very, very important in most homicide cases?
they're very important in every case that they're available. They hold a lot of information.
Are you familiar with the triangulation where they could possibly tell where a person was
Yes.
at the time the incident occurring?
Yes.
And then where they made the calls from, possibly?
Yes.
You know anything about if calls were erased, if it would pick them up on the downloads? Or you?
Hello.
You wouldn't know about that.
I'm not sure about that.
Are you sure about anything? Come on. Yeah. He needs to wrap this up, but he's not going to. She's on the stand for quite a bit longer. But I think he's losing points
in Mr. Rudolph's room, like a football and a football helmet from the Giants. Do you remember seeing that?
Yes.
And you actually, I could show this to you, but you remember on photograph number L, the letter number L and 35L, was it that the TV even had a football channel on? I'm gonna show you.
I know it's on, but I just don't know what was.
Can I approach those?
You may.
What the information, what channel it was on.
We're moving along at a pretty good clip.
There's football information on the car one at the bottom. I can't make out what channel it is though.
About another hour of her.
Remember seeing the Raiders sign on the bottom?
I'm sorry, what sign?
Raiders. You know the Raiders?
Yes.
So it looks like he's watching some kind of football show.
It could be. I don't know if he's streaming that or if it's a network show. I have no idea what channel it is.
Okay.
It just has football information on it.
That was on when you got into Mr. Travis's room, right?
Yes.
You didn't change the channel.
No.
Of course not. No time to watch something else.
Dude.
Of course.
Bravo, TLC.
All right, then this picture.
He snorted. Nice.
Cell phone. Was this? I'm a little confused. Maybe you can help me. Was this phone Mr. Rudolph, Travis Rudolph's or DJ or Darryl Rudolph's?
It was on the bed in Travis's bedroom.
Okay. This phone, was it cracked?
I'm sorry?
Was it cracked? Was it broken?
Correct. Oh, the screen. I'll have to check my report for a better description. Yes, atop the bed, the black Apple iPhone with a cracked screen.
Of course, the witness.
May.
Do you want us to open this cell phone up?
No. You watching?
Yes, ma'am.
That was professional, does this?
That one much better than me.
Do I have to chew it open or can I have some scissors?
Waka waka waka. Murder's funny, guys.
Scissors.
Oh, come on. What would she know about scissoring? That's not really a thing, though. She knows nothing about scissoring. Not a thing. Old line red, are they flirting? It feels flirty. Just put your whole fist in there. Oh, sorry. That was inappropriate.
Can you just hold that up so we can see it, please? I can't tell it's cracked. Where is it cracked?
Up the top, the radiating fracture.
You want to make sure you scissor the crack.
To the front face.
Can I focus to the jury, Judge?
Yeah, sure.
Can I borrow that? Thank you.
One close.
No.
Adriana, put your baldo away. I do like her expressions, Tweety. It's just like, oh God, can we hurry this along? She's not amused with anything.
You can take the gloves off. I probably won't show you anything that you may need them.
Promise?
What?
All right, that phone that we
It just does feel kind of flirty.
Did you try to see if it was working?
No, but I manipulated it in order to photograph it, and usually if it's on, the screen will light up.
Okay, because we saw pictures of the phone that was in the trunk with the tennis screen. Remember that? The red
Yes,
phone?
yes.
And that we could see there was a whole bunch of writing on there. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. So normally if you move the phone, if it's working or on,
If it's on, that will activate the screensaver, and it will come on.
you don't know that phone got cracked or broken or whatever condition it's in, do you?
No.
All right. Let me show you 53. Oh,
Show us your O face.
upside down for you? Or is that right? I can't tell.
No, that's correct.
How big would you say the monitor is in the living room area? Rough estimate.
What does this have to do with anything?
Maybe 32 or smaller.
32 inches or smaller?
Yep.
Okay.
Unhung
And behind
hero,
it, would
she's
that be,
used to
to your
munching
knowledge,
things.
the DVR that
Didn't need scissors.
records or doesn't
People,
record? Whatever.
stop.
That's the DVR, yes.
And DVR means that's what is supposed to record to the recording device? And maybe this is just the shadow or not, but there's red dots here. Do you know if that means it's on or you wouldn't know? And I can show you the picture if you need to see it better.
I believe you. I just don't know what that's indicative of. If it's live recording or not. I don't know.
Did you find out subsequent to weeks later that the cameras weren't recording according to the sheriff's office?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you find out they were recording?
If they downloaded the information, I wasn't made aware of it.
Okay, so you don't know the results if it was working or not?
No.
Okay. And you collected photographs with the cameras and the guidebook on how to work it, right?
Yes.
And where did you find the letter R and Q as a password, right?
Yes.
Where did you find the guidebook and things like that?
That information was in Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
You know where? Roughly? Like in a drawer? Was it out?
No, I believe it was that and other information that was pulled was in a nightstand drawer next to his bed.
Was it his bed or the mom's room or
No, his bedroom.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. On 53S. This phone case is to what?
She does remind
part
me
of
a
the
lot
phone
of my
case.
mother.
I don't
Just
know
the
if it
attitude,
originated.
the
I don't
facial
know where it
expression.
originated from. If it was part of the what was on the phone on the bed or not.
Was this in the brother's room or in Mr. Rudolph's room?
Travis Rudolph's bedroom.
Okay. So it was already off the phone the time you got there, right?
It was there when I started photographing this scene.
All right. So would you assume this, based on what you saw, was this case originally, or because it fit that phone that we saw? That's correct?
Yes.
And there's no case on that phone, right?
No.
The one that you have in evidence.
Correct.
We'll tell you a
You're
Jay
showing some
Worldwide story here
photographs,
on the next break.
I don't know if the letters looks like C and V. We'll get this straight. One of them. Another one. Let me show you another one. And then also E. This is on top of Mr. Rudolph's closet.
Yes.
All right. So it's obvious he didn't try to take this gun and throw it down a sewer, right?
Well, I don't know if that's obvious, but this is where it was when I documented it.
Okay. You didn't have to go on a roof to find this gun, did you?
Correct.
You didn't use any drones to find it, right?
No.
You just walk right in. It's right there.
That's where it was located.
You could see this. It wasn't hidden, right?
No.
And it was actually made safe. There was absolutely no bullets still in the gun when you observed it, right?
There were no bullets and there was no magazine.
Okay. So this gun was made safe. When law enforcement came in, you didn't have to get anyone to remove the magazine or take any bullets out of the chamber, right?
Well, any firearm that is discovered on any scene is checked anyway for safety by a law enforcement officer.
That wasn't the question.
And that was done by Detective Pycheck. He confirmed there was nothing in the chamber and there was no magazine.
All right. That's a smart thing to do when you know the police are coming to your house for a shooting and you just use that gun, right? Take the bullets out, right?
Janet, I love you.
I've never had to hide a gun from the police, so I don't know what
was he hiding
all
the
the
gun
moving
from the
parts
police?
are when you're going to do that. So I don't know.
You've been to a lot of crime scenes, right?
Whoa,
Yes.
time
I
out.
don't always see
Who-
guns right out in the
who
open
said
where
he
someone's
was
accused
hiding
of
a
killing
gun
another
from the
human being, do you?
police?
True. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Yeah, sometimes people discard them, they hide them, right?
Sure.
Right? Even sometimes you got to dig in closets, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but
Open
you
up
didn't
safes.
hear, huh?
Look under beds.
Anywhere a mind can deviate,
Sure.
people can do it.
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you found the drum that holds 100 bullets, it holds 100 bullets, right?
That's true.
That was in the brother's room, Daryl Rudolph.
Yes, under the bed.
All right. Completely on the other side of the house, right?
Yes, opposite ends.
Okay. And it wasn't completely under the bed. You said the produce you could see is partly sticking out, right?
Well, that was after it was found.
Okay. So did you pull it out?
Yeah, the detective who
Okay,
discovered
now
it
it's sounding like he
um,
actually did.
when he looked
hide
under the
gun,
bed, he
hide
pulled out the edge of
pieces.
it so that it could be photographed before being completely removed.
It wasn't covered by a blanket, was it?
Not that I'm aware of.
There was nothing.
It was just covered by the bed.
Sure. And if you look under the bed, it's right there.
Sure.
Okay. So your BB 53 BB. We'll see, but your testimony. Tell me if you agree. Your testimony is that's where the other firearm was, the FN,
Yes.
and it was in a holster.
Yes.
You know if this has anything to do with this case at all?
Sometimes
that I'm
stuff is
aware of.
deep in the
Okay.
closet.
You just
like
took it
Tom
and photographed
Cruise.
it because hey, you never know, right?
Correct.
Any gun may be involved in a homicide case, so you wanted to make sure.
Correct.
Can't go back a month later. Well, maybe you could, but it'll be much harder a month later if you find out this FNN had something to do with this case. It'd be too late to go back and possibly collect it if someone hid it from you, right?
Correct.
Then you were showing a lot of pictures of the actual firearm, right? The actual firearm, the
The FN or the SIG?
I'm a little slow, sorry. The 223 SIG.
Yes.
Hold on, you got it close. I'm not picking it up. Nope, I'm not touching it. Thank you. Showing you State's exhibit number 3. Is this
Oh, we
the
get to
firearm?
finally we get to meet Mr. Gunn.
It is.
You may.
Put the gun, gloves. Okay, just hold the box. Or you could just put on your gloves and not make it look awkward. One of the two.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you will be able to see that later, but
State's exhibit number 3. This is legal as far as you know, right?
Yep.
I would defer to others on that. I'm not an expert.
You have no knowledge it's a legal or illegal gun?
That's correct.
All right. How about the FN firearm? You know if that's legal?
As far as I know, but I don't know that for sure.
How about the drum? Do you know if that's legal to have?
Don't know for sure.
All right.
Yep,
Open
that
case
was the
reward. This is
rifle-like weapon,
any illegal
apparently.
firearms contained in the house, did they?
No.
You also said that Mr. Rudolph had to carry concealed weapons. Permit?
Yes.
You said CZW, but does that mean a permit?
Yes.
Lawfully carry concealed?
To carry a concealed weapon, whether a gun or other.
Okay. In the boxes and in the information that you found in the bedroom, was there any guidebooks on how to work these firearms as well? Owner's manual?
I'll have to check my report. I'm not sure.
Point the
That was in the
business
next
end at the person you want to
Well, that was
destroy.
found in Mr.
End of
Rudolph's
manual.
house, right?
Yes.
States 53W.
But it wasn't in a gun box.
Oh, okay, no problem. What is this? It says owner's manual, right?
Yes.
So this wasn't, and you saw the boxes with my client's name on it. Mr. Rudolph's name had it on, at least on the one of the boxes that we saw.
Oh, the judge is
earlier,
rubbing
name
his
was on the
eyes.
box, right?
Yes.
Even had the date when he probably bought it, right?
Yes.
These guns weren't like from the street at all, right? As far as you can tell.
I don't know that for sure.
All right, but do you usually see boxes and manuals from guns bought hot off the street?
I don't know that anybody has insinuated that he purchased the guns illegally, have
Hot
they?
guns are buying them off the street. You don't, right? You don't know that.
If these particular guns were, or
Any in general, you can't tell, right?
no.
Okay. The other police officers do that kind of work, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, see, he's criticizing her, but he's doing it in a
Double
way.
X.
It's the other people for not doing their job that he's criticizing?
That's the one you said had Mr. Rudolph's name?
Yes.
PUs, that's probably mean pickup, or you don't know?
I would
That
think
means
that's
pew,
what it
pew,
means. Yeah.
pew.
11/29/2017.
Yes.
This was the FN handgun that was in the holster in the drawer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the worst cross-examination he's done so far.
There was no children living in that home as far as you can tell, right? At
Not that
550
I'm
Teak,
aware.
right? At 550 Teak?
Not that I'm aware.
Didn't see any children's clothing or toys and things like that?
No.
Do you remember seeing I know it's been a long time, but any kind of bags in there in Mr. Rudolph's bed?
Bad.
Training bags that somebody maybe take with them to train to a gym or something like that?
Not that I recall.
Okay. $53LL. These are the two phones you talked about earlier that were from Mr. Rudolph's home.
Yes.
And I mean DJ or the brother's home. I apologize.
In his bedroom, yeah.
Bedroom, yeah, I'm sorry. Which one did you take? This one or this one, or can you not tell?
The gray Apple iPhone.
It'll be the one.
I can't tell from
Okay.
when it's which.
Does it have silver edges on it? You don't know.
I don't recall.
Let me show you the phone.
Okay.
You may.
Showing you states number 70.
Am I taking this out?
You need clothes if you need clothes or
No,
not?
am I taking it out of the evidence bag?
I want you to peek in there and tell me which one it is so you can match it up in there. I don't want to
We've
waste
got
time
about
putting clothes
40
on.
minutes left of her. It's boring, but it's necessary. I mean, this is all the evidence they're going to be relying on, getting it in here.
Better safe than sorry.
This lets us know what pictures they have, what the pictures show, what weapons were used, et cetera,
Jeez,
et
that's one
cetera.
out.
It's boring, but it's probably the most necessary part of the trial. Everybody had other phones, but they put them in the trunk of the car and things like that. Allegedly.
Okay, can you?
A little disappointing. I mean, this one has a cover. So
Which one is it? Can you?
in
tell
its
her?
cover, there's no silver exposed. Okay, so I'm going with right
Okay,
because there's no shiny element on the perimeter of the phone.
gotcha. And do you know if this phone turned on at all when you moved it?
I believe it did. The screensaver activated.
All right. And this
Oh
phone
my
here,
Christ! More of this.
I know you can't
screen
remember, but
activation stuff.
best of your memory, someone told you it had nothing to do with the case or it wasn't working.
Well, I didn't collect it, so which is not normal because I collected every cell phone I came across. The must have been told it wasn't in play.
Thank you. Actually, your memory is excellent because on triple N, 53 states exhibit. I think you took a photograph of the phone, the front of it when you moved it, right?
Yes.
You know, you didn't look at this phone to see if any of this had any relevance, did you?
No, I didn't.
That'd be something for the detective to do.
Yes.
Okay. And like you said, dump the phone to find out everything that's in that phone, right?
Correct.
Triple D, states 53 triple D. And I think this is all
Triple D, Rower.
in the box that you identified.
Yes.
You didn't see it, it was in the bag, but you knew what you put in there.
Yes.
No crime having live ammunition in your house, is there?
Nope.
You could have a million bullets if you want them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how'd that work out for David
I
Koresh?
think in one of the pictures you said there was 3 different kinds, manufacturers.
Yes, there's 5 head stamps represented in that photograph, but in the processing of them, I determined there were 3 different makes.
Nothing illegal about those, right?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Talk about what you found in the black Cadillac.
A dead body. That's what we found in the black Cadillac.
Did you take pictures of every defect? Pretty much you did, right?
Well, that many defects, I'm not real sure I got them all. But the ones that were obvious and to the best of my ability, I labeled and photographed.
Okay. And we didn't talk about the outside of the car. Would you agree there was one spot on that car that had blood-like substance?
Yes.
And that would be on the left driver's rear quarter panel?
Yes.
You didn't see photographs of those, did you?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And it was labeled BLS?
I did. Are you asking if the photos were published?
Yes.
I don't believe they were published here, but they do exist. I photographed it and labeled it. And
okay. And let me use this little diagram.
Car.
Feel free to stand up and stretch, folks.
Oh, yeah, let's do that. Stretch. Let's check our time here. We have about a little more time. All right, we've been at this for 2.5 hours. She's got about 30 more minutes left on the stand. Let's do a little palate cleanser here. If Megan Fox, medium smart journalist, not the thumbs, the other one, she was here, we could do squats, but she's not. She's not here, so why don't we all just take this time to shake it out a little bit? Currently, we've got 566 viewers watching this bore fest. That's still quite a few. That's a pretty decent number for the non-excitement that we're watching here. 497 likes. Please smash that like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you've already hit the subscribe button before, please just double check to make sure you're still subscribed. As always, if somehow, for some reason, you're watching this on the replay crew, don't forget to do it as well. Hit the like button. You can also super like in case you really want to part with your hard-earned money. And you go, oh my gosh, I really wanted to give you a lot of money, but I couldn't super chat because I wasn't watching live. There's the super thanks button down there. Same thing. But and I will read the super thanks that come in at the beginning of the next stream. Make sure you go, everybody at the end of this, go back to leave a comment. Just let the algorithm flow. We need about 100 more likes to really get into the YouTube algorithm. They usually kick things off at about 600 likes and let everybody know, hey, there's something going on our Legal Vices channel. So hit that like button. Come back and take our like and subscribe poll. How are we doing on that? The question was like and subscribe button smashed. 11% of you have said, yeah, put me in handcuffs, law rags. 16% of you have said, yes, sentence me to life with law rags. 32% of you said, of course, beyond reasonable doubt. And 40% of you said, yes, guilty of first-degree smashing. That's what we need to do. And some of you were asking about Jay Worldwide stories. You can see Jay Worldwide on my channel. He's back in the old motorcycle videos. And incidentally, he was the one. Jay Worldwide was the one that got me smoking pipes. I resisted the urge to smoke pipes. I resisted him trying to force me into smoking pipes. But he eventually convinced me to smoke a pipe, and I loved it. So he's responsible for my pipe smoking, and I'm responsible for getting him smoking cigars. But just as an example here, this is just a brief respite here. This is a palate cleanser before we before we power through the last 30 minutes of those. This is from 2008. This is a video of me and Jay Worldwide taking a motorcycle tour through South Korea here in 2008. This is his bike here in the foreground. That's one of my bikes there in the background. At our wonderful restaurant, Ambies. Holy shit. That was loud. No, it's going to buffer us. God dang it. Anyway, that's his bike. Oh, why are we buffering? We don't want to buffer. You lame. This is Jay Worldwide over here on the left. Yeah, that's him, and that's old me. 15 years ago. Huh. That's Jay Worldwide there riding his bike. So there you go. This is if you go way back into my stacks, like starting about 16 years ago, there's a few years of these motorcycle videos. Now this is a copyright-free music, but yeah. Anyway, if you want to see some Jay Worldwide, he's doing the motorcycle rides with me. Wherever here he is, yeah. So there you go. That's a little bit of a respite here. Apparently, he doesn't like buffering because we've got too many screens open at the moment. I look exactly like your cousin. Yeah, there he is. What's up, Jay Worldwide? Oh, well, there you go. That's like he's much more handsome now. All right. Anyway, that's enough of that. That's our little palate cleanser. So gross. Tweety, U.S. News is so gross. Old men need to cover their wrinkly skin. Hey, there certainly was no wrinkly skin 15 years ago. And Jay Worldwide is a much younger man. Yeah, I still don't have wrinkly skin. Come on, people. I'm dolphin smooth. All right, let's bring this back up. Just wanted to share that little tidbit with you because people were asking. Now you asked. There you go. Go back into the stacks and stacks of wicked wax and check out the motorcycle videos.
Judge, I'm just going to interrupt briefly to indicate an agreement between the state and the defendant to enter SATES 13. That's diagrams of the defects on the Cadillac.
Very well. Submitted without objection.
No, he is not a Korean lawyer. He is an American truck driver. He left Korea a few years ago.
It's not your diagrams, are they?
No.
Just using a diagram to help explain where the blood-like substance was.
Good. They stipulated it 2 pieces of evidence. Great.
Would you agree it was back here in this area?
Yes.
And I don't know if this particular car had a gas tank here because they're all different, but did you take measurements or do you have an opinion about how far it was from the back seat to where the blood was in the back?
I did not take measurements. Approximating maybe 2 feet.
Okay. And did you take a sample of that blood?
I did.
Why would you do that?
Because it's evidence.
Right. Maybe important to figure out how it got there?
Yes. Or who the owner is.
I'm sorry?
Or who the owner is.
Okay. And how about the pattern? Did you take specific pictures to see if it was splatter or was just a drop?
It was more than a drop. There were several drops. And they were photographed.
All right. Do you know about blood spatter? Have you seen that before in multiple cases you've been involved in?
Yes, there's all types of spatter.
Could you tell if this was like spatter that came out of a body because something happened to a person, or can you tell if it was just a blood drop or no opinion?
If there's ever any blood on the outside of someone's body, it's because something happened.
No.
Are there people who can do that?
Sure.
So seeing the blood here, did it look fresh? In other words, did it look like it was there?
Well, it wasn't wet. It was dried.
Well,
And it was still red.
Okay.
So to me, that indicates it didn't have age on it because then it starts to turn brown
Okay.
after several hours. So
Who would determine if this is going to be tested, this blood? Would that be the lead detective?
yes.
Not you.
Yeah, he's setting up the
And
lead
the rest of the
detective
car,
to be crucified.
I know you mentioned all the defects. There was no other blood on the exterior of the car.
No, not that we found.
All right. How about the interior in the back seat? You
Shut
didn't mention
up,
on
Bailey.
direct any
Keep
blood that
lights.
was in the back seat.
Well, on the
These are men we're
areas
talking about.
facing the back seat, which would encompass the headrest of the front passenger seat,
Okay.
and the same for the driver's seat. There was small areas of blood-like staining on the backs of those areas, and I believe there was just a small amount of a blood-like stain on the right rear passenger seat.
Did you put a blood like BLS sticker and take photographs of that?
No.
Collect it?
No.
Right. How come?
It's my opinion. I don't know for sure, but it's my opinion that we knew who was in the vehicle. We have all the people that had occupied that vehicle at some point during the shooting, so there wasn't a need to identify the origin of the blood-like stains.
Okay. So do you know, as you sit here today, if that blood came from a man named Tyler Robinson versus the decedent?
That I don't know, but it's my understanding that Robinson didn't make it to the vehicle.
That's what you were told by law enforcement officers?
Oh,
Sustained.
oh,
said no.
well, that was very hearsay statement. But now, but this is actually very important. She was told that Tyler, who was shot the 3 times, never made it to the vehicle. Tyler's testimony, well, one of his versions of the testimony was he got all the way in the vehicle after being shot, and the vehicle stopped, and he thought everybody else in the car was dead, so he jumped out and started running. His other version was he was getting partway into the vehicle, and they drove off, so he ran away. But she said she was under the understanding that he had never got to the vehicle, so they didn't test this blood. There was, by the prosecution's own witness testimony, there were 2 people bleeding in that car at a particular point in time, but they didn't test the blood because her understanding is that the other guy that got shot didn't get near the vehicle. There we go. That's quite interesting. They didn't test to see whose blood that was.
Knowledge in determining what you were going to collect.
The
fact that Mr. Robinson didn't make it to the vehicle, I'm not offering for the truth, Judge. I don't know if you want to argue that. Did you use that knowledge to determine if you were going to try to find evidence of Mr. Robinson's blood inside the car?
Sounds like it.
Wow. Maybe I don't understand the question.
Yeah, that's a bad question. I'm sorry.
I didn't use the fact that there were blood-like stains in the rear passenger compartment of that vehicle to determine what I collected or documented inside that vehicle.
I'm asking about Mr. Robinson. You said you received information from other officers.
Stain.
I didn't even ask the question yet.
Well, it was the same question that you just said you were going to ask her the same question that you've already asked. You may. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it's time for another break. And interestingly enough, Wolfram says, "Get to the chopper." If you go back and you watch some of those old motorcycle videos on our vests, on the bottom right hand corner of the stomach, we have a patch that says "Get to the chopper." That's sort of our drunk rallying cry for the club. Interesting. That's an interesting tie-in. Get to the chopper. All right. Get to the end of the testimony. Is there enough to fast forward through here? Nah. We won't fast forward through this because bad things happen when I do that.
Yes, please do.
Would you agree you were not concerned with trying to find Tyler Robinson's DNA inside the vehicle?
Yes.
And if anybody cares, this evening I am smoking an Olive Serie V Churchill. One of my faves.
All right, let's talk about the phones in the car in the trunk. Case Exhibit 39. S. Is this the phone you testified was in the black bag?
There were 2 cell phones in that trunk. Can't tell from the screen which one it is.
All right, well, let me.
Effort Friday will be 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today will be Effort Friday.
39Q.
And if you're keeping score at home, we are currently $8 away from dog
The main
cam.
compartment of the bag, and that screen does not look similar to what was in the bag. The other screen view that you showed.
The cigar lounge where I go,
Oh,
Casa Habano sells only Cuban cigars.
If it's on screensaver mode, it should be the same image that comes up if it's locked.
I wasn't there, so do you have any notes that can reflect the help?
There should be another photograph of the other phone.
Yes, I can do
and
that.
it's screen.
I prefer the Serie V Milano just because they're a much better quality and much richer,
I can see that
creamier,
doesn't tell which
chocolatier
one it is.
taste.
There was a loose one, and then there was one in.
But
in the
alas,
set.
I don't have any here at my house.
Let's show you the other phone. N.
The Serie V Milano is my favorite. That's my favorite non-Cuban cigar.
Show you all the pictures of the phones. See?
Mao, anything fun happen? No, not yet. But we've only got about 20 more minutes of this.
Maybe this one. There's a lot of pictures. How about each?
The red Apple iPhone was laying on the floor of the trunk, and the blue Apple iPhone was inside the satchel.
Okay, so this is G. Is that the red one you're referring to?
Yes.
And that's H.
And Nicholas knows. Nicholas also he started a cigar
Yes, that would
club
be
there
the
in
front of the
Sweden.
red phone.
All of a Series V is an amazing cigar. It's really good.
So the phone that was in the satchel that we had identification.
Hugh Jess
the
has
decedent,
released
Mr.
the
Jim Jocks.
hounds. Thank you so much, sir. It
That
is
would've been in
doggo
his bag,
cam
right?
time.
Not this one, the other phone
The blue one
was in the bag with
was in the satchel.
and the decedent's ID was in there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't investigate any of these messages, did you at all?
No.
You don't know who Ghost is or Roxy or TY is, do you?
No.
All right. Or boarding a flight to LA, your boarding pass available. You don't know about that, do you?
No.
So 2 phones in the trunk.
Yes.
You don't know who owns this phone, the one with the tennis rackets on the screensaver.
No. If that's the blue one, you can guess that it's citizen because his ID is in there, but I don't know for sure.
Right. Well, let me show you these photographs. This was the decedent's phone, right?
Yes. Well, it was in the satchel with his ID.
Of course. That'll be for the police to determine who the owner or who used that phone, right?
Yes.
The detectives.
Yes.
And you would suspect they would clearly try to get into that one as well, so we can see what was done with that phone, right?
I would think that would be part of the investigation. Yes.
Every phone. Every phone involving this case.
My opinion. Yes.
TNT Cyclops, that is absolutely false. You cannot bring any Cubans for any reason
talked
into
about?
the States of America.
Yes.
Under Obama, you could,
That
but
looked like this
Trump
was
shut
into this
that
bag
down.
with the decedent stuff.
Do not take
Yes.
Cubans into the U.S.
This is
It
different than
illegal.
the phone with the tennis rackets, right?
Yes. That screen is yes.
Okay, so this phone is more consistent belonging to the decedent because it's in his bag with his identification.
Correct.
So 3 total phones found in this black Cadillac.
Yes.
You might get in
don't know
trouble.
how
You're
the phones got in
more
the trunk
likely
of
to
the black Cadillac,
confiscate
do
it
you?
and destroy
No.
them. Yes, Trump shut that down.
States 36 A through M.
You can bring them into the States if you are not, and if I recall correctly, this is not, nothing I say is legal advice. by
Photograph
the way.
L.
If I recall correctly, you can bring them into the U.S. if you are not an American citizen and you take them out with you.
It's consistent with someone picking up a rock or a
But
boulder.
an
and
American
breaking a
citizen
window?
can't bring them in for any
It
reason.
could be a bat, stick.
Okay. You have no idea who broke this, do you?
But that's not legal
That'd be
advice.
a crime if somebody got caught breaking another human being's.
That may be true, but I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead. Answer the question if you know the answer.
It'd be a crime to somebody break another person's window if they didn't have
You said
permission,
it
right?
could be. That's obvious then.
Yes.
You don't know who broke it, do you?
I do not.
Nobody checked this car for any DNA or anything that possibly could have done this. No way to do that, right? No way to
I would
tell.
say there's no way, but it wasn't done.
All right. But how would you possibly check who did this window if there wasn't a video or a witness? How would you do that?
The only thing left for me is latent processing and DNA swapping.
Okay.
DNA
No one asked you to
swapping.
do that, right?
No.
I enjoy a good session of DNA swapping. Oh, wait, she said swabbing. Never mind. Different.
You know if that's Mr. Rudolph's car?
I'm sorry.
Did you find out the car with the broken window is Mr. Rudolph's car, Travis Rudolph? I
Don't believe I was informed of ownership. I don't know that for sure.
Showing you photograph 36I, State's Exhibit. Identity evidence. It's the black shirt that you found in the front of the yard?
Yes.
Size large?
Yes.
Anybody check DNA from the neck or in the shirt to see whose it was?
I don't know if that was submitted for DNA analysis or not. But again, any request for DNA or follow-up analysis would come from the lead detective.
Okay. But you collected it?
Yes.
Oh, and you put it in evidence and it's here today, right?
Yes.
Okay. In your notes, isn't it true that it was a cold or a cool evening that night?
Yes.
What's cool mean to you? I know Florida, cool means different than.
See, she answered that question correctly. Was it cool that night? Yes.
Degrees if it's
Tyler, he's like,
above
I'm
that,
not a meteorologist.
So 55 degrees would be cool relatively. In your
This is their audio, not me.
Cool.
Cool would be certainly 65 would still be okay.
This is their audio. Their audio is messed up.
No.
And I think it's messed up until the end of the break, so we may just have to skip everything.
Or
Yep.
the deceased victim.
Sheriff's Office, or Westcom.
Yep. So that's the end of this because they boomered the audio. I'm just checking. And then they go on a 10-minute break. And then okay, there we go. Let's see if they've intercoursed themselves. As far as non-Cubans go, the Serie V Melanio is my favorite. Serie V, whether it's Melanio or regular Serie V, are awesome. Liga Privada number 9 is my second favorite. Got one of those here. And a good Rocky Patel 20th anniversary is a great one. All right, well, that's it for this particular part of the stream. They broke it up into 2 separate ones. I know there was some stuff going on here for a bit. Let's see if we can fast forward it a bit to see what they're talking about, if they're talking about anything.
Did you get that? Whatever it was you were waiting for? Did you bring up whatever?
Yep, so that's the end of that. We will, let's see, pop this out, and then we will start the second phase of the Monday morning. Hey, what's up, Strawberry? What's up, Dargy? Just kind of over here on this side. All right, while we're doing that, let's see. We've got Hugh Jass released the hounds. We did. Thank you so much for that. And let me find part 2 of day 5. And this is much shorter. It's only like an hour and 50 minutes. When that's done, we will start into day 6. We got to catch up. We're going to be, and probably Sunday, I'm just going to do a marathon stream to catch us all the way up. TNT Cycle PDX. How dare you compare Rocky Patel to Gurkha? Yikes. They're still like the Rocky Patel 60, the 60th anniversary, the 20 and the 15, the 20th anniversary and 15th anniversary are still really good. The other ones, kind of hit or miss. All right, day 5. Day 5. Here we go. Now this, they started in the middle of, not her. They started in the middle of the testimony. So I don't know this guy's name. They say it's Dr. Marlon Osborne, medical examiner, but she is at the very end. That's not her. This dude, I don't know his name. He just looks like Huell from from Breaking Bad. So we'll just call him Officer Huell here when we adjust the banner. Let me take care of the banner. Everybody stretch, do squats, do whatever it is you need to do. I'm editing the banner. Let's see. Witness. This is witness. No. This is Officer Huell from Breaking Bad, who probably needs one of the CPAP machines. He definitely sounds like he has sleep apnea. Officer Huell from Breaking Bad, who needs a sleep apnea machine. Right. Not the most accurate description. Well, it's a very accurate description, just not the most correct, if that makes any sense. All right, we have the video locked and loaded. Excuse me here, hang on. All right. Present screen. Why would I want to remove that? There we go. Oop. And get us over here and bigging it. And
how's that different from
why?
other...
Stop that.
That's what this is showing.
And again, it's a few more figures. There's about 5 minutes of these pictures, I believe. Yeah, there's about 5 minutes of these pictures. Then we get into his testimony.
Those irregular abrasions that aren't the same size.
David Nelson, that is not correct. That is old. That is not correct. Do not do that. Trust me. There is a I know what you're reading from, and there is a clause, I believe it's above that, that says no Cuban anything from any United States citizen. All right, anyway, enough of that. Just trust me.
That's from pseudostipple.
Are you talking about this area up here?
All of them. The one above it, the one below it, the three below it.
Sounds like
the one
CeeLo
above it.
Green.
Additionally to the abrasion on the back of the ear.
That we just saw.
Yes.
41 cc. What are we looking at here?
Legendary Racing, what's happened in the last 2 hours? Nothing. Nothing's happened. in
Abrasions on
last
the
3
right
hours.
cheek. Additionally, I would classify them as pseudostipple as well.
Okay. So similar to the previous injuries.
Oh, hey, they've got their, they finally decided to give us their
bullet going
thingy.
through something and then causing these types of irregular abrasions.
Yes, whatever that something is causes these
Cut
regular
cage.
abrasions, and there's smaller ones down by the angle of the mandible, by the between the ear and the back of the chin.
This
There,
area right
that
here.
area, yes.
41 DD. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of his hand. I believe it's his right hand. It's a close-up photograph. I can't tell. I don't believe there was any injuries to his hands. I think that is blood. As we take photographs as is, or from when the body's transported from the scene, they put, or a lot of times they put handbags to preserve any evidence on the hands themselves. So when we take them off, we take a photograph of the hands as they are. So I believe that's what that is.
41 EE. What are we looking at here?
That is the right hand as well. And that, I believe, is the pseudostipple that covers the back of his hand.
So in terms of all these blood marks, what's your professional opinion about what's the cause of all that?
They're punctate abrasions. They can be caused by anything: shattered glass, plastic, metal fragments, you name it.
So in terms of an actual kind of bullet wound to his hand or either hand, did you notice any type of bullet wounds to his hand?
There's no penetrating or perforating wounds to the hand.
41 FF. These marks on the fingers, can you tell the jury what those are?
More pseudostipple.
41 GG. Which hand are we looking at now?
That is the left hand.
Okay. What, if any, notations or observations did you make in relation to this hand?
There's some pseudostipple, like we saw on the fingers, and towards the thumb on the left hand on the back side.
And the last photo I have here, 41 HH. On that same hand, is this the pseudostipple that you're talking about?
Yeah, some of what you already saw in the previous photo, yes.
Okay. Would you expect a hand that was closer to either shattering glass or plastic or whatever to have more pseudostipple than a hand that was further away?
It's likely that it would happen that way, but not necessarily. I can't say definitively that it would happen that way.
Okay. Now, doctor, in terms of your overall, we went through all the photographs of all these injuries. Is there anything that you notated that we haven't discussed about during your autopsy? You noted something of significance?
No.
Now, have you ever heard of something called a death grip, doctor?
Colloquially, I can figure out what you mean by that, but no, I've not specifically heard that.
Yes, Doctor
what do
of
you take
Dragon
that?
Studies, it
I
is
guess to
blurred
refer to
because
something.
it's a graphic picture. It's only this way for another minute or two.
It is, yeah, I was just going to use that word as a matter of fact. So overruled. Go ahead.
Doctor.
He said he'd not heard that term. Yeah, you may.
All right, do their thing at the sidebar. Then we get back down to some testimony again here. Let's see.
Doctor, in terms of what you know, if anything, about the phrase death grip when it comes to your profession.
Now, again, for those of you that were watching at home earlier on, the deceased guy in the car, his hand was frozen in a position that looked pretty much like he was holding a handgun at the moment of death. So that's what they're talking about, this death grip.
I don't specifically use that I don't use that in my practice, but I believe it means that it's the grip or positioning of the hand as if it was holding something when the person died.
Going to approach, Judge, if I may.
Yep, go ahead.
What's already been admitted as states 28, D as in dog.
All right.
Certainly.
Which hand of this photograph?
His left hand.
Based on this photograph alone, what, if anything, can you tell us about whether or not the victim in this case, Sebastian, had a gun in his hand?
Tell me he doesn't look like Huell from Breaking
Bad.
Bad.
He could have been holding something or nothing at all, and his hand's just in that position. Or he could have been holding a can of soda, cigarette lighter, cell phone. I have no idea.
Handgun?
In terms of the positioning of his hand, is it possible that a gun was in that hand?
Certainly possible.
He's a fat liar.
That's also possible.
Is it possible that as he was dying, his hand just fell out?
That's possible.
Now, in terms of rigor mortis, when someone dies, what's the earliest you've ever seen rigor mortis set in?
Depending on what they were doing beforehand, it could be minutes.
There you go. Oh, that's not the
typically,
answer he
we say 2
wanted.
to 4 hours. It starts post death, but usually, I mean, once you die,
That is not the answer the prosecution wanted, because the defense mentioned this before, but the prosecution wanted him to say the standard answer that rigor mortis normally sets in if you just die under normal circumstances, 6 to 8 hours, and it lasts for another 6 or 8 hours. But as the defense was talking about, if you are doing something that produces the lactic acid, and no, that does not mean you're lactating. If you're doing something strenuous that produces lactic acid and you die, you can go into rigor mortis, as he said, within minutes. That's not the answer the prosecution wanted. They wanted him to say hours, because if it's minutes and he's still holding that gun when he dies and rigor mortis sets in, that kind of hurts the prosecution's case. That was not the answer he wanted.
so rigor mortis is stiffening of the muscles, and it's because your body is running out of the energy source it needs for the muscles to contract. And you need that energy source for the muscles to contract and to relax. So whatever state you're in, when you run out of that energy source, is how your muscles are going to be. So some muscles are going to be flexed, some muscles are going to be extended. It depends on what you were doing before you died and what position you're in. So not knowing how much energy you expended before you died, you can't really tell how long it's going to take somebody to go into rigor. If you're running a marathon and then you drop dead, you may go into rigor within a few minutes when somebody gets to you, because you've expended all your energy during the marathon run and there's nothing left to supply those muscles to do anything after you die. So when you run out of all your ATP is what it is. That's when the muscles are stuck in their position. It starts in the smallest muscles. Well, it's most noticeable in the smallest muscles first, but it happens in the entire body at the same time.
And once rigor mortis actually sets in, how easy is it, for example, let's say that rigor mortis set in at this point, how easy would it be to open up those fingertips?
If it's set, then it shouldn't be easy.
So
Nicholas Staroff is correct. Gurkha is like smoking a fart through an empty toilet roll.
Would it be your professional opinion that rigor mortis had not set in?
It could be the beginning part. It may not be fixed, which means that it's been there for at least 4 to 6 hours.
Right. So would you expect within 20 minutes that it would be of such a rigor mortis state that you would not be able to hold the hand open without using the
Again, I would point to the scenario, the circumstances of how the person died beforehand to know. I mean, it could be possible depending upon what the person was doing before they died. If they were just sitting doing nothing, then they weren't expending a lot of energy. So they should still have some ATP. So that means rigor mortis is not going to set in that quickly, because the cells themselves are not going to break down instantaneously when you die. And so that person may be going into early rigor. You could note that when you look at the appendage or the part of the body you're looking at, you can feel a little tension, but you'll be able to break it. It's not fixed.
Would you expect rigor mortis to set in quickly if it were 3 to 4 minutes of activity?
Again, it's a process, so there could be some, but I don't think it'd be fixed lividity at that point. I mean, fixed rigor mortis. Sorry.
And what does that mean?
That'd be difficult to break.
If there was a lot of energy expended and then we see the hand like this, that even after 3 to 4 minutes of strenuous activity, if rigor mortis would set in, it would be difficult to open up those hands.
Yeah, prosecution doesn't know how to use a microphone. We've already
I don't believe it would be
established that.
extremely difficult.
But it would take some force to be able to do.
A bit more than it would if he was doing no activity before he died. Yeah.
And in terms of his left hand, this is going to be 28.
Brad says he is correct. It is not lactic acid based. Well, actually, it kind of is.
This is 28A, which is his left hand.
I'm going to be unnecessarily
No, I believe that's his right
nerdy.
His right hand. So the first image we saw was his left hand, right?
Correct.
And we just talked about it. His left hand, given just the position of it, could have had a gun in it, right?
Possibly.
Could have had nothing in it.
Lactic
Possibly, yes.
acid
In terms
is
of his right hand,
produced
it's possible that a gun was in that hand.
when glucose
possible.
is
Based on
broken
the
down and
orientation as it is
generates
while he's on the
ATP,
kind of body
which
bag
is
at this point.
cellular energy.
It's possible.
In the absence
Possible
of
cell
oxygen.
phone was in that hand.
That's also possible.
Possible he was holding maybe one of the car door handles before he died.
Possible.
And in terms of this hand, again, possible there was just nothing in his hand when he was inside of that vehicle.
That also is possible.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, it's yes, ish. It's that breakdown of the glucose that. Anyway, we don't need to.
So if
get
you can
into
tell,
all that.
doctor, how many total entrance wounds did this victim suffer?
There were 10 gunshot wounds.
And how many, I guess, exit wounds were you able to find?
Of the 10 gunshot wounds, there was 1 graze and
Justin McCall, you can go to your room right now. Right now. Get out. Get out. I don't ban people, but that's really close to the line.
gunshot wound path.
Say that last part again, doctor. Didn't
10
Nobody.
1 graze wound and 1 perforated gunshot wound path.
Okay. And in terms of cause of death, I know you have terms in your profession. What's the official cause of death that you determined in this case?
Multiple gunshot wounds.
Manner of death. What was the manner of death in this case?
Homicide.
And in your professional opinion, why is it that Sebastian died based on these wounds? What caused his death?
He was shot by another person or persons.
And what primary gunshot wound was the one that would have led to his death based on your training and experience?
The most fatal one would have been the gunshot wound to the right side of the back that went through the right thoracic cavity, right lung, the liver, the right kidney, and thoracic vertebrae.
Then just for admission purposes, this is 40A. What are we looking at here?
It's a diagram that depicts the measurements I took for the wounds that I described in my report.
So this is just kind of a memorial of everything we just talked about in terms of all the injuries and where they are located on his body.
Yes.
And then for B, what are we looking at here?
The right side of his body with the wounds on that side of the body.
And then just for clarification, did you notice any type of entry wounds on the left side of his body?
No.
Last question. If you had to summarize, would you say that all of the gunshot wounds that you observed during the course of your autopsy were from either back to front or they were going in horizontally, I guess on that even plane?
If I may refer?
Yes.
Bass, the $1.99 super chat, manner of death, defending the honor of a frog. Oh, no, that's funny. And also, Bass has become a new member.
And then in terms of a right to left or a left
Bass
to
is now
right
officially Legal Vice's newest
Uh,
member.
Did all those wounds have a right to left? Did some of them have left to right? What would you say at the conclusion of your autopsy?
Front to back, not left to right. Front to back, front to back. Always go front to back. If you know.
Oh,
you know.
going right to left to some degree.
Not right
That
to
would
left,
mean
front
that
to
any of
back.
the bullets that entered into his body, based on your review and your training and experience, would have come somewhere to his right.
Based upon my autopsy with the body and its position, yes.
All right, there's no further questions. We should get these photographs. I don't know if the defense counsel
Yep.
needs
Well, go ahead and retrieve them now. All right. Thank you very much for the direct exam. Who's going to do cross? All right. Mr. Shiner?
Let's see. Do we have to skip? Nope. He gets right into it. Good. And how long does he cross-examine for? Quite a while. cross-examines for about 45 minutes.
I proceed, Judge?
Yes, sir, please do.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
You've done 2,500 autopsies approximately?
Jesus.
More than that, yes.
At least 2,500.
Yes.
15 years, 5 in Philadelphia, 5, roughly 4 or 5 here, 5 in Broward, a year in Miami, right?
Yes.
All right. So have you done cases where a police officer has killed a decedent?
Yes.
All right. And when you do those, is that also, whether it's justified or not justified, do you still turn down a homicide?
Our determinations of manner, we have to pick from 5, and it's for statistical purposes and statistic purposes only. And it basically just, our definition of homicide is death at the hand of another.
So that's an important thing. Far too many people out there in the universe hear homicide and think murder. Homicide and murder are two different things. As he's saying, he's giving the correct definition of homicide. Very, very good for the prosecutor, for the defense lawyer to bring that up, because the prosecutor just kept saying homicide, 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 knowing that most of the jurors are going to be thinking murder. You hear homicide, you think murder. It's just a natural thing because you don't have the legal knowledge of the legal terminology for this. But as he said, homicide simply just means death at the hands of another. Somebody killed somebody else, whether it was murder, an accident, negligence, self-defense, whatever. It just means somebody's dead because of another person. That's all homicide means.
All right. So if a police officer shoots someone, pulls a gun on them, shoots first, doesn't shoot at all, just points a gun, and the officer shoots that guy or a woman and kills him, whether it's justified or not, you would still consider that a homicide.
Yes.
That's correct.
All right, same thing in this case. You don't have any clue what happened, do you?
Nope.
In terms of the actual moment that this man, the decedent, got shot, do you?
Other than the information that was gathered from circumstances, no.
Okay, and some of the things you use is investigator Huell Languasco to help you out, right?
He was the investigator who went to the scene, yes.
All right, and he determined that rigor mortis was very light in this case, right?
I believe that's what his report says.
Okay, and very light meaning it was starting to set in, and right?
Yes.
But you can still move the fingers?
I believe that's what he's doing. If you interpret that to be that, yes.
Well, you interpret it that way, don't you?
Based upon his description, it wasn't set, so it's not fixed rigor mortis.
Okay, it was just starting to.
Yes.
And you saw the photographs he took for you, didn't you? The scene photographs where he was able to manipulate the fingers?
To show the palms, yes.
All right, if somebody wanted to take a gun out of the decedent's hand before the police arrived, it wouldn't be that hard to do, would it, sir?
No. I don't believe it would.
There you
You don't
go.
have to break the fingers. It's not frozen in there. It's light rigor mortis, right?
That's correct.
You didn't see any soda cans in the car, did you?
What?
I took pictures, and you didn't see any, did you?
From the photographs I reviewed, I did not see them, no. I didn't see anything.
Okay, and you didn't see. Well, I don't remember what your words were. You said it could be a soda can. What else did you say? It could be a lighter?
Lighter, cell phone, I don't know.
Any lighters in the car?
From the limited photographs that I have, no, I did not.
Hey, and the cell phone. Did you see any cell phones?
From the photographs, no, I did not. From the photographs I see.
What? You're aware that the decedent had 2 keys in his pocket, right? Upon removal by your investigator and the crime scene personnel?
I'd have to refer to see if that was in the report.
You want to look? It was right front pocket.
Sure.
Thank you.
No, we like this. I like this lawyer, Mandy. His cross-examination of Brienne of Tarth was not the greatest, but this is a good cross-examination so far. And he's only fast talking because we're at 1.25 speed. Right, and that's just the most common thing for everybody. You just think homicide is murder, not. And while he's looking at that, Mandy, super sexy, super hot artist Mandy, she says, I see CommiTube has decided to drop their election misinformation policy ahead of another 2020 election fraud evidence drop. How embarrassing. Right. Darcy says Nick is on vacation with the family still. He loves you. Legal vices. Well, I know he does.
Let me show you this. Maybe save a little bit of time.
Hopefully, he's
Case
not
number
thinking anything about
27.
me while he's on vacation with his family.
Well, if that would
No,
help
he's
you.
not, as a matter of
Two
fact.
keys that were in Seaton's pocket.
Okay.
Does that help you a little bit?
In terms of, I'm sorry, what's your question?
That your investigator, Mr. Longuasco, found 2 keys in the right pocket of the decedent upon removing him from the vehicle.
He's saying the death grip rigor mortis sets in, and this
Yes,
is
it
just
says
this is just the
photographs of
position the
property,
hand was in.
and then proceed to remove the clothing.
He was
So,
gripping something at the time of his death.
he said,
No, Flux, we're not allowed to. We're less allowed to talk about it than we were before because they're getting ready to drop some new
I'm
evidence.
referring to what he was wearing. He didn't specifically say what he removed from his pockets.
Well, those photographs. Do you remember reviewing the photographs before you came out today from Investigator Longuasco, removing 2 keys from the pocket of the decedent?
I reviewed the photographs, but I didn't focus specifically on the property that was removed from the clothing.
Okay. Did anyone from law enforcement ever come to your office and show you a ring video or photographs, not this big probably, but of anything like this in this case?
Upside down.
Pardon me.
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. And there's been testimony that this is the decedent standing there, the guy near the white sweatshirt. No one showed you this previous to today, right?
No, I don't remember seeing that.
Okay. You don't know what's in his right front pocket, do you?
I have no idea what that is.
Does law enforcement sometimes confer with you and bring you evidence to say, hey, what do you think of this doc? Does it match this scene? Does it not match this? Do they ever do that?
They may, at times, depending on the case.
So they do, right? It's not unusual that they've done that.
No, it's not.
No one did it in this case.
No, I recall.
The picture that I just showed you, defense exhibit number 5. Do you agree this is not consistent with having those 2 car keys in his pocket, the decedent?
Sustained.
I can see there's something in his pocket. I have no idea what is in his pocket from that photograph.
Nobody asked you to recreate it, right?
Is that rigor mortis, or are
No,
you
it's
just
outside
happy
scope.
to
I
see
do.
me?
Well, if you were told, hypothetically, that he may have had a firearm that night, pointing it out the window at 2 people, the decedent, would that be possible evidence for you to consider if his hand possibly had a firearm upon his death, before his death?
I don't know how that's relevant to my determination of cause and manner of death.
Don't you determine, your investigator goes out there and asks, hey, what happened? Please tell them what they found, right?
Correct.
But don't you determine the circumstances also, as well as the manner of death?
No, we record the circumstances as were given to them by the investigating officers, but we,
Smopo Vienna, that is a thing.
in the determined cause and manner of death, whether he had a gun or not, is
Not
not
for
relevant.
evidence.
Of how he died.
It just
Right?
happens.
And for me, determining cause and manner of death, it's not relevant.
You asked a question by the prosecutor a few minutes ago, and he asked you that it was consistent with many other objects. Wouldn't you want to know what object was really in his hand before you can answer that question, if anything?
As I said, it could be any object or no object at all.
Okay, but if you were told by the police that this man had a gun in his hand, I know you weren't, but if you were, would you consider that, or you wouldn't even pay attention to it?
As I said earlier, it's possible.
Well, what if they told you that?
Then it would be the gun. I would presume it's the gun, but again, that's not relevant to my determination of cause and manner of death.
You can't say it's a gun unless you see a gun in this man's hand, right?
That's the only time I would say there was a gun in his hand.
You disagree it's consistent with the decedent's right hand with holding a firearm. You disagree it's consistent with that.
No, as I said it was possible.
Yes, Mandy. That's
My question
exactly
is
the
it
medical
consistent
term.
with holding a firearm prior to his death? That's my question. Not possible, consistent.
It may be.
All right, well, did you ever use a firearm?
Maybe once or twice in my life.
And he's
You
proud
ever,
of
in
that.
a case, ever put a firearm or a fake firearm in your hand and then pull it out and see if your fingers are on the exact same shape as the decedent's hand in this case?
No, I've never done that.
No one asked you to do that?
No one's ever asked me to do that.
Yep, he's going after
You don't have that
the
much experience. other
after the
than
crime,
if
after
you
the
read
lead
literature about
investigator.
firearms.
He's going to crush him or her.
And the hundreds of homicide cases I've done over the years.
Sure, but I mean, personal experience in firing guns and
No, I don't have personal experience in firing guns.
now, if somebody's in a fist fight and
Loaded
kicking and
gun,
lasts for 10
and it
minutes, is
shoots
that
to
possible that it would build
kill.
up some lactic acid, or I think your word was, what was it, RSD or something?
No, I was saying that you use of your energy stores, which is ATP.
All right, apologies.
Mhm.
ATP, is that similar to lactic acid?
lactic acid is a byproduct of you using up your energy sources.
So if I'm in a fist fight, a severe fist fight for 10, 15 minutes, right before I get shot, I'm using my fist and my legs, would you consider that a buildup of the, I'm sorry, I don't remember the three letters you said. What was it?
ATP. Using it?
Yep.
You could potentially use a decent amount of ATP to do that.
That would possibly bring on rigor mortis quicker than a person who was just sitting in a vehicle doing absolutely nothing.
Agreed, yes.
Okay. And the other extreme you used was a marathon runner. If somebody was running a marathon and they passed away right away, they can go in full rigor mortis right away.
But I mean, they can go rigor mortis quicker than you normally would. I wouldn't say instantaneously, but within minutes, probably you could have significant rigor.
Every case is different.
Yes.
Anyone ever give you any facts in this case on, I mean, law enforcement, give you any facts about how long, or even if there was a fist fight from the decedent?
I don't specifically recall. I may refer to the investigative report.
Sure.
This witness is snoring louder than my dogs.
You want to see Investigator Linguasco's report?
I have it here.
Okay.
He mentions a scuffle, but he doesn't say specifically who was in the scuffle.
Okay, so you weren't really given any real details about what may have occurred prior to the shooting, right?
Apparently, he wasn't given specifics as to, other than the driver of the vehicle and two other acquaintances were visiting a residence.
I want you to read it. I just want to know if you received any if you received any information that there was a fight and how severe it was prior to the decedent getting shot.
No, those details are not here.
Okay. So you don't know.
Other than there was a scuffle, no.
Okay. Scuffle can mean a lot of things, right?
It could. It doesn't indicate who was in the scuffle.
How long it lasted or how severe it was.
That information was not recorded in his report.
Okay. You went to medical school. That must have been very difficult, right?
It was medical school.
A lot of work.
Yes.
A lot of money.
Cost a lot. Yes.
A lot of sacrifice.
Yes. Some.
And what I'm getting at is you get paid to be here, right?
Yes.
You get paid by the state.
By the county, yes.
You make more than most people. I'm not going to ask you, must be. You make more than most people don't in average jobs, don't you?
Okay.
I would say yes.
Right?
More
Do you do
more
consulting
with
on the
the
side?
paid to testify.
No, I don't.
When you talk to the prosecutors before this trial or any trial, do you charge them?
No.
Why'd you charge me $500 to talk to me for an hour?
That's the office policy. I personally did not charge you that. That's the office policy.
Well, before I was allowed to talk to you, I had to stroke you a check for $500, right? For 1 hour of your time.
As is the office policy.
Okay, so why would I have to pay if they don't? What? How is that fair?
Oh, come on.
I don't make the rules.
Let it go. It's not important.
But you're cold and neutral. You're not.
Your
looking for
expert
either
was
side, right?
$600. Chill.
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know why the defense lawyer, me, had to pay you to talk to you, right?
Because it's the office policy.
As per office policy, that's what it is.
Dude, this is like
You never asked
complaining to the
anyone
waitress
how
that
is
the
that
food is
fair? That one
expensive.
side
Stop
has to
it.
pay and the other one gets it for free?
Dude, stop.
No, just sustained. All right, move on.
He was doing so much better yesterday with his cross-examination. He's kind of sucked today.
Intermediary target. Does that mean that this particular car was an intermediary target before the decedent got struck?
I would say yes.
And when a bullet goes through a car, it breaks up. Like in this case, right? It could break up.
Yes, it can.
In this case, every bullet pretty much broke up that you observed. They're all fragments.
That's correct. They're all
Little
fragments.
tiny pieces, right?
Yes,
And obviously they can do a lot of damage. It's no joke, right?
correct.
All right, so when the fragments are coming in, could you tell if they're bouncing around or if they deflect and they go different directions? Is there a way of you telling if they're hitting objects in the car and bouncing off of it?
I can't say specifically no.
It can go anywhere, right?
Yes, I can only describe wound paths as they go through the decedent's body based upon my observations with the body in its own position.
Is there anything inconsistent with the man standing 5, 10, 15 feet near the car in standing position, shooting into the car? Is there anything inconsistent with the wounds that you found on the decedent with that?
I can't tell range from those wounds because A, there's an intermediary target.
Okay.
So they wouldn't be inconsistent, no.
Because every shot or every piece of bullet fragment came from right to left, right?
Correct.
Obviously, the person who was shooting was standing on the right side.
That's correct.
How could somebody's buttocks get
Law
shot
Rex.
in a chair?
What?
Is it because their buttocks is exposed in that part?
I can't tell you where the person was or in space. I can tell you if they were squirming, turning to the left, to the right, while they're being, while
All right.
the
I'm
bullets
going to go
coming in.
hydrate while you all
my
here have to
observations
hear
are as the
about
body
the
is laying flat
squirming
on the table,
buttocks.
so.
Sure. But I'm asking, like in this case, if somebody's sitting up in an anatomical sitting position when they're being shot at, have you seen that before or heard about that in cases? Sometimes people sit up, they don't duck.
Yeah, well, yes.
And if somebody sees a bullet or a gun coming at them, sometimes people duck, right?
They may, yes.
All right. So would this decedent's right buttocks, where the bullet entrance wound went in that we saw in the picture, be exposed?
If they were sitting straight up in the chair,
Yes, sir.
not particularly, but again, as I said, it went through intermediate targets. I don't know how it deflected. It could have gone through the door and then deflected into the buttock from the seat, or the body positioning of the person. I don't know. Even though he was seatbelted, he could have been turned slightly to the right. I don't know.
And you don't know if he was seatbelted either, do you?
I believe in Investigator Langwatz's report, he was seatbelted before he was removed from the car.
And this man had a gun pointed with his right hand, hypothetically. Would that possibly account for the wound on his shoulder and all the stippling on his hands? His hand was straight out while the shots were coming in?
Straight out through what? The open door or the windshield?
Straight out. He's pointing the gun hypothetically, straight forward.
You mean the side glass?
Nope, the windshield.
The windshield itself.
I mean, he's the front passenger. I'm asking if his hand's straight up. Wouldn't that be consistent with then getting shot in the shoulder area and the stippling that's on the hand? Because his hand's exposed.
I don't recall any defects in the front windshield.
I didn't ask if there was defects. I just said if his hand is straight out, hypothetically, his hand is straight through the windshield. We know the shots came from right to left. We just talked about that.
Correct.
If his hand is up, would that likely cause more of those marks we saw that you said stippling on the outside of his palm?
Likely.
Okay. His hand was, if he was ducking on the ground, the stippling on the palm would probably not be there, right?
It may not. I mean, there were defects in the door and the actual side glass. So,
all right. Well, the left hand, assuming that was not holding a gun, had way less stippling marks than the right hand, didn't it?
Correct.
And the man also had some wounds up on the shoulder area and the arm area, right? The upper arm.
Yes, correct.
All right, are we done talking about squirming
Would the
buttocks?
wounds on the shoulder and the right arm and the right shoulder be inconsistent with his arm being raised at the moment he's being shot?
No, they wouldn't be inconsistent.
I'm clear, there was no whole bullets found, like full-size bullets.
No, everything was a fragment.
And you have no idea what the shooter in this case was seeing. There's no way you could tell us what he was seeing when he started shooting, right?
No clue.
And you have no evidence at all that the shots came directly from behind the decedent, did you? Do you?
I don't recall any defects in the back right passenger or the back windshield. I can't recall those.
You said they're all right to left, the wounds, right?
Yes, and from reviewing the scene photographs, the defects are on the right front passenger door.
No, I'm talking on the body of the decedent. They're all right to left, every single wound, right?
Yes.
So you would agree that, I'm going to turn my back, but let me just do that quickly. You didn't see any straight bullets that came directly into the decedent's back, like my back's turned to you. There's no bullets. Where you're sitting, hypothetically, you didn't see a bullet go straight into this decedent's back, correct?
I mean, there are defects in his back that are going from right to left, but I don't have. So I don't understand your question. You're asking.
Dude,
you have no evidence whatsoever that the shooter was standing directly behind the decedent at any time when he was shooting at him and shot him.
Yeah, I can't say. I mean, the end of the gun was at some point for those back wounds behind him, but I don't know because in space, everything's moving. I don't believe that he stood there and the car was sitting in one spot while this was going on.
Of course, but you have no evidence that the shooter was directly behind the decedent and kept shooting into his back. The bullets are inconsistent with that, right? Or the fragments.
They're coming from the right to left and they're going from back to front. So at some point, and the barrel of the gun was at this position,
Right?
in reference to where the decedent was,
So it would be slightly behind him.
slightly behind him.
Talking directly behind him. That's what I'm asking you. The way I just turned from you.
No, there's no indication of that. There's no wound path that depicts that.
Okay. There's no way to match up the fragments to the actual holes in the door, is there?
No.
Holes in the window?
No.
Nobody can do that as far as you know, right?
As far as I know, no.
Somebody get this guy a CPAP machine.
You guys, meaning the medical examiners, you take hair standards, DNA standards, fingernail clippings, right and left hand, right?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Standard protocol.
Well, you take fingernail clippings to see if possibly it may be important to see if someone's DNA is underneath the decedent's fingers or fingernails.
It's part of the standard processing of a homicide case.
Is that why it's done? It's not done for fun. I mean, there's got to be a real reason. What's the reason for it? The nail clippings.
Nail clippings, potentially, that's what could be discovered.
Transfer evidence from another human being.
Yes.
You don't decide if it gets tested. You just actually clip it, right? Well, not you, maybe your assistant or you. Somebody clips it, right?
Correct.
You're not the one who determines, hey, I want to match this up to see if this guy was in a physical altercation.
No.
That's the law enforcement's job.
Yes, it is.
Did you ever check the decedent's clothes for blood?
Clothes did not come into the office.
It goes directly to the sheriff.
They were collected at the scene.
Okay. You have no role in searching or checking clothes at all.
No, not in this case.
Some cases, the police bring the clothes to you to see if there's stippling on there or the gun is consistent with the damage to the hole in the shirt or pants.
At times, but the majority of cases, clothing is taken by crime scene if there's a scene.
Sometimes they bring it back to you for your opinion, right?
If there's a question, yes.
Of course. When the police come to talk to you, there's no bill for them, is there?
No.
Remember seeing on the decedent's right hand? Do you remember seeing a mark on his finger, like an abrasion?
All right. While we let Huell hyperventilate a little bit more on the stand, we're going to welcome our guest, our second guest. Drex was our first guest. Nicholas, what's up, sir?
I had to rush home from work to give you an hour before I have to go again, but it's Friday.
Well, hopefully we'll be done here in about an hour because this guy is going to be testifying for, a few more minutes, and then take a break. Then we put this other lady here on the line, and she goes for about 45 minutes. So we should finish just about the time you get ready to start doing your stream. So. And again, what we'll be doing is probably Sunday. We'll just do a big, long marathon of 2 days worth of testimony. To catch up, because my understanding is the prosecution is rested and the state has started their case as we speak. All right.
What is who is that? Oh, that's
On the stand.
Yeah.
Some guy. He's a
Some
doctor,
guy.
somebody or other.
Okay,
A
that's the
stage
guy
expert.
Is that a guy who didn't know if it was a gun or a soda can or a lighter?
Yes, or a lighter,
Okay.
yeah, a cell
Okay.
phone, or yeah.
I've been having him in my ear the last couple of hours. Oh, you're streaming in my ear the last couple of hours, so I'm not. No, it's the face.
Yes, these. Yeah, I know. That's me. That's my thing. I love getting the defense and the prosecution mixed up. Yes, the prosecution has arrested their case, and the defense has started their case in chief. Is my understanding. That's the correct version of what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Give me a break. It's 4 o'clock in the morning, and I've been doing this for 4 hours. 6 total streaming. All righty, let's jump in here. Call in Dr. Love. Great kiss song. Anyway.
I don't know if I could describe an impression on his finger. Let me just refer.
I don't know how to describe his impression on a singer. Not great caption there. The sound of silence. Yes, no, we'll be on Flux's stream in 5 hours.
I did not describe him.
All streaming all the time.
So can you tell me if there was a wound or abrasion on his hand?
Besides the pseudo stipple that was described, no, I cannot.
Let me show you. What's been entered is defense exhibit number 19. You see any wounds on or any abrasions on the finger in this photograph?
No, I do not.
I'm talking about the index finger, the one that's pointing out the furthest.
I don't know that I can call it an abrasion. I have no idea.
What do you call that?
I don't really see anything other than a crinkled finger.
Okay. And do you see anything on the palm in this area under the thumb? Do you see any indentations or any marks that mean anything to you?
Actual examination, or
looks like
was it
lividity.
just looking at pictures?
What's that?
Look at the
Blood in
pictures.
that area.
How about a pressure mark? Would you disagree that's possibly a pressure mark from holding something prior to death?
Cause blanching, and lividity fills in the spaces in between. So there wouldn't be lividity if it's a pressure mark.
Possible this is a pressure mark on the palm?
It's an indication of lividity. I can't say anything more than that.
So you agree or disagree that it's possibly a pressure mark?
I wouldn't describe it as a pressure mark. It looks like lividity to me.
Describe that in your report that there was lividity in the palm?
No, I generalize lividity in general areas of the body. However, I don't specifically say each individual area I see lividity and do diagram it in a case like this.
Testifying is so difficult. So all you biochemists and whatnot here in the chat,
This case also had
is he
tested positive for
producing
cannabinoids?
lactic acid at this point?
He tested positive for
Has he-
metabolite of cannabinoids in his urine.
What's that? What's cannabinoids?
Marijuana.
Okay, so you can't tell what effect, if any, it may have had on him.
There was no marijuana present in his blood. This was a metabolite in
Whatever
his
his name
urine.
is.
All right, how long does that stay in you?
What was that?
Is that what's his name? Yellow Green?
Yeah, CeeLo Green. I'd say it sounds
CeeLo
like
Green, yeah.
It kind of sounds like CeeLo.
Urine.
Days.
Fuck you.
Oh, when the guy last used
Fuck
Kinda
him.
have-
No, it could be days or weeks.
Kind of have the shape of him as
Hours
well.
or sooner?
No, because hours or sooner would present with actual THC and or earlier metabolites in the blood, which was not present.
That had nothing to do with this case.
No, it did not.
Yes.
You asked a question about a death grip,
That's
and
why
you
I
said
asked.
that you don't use that term, and you only it's a colloquial. How you say that word? Colloquial.
Colloquial.
Lactose intolerant is just allergy to death.
What's colloquial? What does that mean?
Lay common phrasing.
Right. During your training for a medical examiner, I know you were never in a war, right? I mean, you never did autopsies on soldiers, did you?
I have not. No.
You ever read any articles on that or literature about soldiers maybe holding a firearm or have what's called a death grip upon their death while they're on the battlefield?
I specifically have not. No.
Do you know where the term death grip comes from?
No. As I said,
From a Bruce Lee movie.
I've not studied a second of medicine, and I know what the death grip is.
Yeah.
It's the one that Darth Vader goes.
Yeah.
No treat illegal. Jeff doesn't breathe exactly like the witness. That's the dog. Jeff's dogs breathe like this witness.
Take off my helmet.
Death grip. You have another term for it?
for what?
Well, a colloquial term, death grip. Do you have another word that you use?
I would just be descriptive of the rigor mortis I see.
All right. So you've never testified in a case about a possible person holding a weapon before their death or during their death?
I can't specifically recall an instance of that.
Do you have any way from your autopsy and your experience, do you have any way of showing the position the decedent was in when he was shot? Do you actually know?
No.
And you have no way of. How about suicide? You must get tons of suicides in Palm Beach County.
I don't think this guy committed
You ever
suicide.
get them where the decedent has a gun in their hand? Or by the time they come to you, it's taken out by law enforcement, probably, right?
Correct.
Well, the scene photos from your investigators, do you ever see photographs of the decedents holding guns?
At times, yes.
And when the guns are removed by the law enforcement, I know you're generally not there, right?
That's correct.
Does your investigators ever take pictures of the decedent's hand after the gun is removed?
Yes, they do.
And you sometimes see people in rigor and rigor mortis and see them holding the fingers remain on the hand remains in the same position as it looks like it was before the gun was removed.
Counselor, please be careful pronouncing the word rigor with this witness.
The hand before and after the gun was removed.
Usually not an issue in a suicide because it's not usually being challenged in court, right?
At times they want to see other things on the hand to see whether or not they shot the gun.
Okay.
So that's the reason for the photographs.
What other
Usually.
things in the hand? What do you mean?
With the revolver, any kind of cylinder gap or backsplash or anything like that from
Backsplash, what's that?
Not backsplash. Spatter.
Backsplash. I've done that before.
How would that show if someone had a gun in their hand?
There'd be void points where the gun was sitting, and then around it would be the spatter.
Okay, in the outside of the palm of the hand?
Or palm or on the back of the hand, or in the cupping portion between the index and palm and thumb.
Okay, so he's doing
The shooter in this case, you have
backsplashes. He's
no
doing
way of
cupping.
knowing
He's
if
a
he was acting in
perv.
self-defense or not, do you, sir?
That is what the trans
do
stamps
not.
are for.
All right, thank you, Judge. I attend to the witness.
All right. Any redirect? All right, very briefly.
Oh, judge wants to move this
Does the
along.
state of Florida pay you more money based on your testimony here today?
No,
We pay you less money based on your testimony here.
Who
today.
cares?
not.
Who does pay your testimony?
County of Broward. Palm Beach County. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
And for that deposition, did you demand $500 from defense lawyers for being there?
I did not know.
Who did?
The
That is
office.
pissing me off
Did you make that
royally.
policy?
No, I did not.
Because
Yeah.
the defense has
Now,
to hire
In terms of the pictures,
their expert.
the deceased right hand,
Well,
the
the
stippling or pseudo stippling that
County,
you saw,
whatever,
or
have
stippling on his right hand.
millions
Talked a lot
at
about
their
what would be
hands to
consistent,
just
what would it be
hire
consistent.
anybody they want.
Would that stippling on his hand also be consistent with,
Yeah.
as bullets are flying in through a window, him putting his hand up to shield himself?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes,
It's
sir.
like Wonder Woman.
All right.
That's
Doctor,
it.
Thank you very much. Watch your step getting down. Stay safe. All right, you have another CSI,
Stay
right?
safe.
How long do you anticipate on direct examination? Okay, good. Let's do it.
He's going to go
Folks, while
examine evidence to
that
find
witness
his neck.
is being made available, you want to take a restroom break
Next
before he or she
examination?
gets on the
Sure, good.
stand? All right, then yes? Oh, I see yes. Okay. Then let's take a 10-minute restroom break. Be back in at 4:45, and then I'll fill you in on what we're doing tomorrow, okay? 4:45.
All right, let's skip forward here.
Notepad space down and numbers up.
Scroll in, scroll in, scroll in.
Calls CSI Brandt.
All right, and she's on.
What?
To the Cadillac. It was placed into evidence at the time as 13. However, there was already a set of photographs.
Hang on.
They
Hard
were
R
kidding
mortis.
really
Thank
mean
you
to
for
me
your
today,
punctuality, ladies and gentlemen.
They
What was
sold
it you wanted to do before this
cookies.
witness comes in?
and I have to buy.
You want to do something else in front of the jury?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Sorry, thanks for the reminder.
Sure.
There
There
went
was
my
a
diet.
diagram that had several pages. It was referenced to throughout the testimony.
Diagram of a car, right?
Diagram of a car
Okay.
relating to the Cadillac. It was placed into evidence at the time as 13. However, there was already a set of photographs that are already states 13. So this is being renumbered 14. So this is just a reference to the diagram.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So that's being renumbered to States Exhibit 14. Got it. Okay. And the next
Got it.
witness is,
It calls CSM Brandt.
all right, and she's on her
I'm-
way up.
Mandy,
Bronson,
I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
drinking Bud
Okay.
Light.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Falcon Extra Brew. It has beer color. It's not Bud Light.
All right. CSI Brunson, will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Sure. My first name is Danielle. That's Danielle. My last name is Bronson. That's Bronson.
Okay.
Ooh.
That answers the
Death
question.
wish.
Bronson, not Brunson. Sorry about
She
that.
needs to
Okay.
eat
You may
more.
inquire, Miss Edwards.
Thank you.
She
Ms.
needs
Bronson,
to
what
eat
do you do
meat.
for a living?
I am a crime scene manager.
And how is that different from other crime scene investigators that the jury might see?
I manage a group of crime scene investigators. I also still do some of the crime scene work. However, I'm more in an administrative position.
So you're supervising, but you also assist.
Correct.
Exactly,
take
legendary
you back
racing.
to April
Not you.
of
Where'd he go?
2021. How
There you
long
go,
have you been
JD
with the
Buck.
department up until that point?
She's Elaine from
Until that
Airplane.
point, I was
Ted
there for
Stryker's
about
girlfriend.
16 going in my 17th year.
That's good.
And all of that time as crime scene or doing crime scene work?
Yes.
Smash or pass, chat. One for smash,
When there
two for
is a
pass.
scene like this one that involves several different places,
She's too
what is
skinny.
the general thing that happens? One person goes to all places, or how do you divide that supervisory role so that
You would
everybody gets to where they need to be?
I'd smash like
Well,
a
it
dozen
generally
times.
depends on how many investigators are working at that time. At that time, I believe we only had 2 investigators working and myself. So myself and CSI Brandt went to one of the crime scenes where the decedent was located. And then once I realized that there was another scene to go to, I then asked another CSI, that would be CSI Ali, to go to that particular scene.
All right. Did there come a point that you assisted CSI Brandt with demarcating or doing a diagram of the Cadillac in this case that was at the original place where you went?
This is 1.25.
And was that a part and parcel of the search of that vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And what exactly were you doing the diagram for? What was the purpose?
Just another set of notes. It was already like a computer generated picture of a vehicle that matched best to the Cadillac vehicle. It had 4 doors. It was just an easier way of doing notes rather than literally handwriting everything.
And so as the jury goes through states 14, can you tell us what they will see? And if I could approach the witness.
You may.
She can investigate my crime scene anytime. I don't know what that means, but it sounds good.
You're going there to
Describe
say,
it up there. I'll do that so that the jury can see each item. But just generally, what defects are you marking down on the vehicle?
She can be my shield maiden.
Pretty much CSI Brandt is the one searching the vehicle. I'm on the outside assisting her with the written documentation so that we're not cross-contaminating. Also, there were numerous defects within this vehicle. So it was just a more efficient way of doing it. She would tell me where the defect was located, and then I would note it on this particular diagram. It's of the driver's side, the passenger side, both exterior and interior. And then again, that was noted on the particular diagram or picture. You'll see markings such as D1E. The D refers to defect. Obviously, I give it a particular number. And then if it's E, that means it's exterior. If it's given an I, that means the defect was interior.
Do you also mark on the diagrams whether or not the view of the vehicle and the markings that are there are an exterior and interior separately from those E's and I's?
Yes. Also, the vehicle description is also marked on each of the pages, such as the tag, the VIN number, the type of car, as well as if the location of the defect isn't self-explanatory just by looking at the diagram, then there's also a written description on that particular page.
So will we see your handwritten notes as well of where the defects were?
Yes.
May I retrieve the item, Judge?
Yes.
Is that watch the size of a hubcap? Oh, I thought you were talking about my watch. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with my watch? Haven't seen her watch. I like chicks that wear watches. I like chicks. Chicks look great even if they're not wearing anything. Bill knows what's up.
Starting with the first page of the diagrams, could you tell us what area of the vehicle is drawn here and whether or not there were defects on this area, if you recall?
This is the exterior driver side of the
Thank you.
vehicle.
I
I
know
believe there was
exactly
some
what they mean.
within the driver front window and
Great picture.
exterior. I
Oh,
don't
there
think
it
you can
is.
see it just because it's a photocopy of the particular diagram, so it's difficult to see. I think there were 4 defects.
Who drew that?
You saw
The
the
nephew?
diagram just now. You're able to see them with your natural eye. Is that correct?
I can't see those defects on the window, no, but other than that, I can see the handwriting.
Sorry, let me make sure my question is clear. When you look at the actual page, not here on the screen, can you actually see the little markings on there indicating the defects?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the jury will be able to see that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated that they were one area of the vehicle exactly.
Correct.
What area?
This area would be the driver front window.
Okay. And do you recall there being 4 defects in the driver's side of that vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Moving now to page 2. What area of the vehicle are we looking at?
This is a top view of the Cadillac.
And the defect that's demarcated here is where exactly?
I believe it is on the rear windshield on the passenger side.
So for reference purposes, is this the general area that you're referring to that would have your marking?
Yes, ma'am.
Page 3 of states 14.
This is like one of the
What area of
medical
the vehicle?
examiner drawings of
This
like
is the
just a
exterior
body
passenger side.
standing there. This is the random car
And
to
there are
represent
clearly
all
a lot
cars.
of marks here. Are all of those marks indicative of a defect from a gunshot penetrating this vehicle?
It's a defect. I can't tell you for certain that it was made by a firearm. Through my training and experience, it appears as it is, but again, we just document them as defects. They're a hole in the vehicle.
Okay. Let's start with a tire. What tire was this?
That was the passenger front tire?
Okay. And was that deflated?
Yes, it was.
And you indicate that by saying flat here?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the light towards the front passenger side?
There was a defect. It was broken.
And then several defects on the door of the passenger front?
Yes, ma'am.
And then also, of course, the window of the passenger front?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also are indicating several other areas along the side of the wheelbase. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then also the frame of the rear of the passenger side door.
Yes, that would be the C pillar. Yes.
Okay. And again, you indicate these are all exterior.
Correct.
Page 4. Is this what you mean by notes? We can see obviously there's more than just the demarcations now and more sentences and words.
Correct.
Okay. And for instance, can you tell us what area of the vehicle this is such that we can understand generally what the notes mean?
This is the interior of the driver's side.
And I know I asked you whether or not you did anything besides the E and I's to indicate interior and exterior. Is this that general area where you indicate what part of the vehicle this is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were there defects to the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were.
And this is on the driver's side?
Yes.
Were there defects on the seat as it appears to be on this diagram?
Yes.
And then several on the interior door?
Correct.
Okay. So wherever we see something demarcated, that's exactly where it was seen and you indicated it here.
Yes, a written explanation is also written there just in case it wasn't. For the interior of the vehicle, it's very hard to tell where exactly the defect is. So that's why each has their written description of where it's located.
Okay. So let me select one for identification. D36I, I indicating interior here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And within rubber stole, what does that mean?
Seal.
Oh, it's seal. Okay. Rubber seal of compartment door around driver. What does that mean, door?
Around the driver door.
What does door
the
mean?
rubber
Did
seal
you
that
just
you see
ask that
there on the
question?
compartment. It's probably easier to look if you see it in the photograph.
So is that just sort of the sort of cushion between metal in the door frame itself?
Yeah, that rubber. Yes.
Okay. All right. And those are sort of your handwritten notes about the areas, and they will be fairly self-explanatory for the rest of them, right?
Correct.
All right. Page 5. What area of the vehicle is this one?
We are still on the interior driver's side.
Okay. And are there still defects to be noted?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, your notes?
Yes, this time it was difficult to put it on the actual vehicle diagram. So again, they were more written in this particular instance.
Did you note any defects to the windshield of the vehicle?
I would have to refer to the diagrams, but I believe so.
Okay, if you could go ahead and actually, can I refresh your recollection with CSI Brandt's report? I think that might assist. May I press witness, Judge?
That car got smashed like 39 times.
Damn, I wish I smoked indoors.
Is it illegal to smoke inside your own house in
Doesn't appear
Sweden?
to, no.
Okay, so none of these demarcations are
No.
indicating the front windshield, is that correct?
It is in
Correct.
Finland, I
Okay.
take it.
So these are all other
In your
interiors of
apartment
the
in
vehicle
Finland,
then in
not
this
your
particular page, which I believe was 4 or 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving now to the last page. Sort of similar question, where in the vehicle are we looking at?
Garrett, what
interior
is your
passenger side.
problem?
Okay, and again, are there defects, and if so, where?
Again, I'd have to read exactly what the
does
location
that
is.
in
It
the
looks like
mirror all
they're
the time.
the ones that are labeled on the vehicle are in the passenger rear compartment, and then again, numerous other ones with an actual explanation of where it's located.
Okay, and again, aside from the single defect that you noted to the back windshield, no other windshield, not the front or the back, besides that one in the back.
Again, not that I recall, but I would have to look at the diagrams.
Please feel free to look at the notes.
I drove better cars when I was 8.
Tweety US News says, "Who smokes in 2023 cigars because they're not a health hazard. They're not like those horrific, horrible, dirty, filthy cigarettes that people
Cigarettes
Cigars are 100%
No, ma'am.
organic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's vegan.
that no ma'am is a response to what exactly?
No other defect other than that one that was located in the rear windshield and none in the front windshield.
Okay. So none in the front, just one in the rear.
Correct.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sounds
I
like
will
Friday
table
night
this
for
one.
me.
Very well. Any cross? Okay.
All right, recross.
I have this for show, and then I have 3 plastic doors for storage.
Good, sir. How you doing?
If I
Okay,
smoke
so
one a
is there any
day,
blood on
I
the
will
outside
be
of this
finished
vehicle?
smoking in about 8 years.
I don't recall.
Anything in your notes will help you refresh your memory?
In my notes, no. In my report, no.
Were you there when CSI Brandt was checking for blood on the outside of the vehicle?
I was there when she searched the vehicle and we saw it on scene. I know there was blood inside of the vehicle. I don't recall if there was blood on the outside.
How about the diagram on states number 14? You have it on there if there was blood on the outside?
I think that was mostly for the defects and if we recovered any metal fragments or whatnot. I could look at them if you'd like me to. I don't recall.
All right, well, how about your notes? You have a lot of notes beside the diagram also, don't you?
I do. I don't have the notes in front of me though. I do not.
Cigarettes keep children away.
Yeah. Cigars are great up at the cottage because we have a bit of a mosquito problem. So I have to smoke cigars all the time because the smoke keeps them away.
They do.
Yeah. So when I get up there in August, I will do some streams from up there because then they will become a
There might
write-off.
be. I can check, but that was again mostly for the defects. That's not in there.
Would be there?
It's not in there, no, because if I may, I did the notes. However, the description of the vehicle and everything inside or outside is going to be in CSI Brandt's report.
Okay. So
Okay.
she's the one we should ask if there was blood on the outside of the car.
Yes, unless you want me to check my notes, but yeah, it would be in her report if there were or weren't. Okay.
Thanks. You didn't collect any blood. You just there to take notes for defects.
That is correct. That's where the saying
Yes, I
"smoke
was
'em if
helping
you
her with
got
the
'em"
description
came
of the
from.
vehicle.
Okay. Well, do you remember the VIN, the VIN number was partially obscured on this Cadillac?
I do on the front windshield, yes.
What was obscuring it? Do you know?
Some type of piece of paper. I'm not 100% sure what type.
How it got there?
I do not.
Were you able to remove it, or you just left it there?
I didn't remove it, no.
We'll be streaming for about another 45 minutes, Hayden. You're free to join.
That it was obscured in the notes? Yes.
So they put something to hide the VIN numbers of the car?
Yeah, that's what it sounds
You remember
like.
there was a. You remember any blood in the back seat of the car?
I don't recall, sir.
You have notes that there was blood-like substance on the passenger front headrest, driver's front headrest. There was a defect. Blood-like substance on the driver's seat bottom and back of headrest. Remember that?
As you're reading it to me, yes.
All right. And I'll show you your notes. I don't see anything in here about blood on the passenger seat. Would you like to see your notes?
No, I believe you. If it wasn't documented, then I believe there was not blood back there.
You have also, there was a bottle of H2O in the middle of the rear seats.
Yes, sir. As you're reading it to me. Again, I don't have a
H2O
copy of my
means
notes in front of me,
water.
so.
I'll show it to you.
Yeah, I trust you.
And you do hundreds of cases, so it's hard to remember every detail, right?
Well, again, yes, and since I was assisting Brandt, all that information, all that detail is going to be in her report, not in mine.
You remember a cell phone in the door pocket?
I remember there was a cell phone in the door pocket.
You don't have any knowledge that there's any blood on there or ballistic pieces of metal from a gunshot, do you?
I know it had some type of impact mark, but other than that, I do not.
You didn't see any hair or skin or fiber, possibly?
Not that I recall, no.
When you were at the scene over in West Palm, you said you went there, 40th and Broadway?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree the weather was pretty cool that night?
Yes.
Breezy?
If I recall, I'm not sure. I have to check the notes exactly what I documented it as.
All right, we'll stick with cool. You agree with that?
Sure.
And when you were at, I know you're the manager, but was CSI Brandt basically in charge of her scene, or were you supervising her?
Both. I was acting as her assistant if she needed me in a supervisory capacity. And that means if I needed to liaison between the detectives or the other personnel on scene, ask them a question, get her some information, that was my job, in addition to assisting her with written documentation.
Y'all never checked, meaning crime scene or any of the police officers, checked the roofs of the buildings, adjacent buildings to this parking lot, did you?
Myself and CSI Brandt did not. If Road Patrol did, I'm not sure. You'd have to ask them.
You don't have any knowledge of that, do you?
I do not.
Remember the fenced-in areas that were connected to the building of the auto shop?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember a food truck behind the fence on one of the areas? I'm facing the building to my left would be a fenced area and a food truck.
I do recall, yes.
Anyone, were you go behind that fence and look for any type of evidentiary value evidence?
I did not.
She's
You
scared
don't
of
know if there was a
food.
gun thrown back there or.
I do not. None of that information was brought to my attention. Again, still free flowing. Information is always coming forward, but that was not information that was relayed to me.
The other fenced-in area, did anyone search that to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
You guys have drones that can go on roofs, so no one has to climb. You can actually get a drone to check if anything of evidentiary value may have been thrown on a roof, right?
This is the third time that he's mentioned using a drone to check for evidence on the roof. Either he's throwing out one of the weirdest hypothetical arguments for the police not doing their job, or somebody found something on a roof somewhere.
Oh.
Because this is the third time he's mentioned, did you use a drone to check what's on the roof of the nearby buildings?
Oh, the defense. Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
But he's a good lawyer. He doesn't do hypothetical ones against one witness. Yes, this is the third time. If I was the prosecution, I hope they don't pick up on it. That would be really, really fun if they somewhere, with the help of, yeah.
Well, we'll have to see. I guess I better click the right screen.
The crime scene unit doesn't, but the sheriff's office does. Again, that's not my call to make.
Nobody gave you guys information about the first responding officer saying he saw two silhouettes back in the area by the fence area, and they were
Silhouettes on the shade.
trying to stop them.
I didn't have that knowledge, no.
If you did, would you possibly look back in that area?
Possibly.
Did you find out later on in the day that there was a gun found about 100 feet behind from the actual shooting scene behind somebody's backyard?
I don't recall. I never did respond to the initial scene where the firearms evidence or the casings were located.
You never went there?
I never went there, no.
Is it customary in your business? Obviously, you want to get everything while the crime scene tapes up, right?
Correct.
If you don't, things could possibly disappear.
Correct. And it can be extended if need be while even on scene. And we can hold a scene if we need to as well.
Days if you need to, right?
If we need to, yes.
Could you also go back a day or two later and say, like a detective calls you and say, you know what, I really missed this. I need you to go back and check something out. Could you then go back to, let's say, 40th and Broadway and take a look around to see if you missed something?
We can, yes, as long as there's no type of like expectation of privacy or you have to get a search warrant or something. Yeah, yes, we can.
Right. If you have to get a search warrant, the police officer can apply for one, right?
Correct.
No one asked you to do that in this case, right?
No, they did not.
No. After you left that scene on 40th and Broadway, to this day, Detective Annalyn or any of her supervisors never asked you to go back and look for anything.
They did not.
And no one asked anybody in your department, crime scene, to go look the path of travel where this car went to see if anything may have been thrown out of evidentiary value out of the car.
No, sir.
If they did, you could have done that, right? If somebody asked you to do that.
Correct.
You also have a dive team if somebody throws something in water.
Yes, sir.
And you guys do that on a routine basis. You send divers in, right, to check for weapons that may have been thrown in water.
It can happen. Again, that's not my call. That would be the detective bureau.
Oh, what's that actress's name?
The seated in the black Cadillac on 40th and Broadway. You obviously had an opportunity to view him, right?
Correct.
Would you agree that the decedent's hand?
He played a boxer.
Or he may have had a gun in his
Hillary Swank.
right hand position.
Yeah.
I mean, he may have been holding something, who knows what. I know that first responders did respond and they did put those emergency patches or they're called leads on him. So again, I don't know what his actual position was, prior to or after they moved him or put those leads on him.
Definitely not Anna Kendrick.
May have had a gun in it prior to
She wouldn't fit in that shirt if she was
I agree, may have
Anna
had-
Kendrick.
I'm going to allow it.
I agree, may have had something in it. It could have been a gun. It could have been a phone. It could have been something else in his hand. I'm not sure.
You may.
Why is she wearing a yellow star on her chest? That's weird.
Thank you, sir.
Remember giving a deposition back on September 29th, 2021 in this case?
I do.
I gave you a copy of it.
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to read it before today?
I have not.
All right, if you can direct your attention to page 13, read the whole page and even page 14. If you could read 13 and 14 to yourself, please.
13 and 14?
Pat. Scratching dog.
I don't care about her eyes, Mandy.
Actually, page 14. I'm sorry.
14?
She's going to have them closed most of the time anyway.
Me too.
It's a good chopstick.
Agency logo. I know.
Okay.
That was a joke. I wasn't asking for the literal answer. I was making a Nazi reference.
Did you say anything about the question?
Because they're bad people.
Yes, it said, let's see.
We don't like them.
On page 13 or 14?
On page 14, you asked me something, maybe something known as the death grip. I think that's what you were asking me. Also on page 13, you asked me if I had seen somebody's hand frozen who shot themselves. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I don't have a copy of your statement.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Would you like me just to read it? Is that easier for you? Or what? It's
Why don't you get back?
Okay.
Let's do
Sure.
it properly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nope, no problem.
No, Mandy. Jeff doesn't believe in union reps.
Yeah, I was actually telling you the right page. I had the wrong one. Did you read 13 as well?
Briefly.
All right. So you remember telling me back when you gave the deposition that you've seen people's hands in similar positions like that?
I have, yes. You were asking about suicides.
And I said, looking at the photographs of the decedent,
Don't
does his hand,
try
I know you're not a medical
suicide.
examiner,
Nobody's
but does his
worth
hand look
it.
like he was
Don't
possibly in a
try
position of holding a weapon
suicide.
prior
Nobody
to his death?
gives a
You said,
damn.
possibly. I mean, possibly. Remember saying
Possibly, yes.
that? All right. Is it consistent with some of the suicides you've seen before, the way his hand looks? The decedent in this case? Yeah, I've seen that. A hand similar to that on suicide cases? Yes. Remember making those statements?
Yes.
So you agree it was consistent, right?
Well, I didn't write that it was consistent. I documented the position of the hand as I viewed it. Could it have been holding something like a gun? It possibly could have. Could have been holding something else? Possibly as well.
Do you see anything evidence in the car that you examined?
I did not.
Him holding something that was consistent to make his fingers that way?
I didn't see him holding anything. I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Found anything in the car consistent with him possibly holding prior to his death that would have possibly made his hand that way, if you know?
No, there was no firearm located in the vehicle.
Anything else in the car that could have done that in your opinion?
Again, maybe a phone, maybe there was, I don't exactly remember everything that was found in the car. Again, I'd have to refer to either my notes or CSI Brandt's report.
You mean the notes you
Detective
didn't
never
bring?
brought this to your attention, these type of things. Ask you your opinion. Did she?
No.
That's all I have.
All right. Any redirect? Okay.
I'm trying to understand some of the questions you were asked on cross. You answered in the negative. Did you actually go into the interior of the vehicle on the day that you went to the scene on April 7th of 2021? Did you enter the vehicle?
We just briefly looked at the passenger front compartment once the decedent was moved. We did have consent to enter the vehicle on that day. Some of the items, for instance, like metal fragments were removed because we were afraid to lose them. Other than that, it was sealed up on scene and then searched at that later time.
And was your role at that time assisting, or were you looking for things like blood-like substances and other things?
I was just assisting. If I saw blood on the outside, I would have documented it. But again, I was just there as her assist in documenting the vehicle.
So then
as I saw it.
Brandt would be the appropriate person to talk about with specific items on or inside that vehicle.
Yes. Again, I assisted her with documenting it. All that information is going to be in her report.
How is that separate and apart from the diagram and documenting the defects? Was that done a different day?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you were documenting the diagram, what was going on there? What was your role?
I misspoke. It actually was the same day, but later that evening. The crime scene was very early in the morning, and we started the vehicle around 10 o'clock at night. Again, my role was to assist her. I was outside of the vehicle as she was inside of it, telling me where the defects were located, and that's how I documented them on those diagrams that you saw.
And so if she saw blood on the rear passenger seat or anywhere else, you wouldn't be able to say, or you would?
I don't recall offhand. Again, I'm just writing what she's detailing me because we couldn't be in the car at the same time. That wasn't the roles that we were playing. I was there to assist her. If she needed me to look at something, I did, but I can't recall just off the top of my head right now.
And your role, just to be clear, was documenting defects?
Sustained.
Was it anything else?
Sustained.
Judge, I can't ask if she did anything else.
No.
No, it's just
Oh, I'm
sustained.
sorry. Was it? I thought you said, was it anything else?
The judge isn't paying
My
attention anymore.
mistake. I'm so sorry. You may ask that question.
I was documenting, yes, the defects, and if she observed anything else inside the vehicle, those were part of my notes of the interior of the vehicle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, CS Manager Bronson. You watch your step getting down. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, okay. You don't
Ladies
have
and
to
gentlemen,
step close to the microphone.
What?
Was there any physical evidence in that vehicle that suggested that a firearm was in there? Any casings, anything indicating a firearm was inside the vehicle?
No casings were located inside the vehicle. I do know metal fragments were removed from some of the defects. Other than that, that's
And what are fragments?
all I recall.
So we understand.
Part of a projectile, the part of that's expelled from a cartridge casing that comes out of a firearm.
Does that suggest a firearm was inside the vehicle?
It doesn't suggest one was in the vehicle. It suggests that there was a bullet inside the vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Watch your step. Stay safe. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for today. Now, let me fill you in on where we are. We're going to, I'm going to ask you to come back again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Thankfully, Judge Rowe has graciously decided to assist me by taking my morning docket. So we should be able to get started right about 8 o'clock. The first thing you're going to do when you get in at 8 o'clock tomorrow, after you've signed in downstairs, come upstairs. Deputy Lubinsky is going to give you a menu. From that menu, you will select your lunch that the county is paying for. You're not paying for it. Bottom line is, he'll order the lunch that you order. He'll order for you from whomever it is, Jimmy John's, right? And then whenever that lunch gets here, is when we will take our lunch break. You'll go back there and eat your lunch in the jury room. We will eat our
I drink your
bag
milkshake.
lunches out here or elsewhere. As soon as you all are finished, we're going to take about a half an hour for lunch. When you're done with lunch, then we'll start right up again tomorrow. So we don't waste a lot of time walking back and forth and wondering where we're going to eat, that sort of thing. Because I fully expect that the state's case is going to be concluded tomorrow, hopefully by the time we have that lunch.
Incorrect.
But, we will see. No? All right. Well, we'll figure that out later after you all are out of my voice range. All right.
When you're
I guess that's it. Keep
he is not
please
happy.
keep and
Not
obey
happy.
keep in mind and obey the 4 cardinal rules. If you happen to see one of us out there, duck and we'll duck you. Please keep
you,
an open
mother
mind. You still haven't
ducker.
heard it all. You've heard a ton, but you haven't heard it all yet. No research and no discussion, even amongst yourselves. Leave your pads, please, and we'll see you tomorrow. Remember to go downstairs first, sign up, then come upstairs and be ready to order your lunch. See you tomorrow. Stay safe.
Okay, while they're leaving, I mean, that's interesting.
Hmm?
The state has 1.5 days left on their case.
Yeah.
I kind of haven't proven, to me, they haven't proven he didn't act in self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, and that slip up from one of the witnesses that, well, where one of the officers told her that he wasn't in the car or something.
Right.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
It
Ozzy's
was
joined us for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Now,
to be fair, I've been with you for like an hour, but
yeah,
had to drag my ass out of bed. So,
wow. From what I've heard, just because I go through and I see who's testifying that day, and I heard a couple of minutes of this. The judge is unhappy that the state has not wrapped up their case yet, and he's gonna express his distaste.
Yeah, and even with the cross-examination, that doesn't explain an extra day and a half.
Well, they're just going slow. And their witnesses suck. So,
yes,
yeah, that guy. I love how the Florida emblem has nuclear explosions. Yeah. All right, let's see what the judge has. Oh, Half Irish says, legal advice says, I'm really uncomfortable that the judge wants to rush through the rest of the trial. That seems highly unfair to the defense. I mean, he'll let them do their thing. He's just telling them to stop wasting time. I'm sure he's going to tell everybody to stop wasting time. Let's see what he says, though.
Yeah. And I think that is more on the prosecution than the defense.
Yeah.
He even called in a judge to take his morning docket.
Is it absolutely necessary?
That's not a happy judge. And what's the number one rule in the courtroom? Don't piss off the judge.
Let's hear what he has to say here. Because he just asked the prosecution if it's necessary to call this officer, next officer, I guess.
Yeah, that's the look of a judge that you really don't.
Necessary that we hear from that officer? Or is it going to be redundant? It is? Oh, it's not. All right, fine. I've heard her name enough to know that, yes, she's probably necessary. Okay. You still haven't even mentioned the lead detective. That's the lead detective, right?
So basically, they have 6 more witnesses from what I managed to hear.
Yeah, that would be
At the rate at which we're going, we can't even finish this on Friday, folks. How am I going to be able to continue on with other trials? I know Miss Edwards is on one. That's clearly not going to start before sometime next week. How are we going to finish this trial? I know. I haven't even talked about their witnesses yet. We know we have at least one, but it sounds like 3 or 4. Reiterate things others. Yeah, exactly. That's what I. All right. Okay. Good. Right. Okay. Are there any stipulations that you can reach with respect to extractions and things of that nature? Okay. Yeah. I didn't hear that. So that's okay. Maybe I wasn't supposed to. Okay. Right. And that's obviously the crux of the defense here.
Wow, that's the prosecution saying that. Well, of course, the jury's not hearing that, but that's the prosecution saying, yes, this was not a thorough investigation. Wow. I mean, the jury's not there. They didn't hear her say that, but wow.
I think she said that the defense is bringing forward that the investigation was flawed or something. But I didn't hear the full sentence.
We'll go back and listen to it here. But Mandy has said, I see commie tube is, we already read that in like 1,000,000 years ago. And Bass.
And I still don't believe that. That feels like a trap to me.
Bass says, is that rigor mortis, or were you excited to see that new BBL?
The way she bounced that BBL was a flubber injection.
And Tankrat says, I'm curious why she did not bring her notes. Probably because she knew she'd have to look at them. I don't know. I don't know. And Twisted Bunny Sean, Legal Vices, this was supposed to be a total of 1 week, wasn't it? Yes. This was scheduled for a 1-week trial.
Yeah. And
they did not succeed.
Yeah, and I'm not sure even the slow witnesses can account for a full day and a half, and then the defense case in chief, and then the rebuttal.
And two comments of this nature. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Two comments of this nature. Dude, this is a man's life, brah. And the judge is way wrong. You have a right to a speedy trial, not a fast trial. Well, at the beginning, when they do all these pretrial conferences that they don't show, they ask them. They specifically, because to pull off a trial, you have to find the court staff to be there. The judge has to have an open space. All of the defense lawyers need to have an open space. All of the prosecutors need open space in their calendars. And you work out these things, and you're expected to stick to your time schedule that you tell the court is necessary for you to give your arguments. And also, they're not saying you can't call any witnesses. He's not telling them they can't call every witness they want to call. He's just asking if there's any way to speed it up. And he's doing it in favor of the defense. So I don't think there's a problem with it. He's just saying, what can we do to streamline this? Can we get can we get some agreement on some points? Can we exclude some repetitive witnesses? So there we go. I mean, he's not telling them they can't call their witness. He's just encouraging them to move along as quickly as possible.
Yeah. The problem is that they have already done these redundant witnesses. Now they are coming into their big witnesses, including the lead detective. So they already did the redundant. Now they have those people. They have to.
Yeah. Yeah, and as you saw in the Murdoch trial, stating your trial is going to be 1 week and then taking 3 is bad. That's what they did with the Murdoch trial. The 2-week trial became a 6-week trial, and the jury was probably pissed, and they probably blamed the defense. But whatevs. All right, let's see what their solution is. Oh wait, we're gonna go back and listen to what it was she said, because I think she just said, yeah, basically, we admit that the thorough investigation wasn't done, wanting to stipulate to that, but and the judge going, well, that's what they're gonna argue. A way for it to buffer, yeah. Buffer. Here we go.
I didn't hear that. So that's okay. Maybe I wasn't supposed to. Okay.
Yes, she said what's already come out is this is not a thorough investigation. Jesus, how can you take this trial? Okay, now I'm pissed. Now that I've had time to process this, how can you take a case to court? How can you take this to trial? How can you say this man is guilty of first-degree murder and deserves to never see the light of day again, plus 3 attempted murders, when you have just said it has come out that this was not a thorough investigation? They're going to try to take away a man's life, his freedom for the rest of his days on planet Earth based on not a thorough investigation. Now I am pissed. Now it's unfair. An ethical, a forthright, a decent prosecution should drop this case right fucking now.
Yeah, let's look at this let's take this out of the criminal court aspect and look at this at what would happen if this was a civil trial. If you as a lawyer stood up in court in front of your client and said, oh, by the way, we haven't thoroughly investigated this or brought our case, what the hell is going to happen with that client after the fact? There's not going to be any consequences for this prosecutor, but in that case, there would be a significantly good case for that client to bring a malpractice suit against you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for those of you, we have 9% of you saying guilty, and 77% saying not guilty, 15% saying hung jury. So for those of you that have said guilty, if you or your child or your spouse or your parents were on trial for murder, and the prosecution said it's come to light that this was not a thorough investigation against you or your loved one, would you go, all right, it was good enough? Or would you be screaming from the rooftops, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit? Mm-hmm. Now I'm pissed. Now we have the prosecution continuing to prosecute this guy when they have just said that this was not a thorough investigation. Wow. I mean, that's a huge thing to say.
Just saying that, isn't there aren't we going from fact finder to this is a matter of law?
Yeah, well, J.K.D. Buck says at least she admits it rather than pull a Gravely. Gravely, I mean, he can at least say, I believed everything I said. She has said, I don't believe we've done this. So in a way, she's worse than Gravely here.
Oh, yeah.
Because Gravely at least thought they did a thorough investigation. Or that's what he led us to believe.
Yeah,
but
he at least betrayed that it was a proper investigation.
Is this outside of court record?
No, it shouldn't.
It would be on the record.
Yeah.
It would be on the record, just out of the presence of the jury.
Yeah, but if it's on the record, can't the defense use it?
I don't know exactly, but I don't know why they wouldn't. Because he's still sitting on the bench.
Yeah.
Wow, that's big. That's what she said. Wow. Well, let's let's see what this. I'm actually stunned by this. Let's
see what he's got to say then, because that's
that's big.
And that's obviously the crux of the defense here.
So basically, she's saying the defense is right. All right, I'm freaking out here.
DA Vel says the DA investigation isn't in the record unless they disclose it.
Okay.
Huh.
Some of these phones.
Okay.
And Judge, it's not that we did not try to get information from some of these phones. It's
Right.
that we did, but we weren't able to.
Okay.
And so, I don't even know if we reached a stipulation on that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like you ought to be able to.
Well, that's fine, but there was also General Rudolph's phone that was never examined at all.
Okay.
Phone.
All right. Well, so that's a different issue, though.
And there are Rudolph's phone, Judge, there's a reason why it was not, and Detective Vanderline will
Okay.
specify why his phone was not.
All right.
The only thing they want to call Detective Farron is to say they tried to break into his phone. They could not. Download it, whatever. It didn't work.
Cunningham, right?
We can stipulate that.
Okay. Well, that saves a few minutes.
Okay, so they got rid of one witness.
Witnesses and their department are being attacked about their failure to act professionally and do their jobs. Have them explain what they did. Otherwise, all they have here is the information is provided and no context about anything. So, respectfully, I'm not sure how you accept the stipulation.
All right. Well, tomorrow is day 10 of this trial. I'm going to put everybody on notice, and you all can spread the word. You better start taking a look at the recent 4th DCA opinions concerning jury selection and time restraints put on lawyers for jury selection, because I'm going to start doing that. There is no reason we should be only this far along at this point in a trial.
That's the prosecution.
We should be further along than this.
Yep.
It should never be affecting the defense at all.
Yep. And he's pissed at the prosecution here. He's not mad at the defense. Wow.
Wait, which opinions did he say? The DCA. Hang on. Never mind.
Tennyson?
I'll look that up in my own time.
Right. Well.
Okay. I have to go over and prepare for my drinking stream with Mo.
Do you have it set up yet?
Yeah, I sent you the link. You can, I can send Aussie too.
Oh, that's all right. I'm going to do a couple of hours of the Blifferneck trial.
Okay. Me and Mo may or may not be looking at some Nancy Grace while drinking heavily, which kind of is necessary.
All right. Well, we are all scheduled and saved to redirect to you when we finish up here.
Yay! And if Aussie is still ongoing, I will send them over to Aussie.
When are you starting your stream, Ozzy?
15-20 minutes.
Oh shit! Same time.
Yeah, it's fine.
So you better hope both me and Mo will get drunk really fast. But then I might. I better set the redirect directly, just in case.
We're good. All right, sir. We'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Well, now I'm torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. You're both starting the same time. I was not aware of that, so I set the redirect for Nick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unset the redirect and just let everyone else decide where they want to go.
So, you can just leave it. I don't really care. I just want to power through for a few hours of that trial because I just want to marathon it and get through as much of it as I can.
We will take off the redirect here. Let everybody go where they want to go. Nicholas Starov or Aussie Overlord or anywhere else. All right, let's hear what he's got to say. We've got about 4 more minutes, and then we will be at the end. Let's hear him in real time. Wait, hang on. Is that my birds? Oh, yeah, the birds are waking up. It must be 5 o'clock in the morning here. There's like hearing all these birds going. Do you have like bird sound effects going? Nope, it's just the birds in the mountain behind the house. All righty. Here we go. Let's see.
All right. Well, it's not just the state's fault, okay? I mean, cross-examination has been rather lengthy on several of these witnesses.
But that's because of their answers.
Somewhat redundant, quite frankly, in the questioning. So, you know, there's plenty of responsibility to be shared for this. So.
Okay, and again, that's on the judge, not the defense. The judge should have told the witnesses to stop bullshitting and start answering the questions.
Mm-hmm.
That's on the judge, not the defense. The defense has completely every right to sit and cross-examine them into the goddamn dirt. So this is on the judge.
I'm not faulting just the state, but the bottom line is all of us should be farther along on this trial than we are. And I've got a lot of trials backed up, and another murder trial that's clearly not going to get started on Friday like it was supposed to.
He's frustrated, which is fair.
Mm-hmm.
And really all we're calling him for is to because the issue has been raised about the cameras outside, and as Your Honor knows, because you sat through the standard ground hearing, Your Honor, that particular device was on a schedule where it was not recording every single day. So the defendant will testify, as he did. They're not. Well, we're not. No, that's the witness on that very issue, claiming that there was a recording that was somehow damaged by the footage of touching the item.
All right. Okay. Well, look, do what you can. I'm not going to twist anybody's arm with respect to that. But if you can reach stipulations and avoid unnecessary delay as a result of calling witnesses that really don't have to testify and don't have to be subject to cross-examination, then you should do it. All right. See, yes. Off the record. Sure. Well, there is going to be a record actually because there's nobody in the recording to turn that thing off.
There's a record because nobody knows how to turn off the recording.
The two of you can come back if you want. All right.
So they're going to talk in chambers.
Yeah.
Or that way, yeah. Go with Deputy Lubinsky. Thank you. Yeah. In fact, we're adjourned.
Huh. Thruple time with the judge. Wow. Okay, that's the end of day 5. Yeah, the judge is unhappy. There,
and understandably so. I mean, like the whole thing about speedy trial versus a quick trial. You know, I would hate to have been in the situation where I'm sitting in front of a judge and they've gone, yeah, by the way, I was supposed to have another trial starting on Friday, and you'd get raked over the coals here for that, because you're right, you give your estimate of how long it's going to take. The court schedules things around it. That's, you know, it's part of how the court system works, because pretty much every court everywhere has a backlog of cases, and you either slot in, you know, if a trial goes shorter, you can slot in a 1 or 2 day trial that, you know, takes next to nothing, or if it's a long one, you have to plan for that appropriately. You have to have the staff, you have to have the witnesses, you have to have everything in place. And don't forget, the jury members are taking time out of their lives. I mean,
yeah, they all told their boss, I'm going to be gone for a week.
Exactly. And you don't exactly get paid a lot for being a juror. Just saying.
No.
So.
Wow. All right. Well, I should probably start as early as I can on Sunday, and we'll power through about 16 hours of this thing. Get us caught up.
16 hours, Jesus.
I did 14 and a half last weekend, so
Okay.
another 2 hours probably won't kill me.
Hopefully not.
All right, people. Thank you so much. We ended up with 8% guilty, 76% not guilty, 16% hung jury. And yeah. Oh, yeah, we forgot to remove the cook cage. And when we finish this, Nicholas is going to be starting here in a few minutes. Ozzy's going to be starting in a few minutes. Go where you will. That's I'm not going to send anybody anywhere because I want everybody to love me. I have a desire to be loved. I don't want someone to hate me. So y'all do what you got to do. I'm still trying to get rid of the brand. Got to go to the brand. Got to go to the overlays. Aussie overlaid. Ha ha ha. Get rid of the cut cage. All right, mods. Thank you so much for being mods. You're modelicious. Oh, so early in the morning? Was that a beer?
An energy drink.
Okay. It's like, wow. All right. MG Law says, when is your Sunday stream? Is it Sunday your time? It'll probably go all Friday night. I mean, all Saturday night U.S. time and into Sunday morning. So I'll be starting. It'll probably be late Friday night when I get started. Late Saturday night when I get started U.S. time. Shit. Well, thanks, mods. And fucking Friday will be 2 weeks from today. Next weekend, I've got a bunch of stuff going. Friday, I have a New Zealand wine festival where I just have to go to an all-you-can-drink wine all day long thing. And then, poor me. Yeah, well, Friday, I got to go drinking with friends. Saturday, I have an all-day wine drinking thing. And then Sunday, it's my best friend's death memorial day. So we're going to have a barbecue and get drunk and remember things. So that's why we're going to be doing Fuck It Friday in the middle of the month. All right, until then, Ozzy, thank you so much for joining us for the tail end of this.
Yeah, no. Sorry, if I'd been awake, I would have been in. But guys, just so you're aware as well, I have my drinking stream starting at 8 a.m. Eastern, which is 10 p.m. for me, and I'm going to be going for as long as I can. That is Saturday for you guys. So it's Saturday morning right now for me. Your Saturday morning. Watch me go get plastered, shall we?
Awesome.
Enjoy.
Nicholas Starov, Ozzy Overlord, flip a coin and go wherever you're going. Ozzy has the advantage because he stuck around to grift a little more. Well, Rebecca, Rebecca wants to be modelicious. Okay, I'm feeling generous. All right. You are now officially modelicious. There we go. All right. All right, folks, mods, thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your generosity, chat. The Vice Squad chat is the chattiest chat that ever chatted. Thank you so much for the subscriptions. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. If you are subscribed, please make sure you're still subscribed. Make sure you go over to Ozzy Overlord, subscribe to him, like every single video he's ever done. And with that, we will see you on Saturday night U.S. time. Early Sunday, early Sunday Europe time, and whatever the hell time it is here when I get started. And also, 4 hours from now, I will be on Flux's channel with Danny on Direct doing our Unexplained stream. The biggest unexplained thing will be how I plan on being awake 4 hours from now, but we'll work it out. Thank you, everybody. Love y'all. Take care, and whatever you do, whoever you do it with, however long you do it, and whatever becomes of it, make sure you enjoy your legal vices. Lorax, out. Ozzy Overlord, out.
Stay filthy wise, people.
5 hours.